With a slight smile, Su Qinglue turned and walked away, her good mood evident to everyone. The crowd watched the goddess depart, each one of them stunned. While I was at a concert, watching a movie on my phone, I suddenly realized that everyone around me was staring in my direction. Panicked, I thought my cover was blown. But just then, the school's most beautiful girl snatched my phone. "You're a grown man, and you're still watching this. Come home with me, now." In an instant, she grabbed my hand and pulled me towards her house. "Wait, let me get my keys. And I have to say this up front, don't try anything funny. I already have a fiancé, and I can't get involved with any other girls, I warn." She pushed me onto the bed and said, "You idiot, I'm your fiancé of 10 years. Stop talking and take off your clothes." "Look, it's Su Qinglue, the campus beauty," someone shouted at the freshman welcome party. She was holding a cup of milk tea. At that cry, all the new students stood on their toes, craning their necks to see the entrance. They had been listening to a boring speech from the school's leadership, but the sudden appearance of Tianhai University's campus beauty was an irresistible distraction. It was rumored that Su Qinglue was the most beautiful girl the university had seen in 100 years, and naturally, they all wanted to see her for themselves. I too was bored with the speech and turned to look. Indeed, the girl known as the #1 campus beauty in history was stunning. Her face was perfect, and her figure was even more incredible. Damn, she's gorgeous. No wonder she's called the most beautiful girl in a century at Tianhai University, I thought, practically drooling. Hey, wipe your drool. Not only is she beautiful, but her family background is also impressive. She's not someone a toad like you can ever hope to reach, someone next to me remarked. But why is she here with milk tea? Isn't she a sophomore? Why would she come to a freshman welcome party? This question sparked curiosity among the crowd. Why would a sophomore like Su Qinglue show up at a freshman event with milk tea? In a moment, all the new students were buzzing with speculation. I glanced at Su Qinglue a few more times, and had to admit that her reputation was well deserved. Her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs were truly captivating, even more so than some famous celebrities. However, I quickly looked away. No matter how beautiful she was, it had nothing to do with me. I already had a fiancé and was determined not to get involved with any other woman. Although I hadn't seen my fiancé in 10 years and didn't even know what she looked like now, our marriage was arranged for the end of this year. Su Qinglue, holding her milk tea, scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. Seeing this, a tall young man from the student union, clearly wanting to get to know her, stepped forward. "Qinglue, can I help you with something? I'm the head of the volunteers for the freshman party and I know my way around. If you're looking for someone, I can help." Unfortunately for him, Su Qinglue didn't even spare him a glance. "No need, I can find them myself." "Thanks," she said, continuing her search. The freshman grew even more curious. Who could she be looking for? The person she was seeking must be someone extraordinary. "Qinglue, I'm over here." A handsome and wealthy-looking young man stood up from the crowd. He was this year's freshman representative, Han Minglian, known for his good looks and family background. Seeing that it was him, the other freshmen sighed in admiration. The person Su Qinglue was looking for was indeed impressive. He was not only handsome but also from a good family, a true dreamboat in the eyes of many female students. It made sense that she would be looking for him. However, Su Qinglue's gaze only lingered on him for a second. Realizing he wasn't the one she was looking for, she turned her attention elsewhere, and continued scanning the crowd. Han Minglian was left feeling extremely embarrassed. With his usual confidence, he had assumed she was there for him, never imagining that she had no intention of finding him at all. This turn of events made the other freshmen even more curious. Who was she looking for? She didn't even give Han Minglian a second look. I thought she was here for the new heartthrob. Turns out I was wrong. Han Minglian really made a fool of himself, thinking everyone is obsessed with him. After searching one row of freshmen, Su Qinglue moved to another area, her every move followed by the eyes of the students. Suddenly she spotted the person she was looking for in a corner, and a joyful expression lit up her face. She quickened her pace in that direction. The other students, noticing her expression, knew she had found her target. Their gazes quickly followed, all wanting to know who this person was that she had been so earnestly seeking. The row Su Qinglue was heading towards had 20 male students, some handsome, some talented, and some from wealthy families. Everyone was guessing who she would stop in front of. Su Qinglue walked to the very end of the row, to a corner, and stopped in front of me. "Junior, this milk tea is for you," she said sincerely, holding out the cup. This scene left everyone in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, many pulled out their phones to take pictures of us. Who is this guy? To have the campus beauty personally bring him milk tea. He's only slightly handsome. Why would she give him milk tea? I've never seen him before, he's not famous at all, people around me whispered. I was just as confused as everyone else. Why was the campus beauty giving me milk tea for no reason? I didn't even know her. Seeing me just standing there, Su Qinglue pushed the milk tea closer. "Junior, don't you like milk tea?" she asked with a slight frown. This time, the freshman went completely wild. Su Qingluo was known for being an aloof goddess who had never been successfully pursued by any guy. She even rejected gifts outright. But today, not only did she personally bring milk tea, but she also looked at Zhang Chen with a peculiar expression. I was at a loss. Being suddenly gifted milk tea by the campus beauty in front of so many people left me unsure of what to do. As I hesitated, a clear voice sounded in my head. Ding, perfect tycoon system successfully linked. Option 1, accept the milk tea from Su Qingluo. Reward 100x cashback on all expenses. Option 2, refuse the milk tea from Su Qingluo. Reward, your little brother will be shortened by 10 some. I was slightly taken aback by the system's voice but quickly realized what was happening. This must be the legendary system from the stories. But these options were a bit tricky. The male students around me were all glaring at me with eyes that could shoot fire. If I accepted the milk tea, wouldn't I become a thorn in their side? But if I didn't, my little brother would be shortened by 10 some. What about my future happiness? After a second of deliberation, I decisively chose the first option, accept the milk tea from Su Qingluo. Compared to my future happiness, being the object of a little jealousy was no big deal. Thank you for the milk tea, Senior Su, I said, taking the cup from her. I was still curious though. Why would she randomly give me milk tea? Dang, mission complete. Reward, 100x cashback on all expenses. Duration, 24 hours. Maximum cashback, 1 million. Senior Su, can I ask why you gave me milk tea? I really wanted to know. Take a guess, Su Qingluo said with a mysterious, playful smile. It was clear she wasn't going to tell me the reason just yet, which left me feeling helpless. Alright then. Thank you for the milk tea, Senior Su, I sighed inwardly. The system told me to accept it, and I didn't dare refuse. Goodbye, Junior. Remember, this milk tea is only for you to drink. I'll be going now. Su Qingluo turned, gave me a dazzling smile, and gracefully walked away, leaving behind a captivating fragrance. That smile once again stunned the crowd. Su Qingluo, the famously aloof goddess, had never smiled at any boy before. Yet today, she had smiled at this freshman, and it was a beautiful smile. It was truly enchanting. The male students were all mesmerized, their eyes following her until her captivating figure disappeared into the crowd. After Su Qingluo left, everyone's attention shifted to me, especially my 3 roommates. Zhang Chen, you're amazing. You actually got milk tea from Su Qingluo. What's your relationship with her? My chubby roommate, Wan Hao, asked with a face full of envy. Su Qingluo, the aloof campus beauty, personally delivering milk tea to a freshman, Zhang Chen. You're going to be a celebrity in this school in no time, my skinny roommate, Ling Yan, said, staring at the milk tea in my hand with unconcealed desire. Why don't I have such luck? Li Yuanhao lamented. I felt helpless. I didn't even like milk tea that much, it was too sweet. But Su Qingluo had said it was only for me, so I had to keep it for myself. As for the envious glares from the other male students, I simply ignored them. After the freshman welcome party, I didn't go back to the dorm. Instead, I went out of the school by myself. Having just received the 100x cashback reward, I was eager to try it out, especially since it was only valid for 24 hours. I couldn't let it go to waste. After leaving the campus, I went to a nearby convenience store and bought a bottle of mineral water for 3 yuan. Dang, the host has successfully spent 3 yuan. Cashback of 300 yuan. Reward duration remaining, 23 hours. Maximum cashback, 1 million. Right after the system's notification, my phone received a message, your bank account has been credited with 300 yuan. Current balance, 1328 yuan. I checked my phone and was immediately thrilled. The 100x cashback was real. Spending 3 yuan to get 300 yuan back was amazing. I still had 23 hours to go. I had to make the most of this time to spend, and earn the full 1 million yuan cashback. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this reward. Just then, I felt hungry. It was past 7 bit. And besides the milk tea Su Qingluo had given me, I hadn't eaten anything all afternoon. With the 100x cashback reward, I naturally wanted to eat something good and expensive. I looked across the street at the Kingwei restaurant. It was a high-end restaurant, the most expensive one near the university. Most of the customers were wealthy students or high-level office workers from nearby. Ever since my family's decline, I had been very frugal, usually eating simple meals. Without this reward, I would never have considered eating at Kingwei restaurant. After returning to her dorm, Su Qingluo's heart was still beating fast, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Giving Zhang Chen the milk tea in front of so many people was actually quite nerve-wracking for a girl. But being able to personally give a gift to the fiancé she hadn't seen in 10 years still made her incredibly happy. It was just a pity that Zhang Chen didn't recognize her. That hateful junior, after just 10 years, he's already forgotten about me, his fiancé. Su Qingluo pouted slightly. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself. After all, it had been 10 years. She had changed a lot. The chubby little girl from back then had grown into a beautiful young woman. I can't really blame him for not recognizing me, she thought, secretly pleased. Just then, a beautiful figure rushed into the room. King Luo, big news, Lin Beiwei exclaimed as she ran in, followed by two other girls, their faces full of curiosity. What big news? Su King Luo asked calmly, sitting on a chair and eating an apple. King Luo, let me ask you, did you just go to the freshman welcome party? Lin Beiwei asked, panting. Yes, I did, Su King Luo replied, nodding as she ate her apple. Her calm demeanor drove Lin Beiwei and her other two roommates crazy. Oh my god, so the posts on the school's internal network are true. You specially bought milk tea to give to a freshman junior. Lin Beiwei pressed on, her face full of excitement. Who was Su King Luo? She was the most beautiful girl in the history of Tianhai University. Since she had enrolled, countless boys had pursued her, including handsome and wealthy young men, talented scholars, and celebrities. However, Su King Luo had rejected all of them, earning her the title of the most aloof goddess in the university's history. And yet, this very aloof goddess had taken the initiative to go to the freshman welcome party to give a junior milk tea. This was too shocking, and at the same time, piqued the deep curiosity of her three roommates. King Luo, is it true that you went to the freshman welcome party to give a freshman junior milk tea? Another roommate, Liu Yanyan, couldn't help but ask. King Luo, hurry up and tell us, are the posts on the school's internal network true? The remaining roommate, Ye Shamen, asked eagerly. King Luo, hurry up and tell us. The three of them stared at Su King Luo with wide eyes, determined to get to the bottom of this gossip. Being stared at like that made Su King Luo a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected those freshmen to post about her giving milk tea on the school's internal network so quickly. Now, even if she wanted to deny it, she couldn't. She swallowed the piece of apple in her mouth and nodded. Yes, I went to give a freshman junior milk tea. This statement stunned her three roommates. The #1 campus beauty in the history of Tianhai University, the most aloof goddess, had personally given a boy milk tea. Oh my god, our aloof goddess actually took the initiative to give a boy milk tea. Are you possessed, King Luo? You don't like that junior, do you? What does he look like? Is he handsome? He must be very rich, right? Which family's young master is he? Tell us. The three of them were burning with gossip, wanting to get to the bottom of it, their eyes fixed on Su King Luo's face. Su King Luo felt shy under their intense gaze. She wanted to tell them that Zhang Chen was actually her fiancé, but now was clearly not the time. Her eyes darted around as she explained, don't guess randomly. I just lost a bet with a friend in a club, so I had to give a freshman some milk tea. I just picked him randomly. You little liar, you're still trying to hide it from us. Confess, do you like that junior? Lin Beiwei said with her hands on her hips, confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be dealt with severely manner. Hurry up and confess. We don't believe you lost a bet and that's why you gave him milk tea, Liu Yanyan added with a get to the bottom of it expression. We want to hear the truth. If you don't confess, we'll have to tickle you, Ye Shamen said, raising her hands as if to tickle her. Seeing their relentless questioning, Su King Luo had to use her ultimate move. I'm really not lying to you. The truth is just as is said. She then abruptly changed the subject. Oh, it's getting late. How about I treat you all to dinner at King Wei restaurant? Let's drop this topic, okay? It had to be said that Su King Luo was a clever girl. She knew her three roommates were foodies and deliberately used food to divert their attention. As expected, as soon as they heard she was treating them to dinner at King Wei restaurant, their attention immediately shifted. Alright, since you're treating us this time, we'll let you off the hook for now, Lin Beiwei and the others said, finally letting the matter go. Su King Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I entered King Wei restaurant, booked a private room, and started to order. Sir, we use mobile phones to order here. You can scan this QR code to place your order, the waiter said warmly, pointing to a QR code on the corner of the table. Okay, thank you. This was my first time ordering with a phone. The restaurants I used to go to were very ordinary, where you either told the waiter your order directly or marked it on a piece of paper. Here, it was all done through the phone. When I saw the prices, I secretly swallowed. The dishes here were indeed more expensive than at other restaurants. For example, the same dish of minced meat with eggplant could cost twice as much as outside. Of course the names of the dishes were also more elegant. If the old Zhang Chen had seen such an expensive menu, he would probably have left immediately. But now, with the 100x cashback reward, the more expensive, the better. Waiter, I want this Australian lobster, this premium deep sea abalone, this king crab, this royal fried rice, a bottle of fine wine, and finally a palace-style bird's nest soup to savor. He sounded a bit like a nouveau riche. The waitress, seeing that I had ordered all the most expensive dishes in the restaurant and so many at once, hesitated a little. Sir, you've ordered so much. Can you finish it all? Our restaurant supports the clean plate campaign and discourages waste. I can finish it. Just bring everything up. I've already ordered sparingly. If I wasn't worried about wasting food, I would have ordered more. Soon, the dishes I ordered were brought to the table one by one. Sir, all the dishes you ordered have been served. Please enjoy your meal, the waitress said enthusiastically. I had eaten these luxurious dishes as a child, but since my family's decline 10 years ago, I hadn't had them anymore, and my life had become very difficult. With so many delicious dishes in front of me, I didn't hold back. I was already starving. I picked up my chopsticks and started to eat. Hingwei restaurant not only had good service but the food was also delicious, much better than in ordinary restaurants. So delicious, much better than the restaurants outside. It's expensive for a reason. I haven't eaten these things in a long time. As I was eating, Su Qingluo and her 3 roommates also arrived at Hingwei restaurant. The appearance of the #1 campus beauty in the history of Tianhai University immediately attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. There were quite a few students from Tianhai University and other nearby universities eating there. Many of them had heard of or knew of this stunning campus beauty, so when she appeared, she naturally became the center of attention. The boys, in particular, couldn't take their eyes off her, almost drooling. Qingluo, every time we go out with you, we just become your background. All the handsome guys don't even look at us, Lin Beiwei said sadly. She was also considered pretty, but compared to Su Qingluo, she was worlds apart. Beiwei, don't sigh. We have to make Qingluo treat us to a big meal today, Liu Yanyan said with a smile. That's right, we should make her treat us to a big meal. Hearing this, Lin Beiwei was no longer sad. They initially wanted a private room, but the waiter told them they were all booked for the day, so they had to choose a table near the window in the main dining area. Qingluo, we're not going to be polite this time, Liu Yanyan said after sitting down, taking out her phone to scan the restaurant's QR code and start ordering. I'm treating today, so feel free to order whatever you want, Su Qingluo said with a smile. She was a standard rich and beautiful girl. Not only was she beautiful, but her family's Su Group was a part of the Tianhai Corporation, with businesses all over the country and a market value in the trillions. Su Qingluo herself had also received many scholarships, so she was not short of money. With her words, Lin Beiwei and the others didn't hold back and started ordering. After finishing my meal, I walked out of the private room. I had a very satisfying meal, spending a total of 7,500 yuan. Such an expensive meal was unimaginable before. But today, I didn't feel it was expensive at all. In fact, I thought it was cheap. At the same time, the system gave me a cashback of 750,000 yuan. Receiving such a large sum of money in such a short time made me very excited. I had already gotten 750,000 yuan in cashback, and I still had 250,000 yuan left to claim. I had to go and spend more. Thinking of this, I was eager to go out and spend money. However, as I looked around, I suddenly noticed that all the customers in the restaurant were looking in one direction. I subconsciously followed their gaze and saw 4 girls sitting at a table near the window. One of them was the #1 campus beauty in history, Su Qingluo, who had given me milk tea in the afternoon. So it was her. No wonder she attracted so many looks. As expected of the #1 campus beauty in the history of Tianhai University. I marveled to myself and was about to leave when I suddenly remembered something. He still had a 250,000 yuan cashback limit. Why not spend it on her? It just so happened that she gave me milk tea in the afternoon, so now I could return the favor with a meal. I thought I was so smart. Thinking of this, I went back to the cashier. Miss, I'd like to pay the bill for table number 14, near the window. Table number 14, a total of 2,000 yuan, the lady boss said after checking the list. Why is it only 2,000 yuan? I felt a little helpless. I was still short of 500 yuan to use up the 250,000 yuan cash back. But I quickly thought of a solution. Miss, please add a French mouse cake for Miss Su Qingluo at table number 14. Just say it's a prize from your restaurant's lottery. Su Qingluo gave me a cup of milk tea, and I would return the favor with a lottery prize. This was called repaying a debt. Yes, sire. A total of 2,500 yuan, the lady boss said, looking at me. She probably thought I had a crush on the campus beauty, Su Qingluo. If I paid directly, I would be rejected, so I could only use this method to secretly pay the bill for her. The lady boss had seen many boys try to pay for Su Qingluo's bill, but they were all rejected in the end. Only I had used the lottery prize method to secretly pay for her. Unfortunately, the lady boss was wrong. I just wanted to earn money from Su Qingluo, and by the way, repay her for the milk tea. After paying the bill, the system immediately responded. Ding, spent 2,500 yuan, cashback of 250,000 yuan. The 100x cashback on expenses has been fully used. Great, I have 1 million yuan now. I can do some other things. After paying the bill, I walked out. Just as I left, Su Qingluo and her friends also finished their meal and came to the cashier. Miss, table number 14, please, Su Qingluo said, taking out her phone to pay, but she received some unexpected news. Miss Sue, our restaurant is having a lottery event today, and your table has won the prize, so your meal is free. In addition, we are also giving you a French mouse cake, the lady boss said, personally handing the cake to Su King Luo. Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and the other roommates were overjoyed to hear this. Whoa, we're so lucky. We actually won a free meal and even got a French mouse cake. This cake must be over 500 yuan, Lin Beiwei said, staring at the cake with a craving look. Not only her, but her other two roommates also started craving the cake. Although they had just finished their meal, this French mouse cake was the signature dessert of King Wei restaurant and was said to be delicious. They had been craving it for a long time. However, Su King Luo frowned slightly. She didn't believe that they could be so lucky as to win the lottery, and even get a cake worth over 500 yuan. Miss, don't lie to me. Who paid for me? Su King Luo was very smart, and immediately saw that something was wrong. Her expression turned cold. She really disliked boys paying for her. It really was a prize from our restaurant's lottery. The lady boss still tried to cover it up. But Su King Luo was very firm. Miss, if you don't tell me the truth, we won't come here again. Su King Luo said unhappily. She didn't want to owe anyone. Hearing this, the lady boss broke out in a cold sweat. Su King Luo's presence in the restaurant could attract a lot of male students. In less than an hour since she had arrived, the number of male students in the restaurant had increased significantly, directly boosting the restaurant's business. Alright, it was a young man who paid for you and told me to give you a cake. He was the one who told me to say it was a prize from our restaurant's lottery. Really? Who is he? I have to give him back the money. He just left. The young man in the black shirt at the door, the lady boss said, pointing to a young man near the door. Su King Luo looked in the direction the lady boss was pointing, and was surprised to find that the young man was Zheng Cheng. It's him. Miss, are you sure it was him? Su King Luo suddenly became a little excited. She couldn't believe that the person who had paid for her was her fiancé, Zheng Cheng. Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and the others didn't know who this person was and subconsciously thought he was one of Su King Luo's admirers. Yes, it was him. He paid a total of 2,500 yuan. He just left. If you hurry now, you might still be able to catch him, the lady boss nodded. If it's him, then it's fine. I'll treat him to a meal next time. Is that okay? Su King Luo's small face suddenly lit up. She had suddenly found a reason to treat him to a meal. She had been worrying about not having a chance to get close to Zheng Chen, and now she finally had won. King Luo, who is that handsome guy? Why did you accept his offer to pay? Lin Beiwei suddenly leaned in close, her face full of surprise. Ye Xiaomeng and Liu Yanyan also looked over with surprise. Su King Luo didn't answer them, but deliberately ran outside. Oh, it's so late. We have to go back. We still have to prepare for the new member recruitment for the art club in a few days. After saying that, she quickly ran outside. Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and the others knew that she didn't want to tell them, so they quickly chased after her. You little liar, you're tricking us again. Fine, we won't ask anymore. But are you going to share that French mouse cake with us? No way, he bought it for me to eat, Su King Luo said, holding the cake tightly with both hands as she ran ahead, afraid that someone would snatch it. This was the first gift her fiancé had bought for her in 10 years. She had to eat it all by herself. When I returned to the dorm, my 3 roommates were not there. I didn't know where they had gone so late at night. For the time being, I was the only one in the dorm. I sat on my bed and subconsciously took out my phone. The screen displayed a picture of a chubby but very cute little girl. Her name was Su Jiao, a photo I had taken 10 years ago. And this girl, Su Jiao, was my fiancé. When we were young, our 2 families were close, so our parents arranged our engagement. I still remember playing with Su Jiao when we were little. She was like a clingy child, always following me around. Although she was a year older than me, she sometimes acted like a little sister who was very dependent on me. Sometimes I would get annoyed with her and tell her to go away, but she would puff up her chubby cheeks and retort, I'm your future wife. Wherever you are, your wife should naturally follow. We spent many years together, and developed a deep bond. You could say we were childhood sweethearts. Until 10 years ago, when a major event happened in Beijing. To protect their family's business, the Su family had to move their business from Beijing to Tianhai City, and the whole family moved there as well. The Zhang family, on the other hand, did not move their business and stayed in Beijing. Part of the reason why I gave up on the top university, Pingbi, to come to Tianhai University was because of Su Jiao, because she was in Tianhai City. However, since the major event in Beijing 10 years ago, the Zhang family, who had stayed in Beijing, had declined. The corporation went bankrupt, and my mother had to take me back to her parents' home, where we have been living off others ever since. Meanwhile, after moving to Tianhai, the Su family's business prospered more and more. In just 10 years, their market value had increased many times over, becoming a leading corporation. The 2 families were now worlds apart. I was very worried that the Su family would not acknowledge this engagement because my family had declined. So, now I had to work hard to get the recognition of the Su family. Only then could I successfully marry Su Jiao and fulfill the promise I made back then. The next morning, as soon as Su Qingluo got back to the dorm after class, Lin Beiwei walked in with a letter. Is there someone named Xiao Jiao in our dorm? Why would someone send a letter to our dorm? Lin Beiwei said, looking at the letter back and front, but couldn't find the recipient's name. It's for you, Qingluo. When did you change your name to Xiao Jiao? My name used to be Su Jiao, but now it's Su Qingluo. Xiao Jiao is my nickname, Su Qingluo said as she took the letter. Seeing that it was from her grandmother, her face immediately lit up. Only her grandmother still called her Xiao Jiao. Everyone else in the family had long since stopped calling her Su Jiao and used her new name, Su Qingluo. Grandma understands me best. She has already prepared a custom-made wedding dress for me, unlike my father, who hasn't even mentioned the engagement between me and Zheng Cheng. Qingluo, what are you smiling so foolishly about? Nothing. Su Qingluo carefully put the letter away and then took out a large bag of snacks from her cabinet. When Lin Beiwei saw the large bag of snacks, her eyes lit up. Qingluo, when did you hide so many snacks? I'm hungry, give me some to eat. Lin Beiwei said as she habitually reached for them, but Su Qingluo quickly hugged the bag of snacks tightly. I can't give you this bag of snacks. If you want to eat, I'll go buy some more later, Su Qingluo said, holding the bag of snacks with both hands in a protective manner, afraid that Lin Beiwei would snatch them. You little rascal, what's wrong with you lately? You're acting so strange. Tell me quickly, who is this bag of snacks for? In the past, whenever there were snacks in the dorm, everyone would share them. There was never such a protective attitude. But in the past 2 days, Su Qingluo had been very protective of her food. Even yesterday's French mouse cake, she didn't let them have a single bite. It was clear that something was unusual about her. Someone else asked me to buy these snacks for them, so I can't give them to you. This girl has definitely been up to something lately. In class, I was listening attentively. When the class was about to end, Su Qingluo suddenly appeared at the classroom door. The appearance of the great campus beauty caused an uproar in the classroom of 50 or 60 students. Damn, isn't that our Tianhai University's campus beauty, Su Qingluo? Why is she at our classroom? She's so beautiful, as expected of the #1 campus beauty in the history of Tianhai University. She's really too beautiful. If I could date her once, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. You wish, even if you gave up 100 years, she wouldn't date you. Everyone was talking, especially the boys, who were practically drooling and wanted to go up and ask for her contact information. With such a commotion, I naturally noticed Su Qingluo's appearance. However, I only glanced at her for a moment before quickly calming down and organizing my class notes. I already had a fiancé, Su Jiao, and I had no interest in other girls, even if the other person was the #1 campus beauty in the history of Tianhai University. Soon, the bell rang, and a group of male students rushed out, surrounding Su Qingluo in an instant. However, her first sentence was, I'm looking for Zhang Cheng. As soon as she said that, everyone was stunned. The great campus beauty Su was looking for Zhang Cheng again. What was going on? In an instant, jealous and envious eyes were focused on Zhang Cheng, who was also very confused at the moment. This Su Qingluo was really persistent. However, I still walked up to her. Senior Su, what can I do for you this time? Junior, these are snacks for you, Su Qingluo said, holding out the bag of snacks in her hand, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. As soon as she said that, everyone present was once again stunned. What was going on? The great campus beauty Su had brought snacks for Zhang Cheng again. What was this? Was there a mistake? What was so good about this Zhang Cheng that made the great campus beauty Su bring him things twice in a row? Breaking news, the great campus beauty Su has come to give the junior snacks again. The students present all took out their phones to take pictures of Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. This was definitely the biggest news at Tianhai University today. I was also dumbfounded. Why was the campus beauty Su giving me snacks again? Senior Su, why are you bringing me snacks? We don't seem to know each other, I said helplessly. I really didn't want to accept the snacks, nor did I want to have any connection with the campus beauty Su. If we're not familiar after the first time, won't we be familiar after the second or third time? Su Qingluo said with a charming smile. This was clearly a specious argument, but I couldn't refute it. But receiving a reward without doing anything for it. I felt helpless and really didn't want to accept the snacks, otherwise, it would cause a misunderstanding. Seeing that I was still unwilling to accept, Su Qingluo thought for a moment and said, this time it's to thank you for treating me to dinner last night and for the French mouse cake. It was delicious. As soon as she said that, everyone present was once again shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Oh my god, Zhang Cheng actually treated the campus beauty Su to dinner last night. This guy is amazing. Are they dating? One treats to dinner, the other returns the favor with snacks. The goddess can't be dating, right? Don't guess randomly, the male students said with eyes full of jealousy and envy. I was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Su King Luo to know that I had paid for her dinner last night. Now it was really a misunderstanding. I had only wanted to earn money from her, but now it seemed like she wasn't going to let it go. Junior, don't you like to eat snacks? Then how about I treat you to dinner tonight? As a thank you for paying for my dinner last night. Su King Luo finally gave this reason. This statement once again stunned the male students who were watching. Was this still the aloof goddess of Tianhai University? Why was she not aloof at all in front of Zhang Cheng? Not only did she give him snacks, but she also wanted to treat him to dinner. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. How can all the good things fall on Zhang Cheng? He sighed inwardly. This time, the problem was even bigger. To be honest, I didn't want to have any rumors with Su King Luo. If Su Jiao found out later that I had rumors with Su King Luo at university, what would she think? I didn't want to hurt my fiancé. However, just as I was about to refuse, the system's voice appeared again. Dang, perfect tycoon system mission activated. Option 1. Accept Su King Luo's dinner invitation and her snacks. Reward, 10x return on investment. Option 2. Refuse Su King Luo's invitation. Reward, your little brother will be shortened by 10x. I was confused again when I heard the system's voice. What was going on? It activated a mission again, and the reward for refusing was my little brother being shortened by 10x. This damn system was clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Senior Su, I really like your snacks, and I'd be very happy to have dinner with you tonight, I said, pretending to be very happy, but in reality, I didn't really want to accept. Really? Then it's a date. I'll wait for you at the restaurant at 6 o'clock tonight. Oh, and these snacks are all for you. Goodbye, Junior. I'm looking forward to Oh my, what's happening? Where's the cool goddess? Why does she look like Campus Belle Thunhlusi chasing after Zhang Chen, offering snacks and inviting him to dinner? Their minds are completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. The scene before them is truly shocking. I quickly regained my composure, and while everyone was focused on Campus Belt, I discreetly slipped away. If I didn't leave immediately, I was afraid they would swarm me. Back at the dorm, I quickly closed the door. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise, I would have been surrounded. I took a breath and placed the bag of snacks on the table. Zhang Chen, you're good, aren't you? You ran so fast. What's your relationship with Campus Belt anyway? Why did she give you milk tea, then snacks, and now she's inviting you to dinner? Zhang Chen, we're brothers, we won't tell anyone. Tell us the truth quickly and satisfy our curiosity. I felt very helpless. I truly had no relationship with Thunhluk, so I patiently explained to them. I really don't have any relationship with Senior. Who would believe that? First, milk tea, now snacks and dinner invites, and you say you have no relationship. Fatty One Hao said, his face full of disbelief. I don't believe it either, unless you swear a solemn oath. Li Yuan Hao also chimed in. Facing their intensity, I felt helpless. This time, if I didn't give a satisfactory answer, I probably wouldn't get away with it. Alright, I swear. Thunhluk, and I have absolutely no relationship whatsoever. There wasn't one before, and there won't be one in the future. If I'm lying, my little brother will shrink by 10 centimeters, I said with a determined look. Are you satisfied now? My 3 roommates saw that I had sworn on my little brother and temporarily believed me. You're really ruthless. We believe you now. Fai Wen Hao nodded and said, Zhang Chen, since you and Campus Belt have no relationship, shouldn't these snacks be shared with your brothers? Go ahead, eat, I replied casually. My 3 roommates immediately pounced on the bag of snacks like hungry wolves. Snacks given by Campus Belt, a beloved figure, were usually unattainable, but this time, thanks to Zhang Chen, they got to enjoy them. After afternoon classes, Thunluk rushed back to the dorm, so fast that her 3 roommates couldn't catch up. Back in the dorm, Thunluk sat down and began to apply makeup carefully. Usually, Thunluk didn't wear makeup, but even without it, she was still the top campus belle of Tianhai University. The reason she suddenly put on makeup today was entirely because she was having dinner with Zhang Chen tonight. This was her first dinner with her fiancé in 10 years, so of course, she had to dress up beautifully. My naughty junior brother, tonight you'll definitely be surprised by me, Thunluk murmured as she applied mascara, full of anticipation. I should change into a different dress. Coincidentally, my new dress arrived a few days ago. Thunluk said, taking out a newly bought black pleated miniskirt from her closet and comparing it to her lower body. She quickly realized that this miniskirt was indeed a bit too short. The hem only reached about 10 centimeters above her knees, almost completely exposing her long, fair legs. Isn't it too short? Thunluk's small face couldn't help but blush. She had never worn such a short skirt before. But when she thought about wearing it for Zhang Chen, she suddenly decided, anyway, it's for my naughty junior brother. A little short is fine. Thunluk covered her small face with both hands, incredibly shy. However, she quickly changed into the black pleated miniskirt. After putting it on, the hem was indeed very short, just enough to cover her buttocks, almost completely revealing her long, fair legs. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself perfect and flawless, almost mesmerized by her own beauty. So beautiful, my naughty junior brother will definitely be captivated by me. Dunluk secretly imagined Jung Chen's expression when he was captivated by her, and the more she thought, the more engrossed she became. I'll also wear a pair of white Japanese-style socks. My naughty junior brother will definitely like it. Dunluk said, taking out a pair of white Japanese-style socks from her closet. Dunluk's well-proportioned figure was evident, especially her long legs wrapped in white socks, both innocent and alluring. After changing her clothes, Dunluk took out a curling iron and gently curled her straight black hair, giving it a slight wave. It could be said that Dunluk had made very elaborate preparations for this upcoming dinner. Before leaving the dorm, Dunluk also changed into her newly bought pink high heels. But just as she opened the door, her 3 roommates, who had just returned from dinner at the cafeteria, saw Dunluk dressed up carefully and were all surprised, their mouths agape. Oh my god, Dunluk, you're so dressed up today. Are you going to a beauty pageant? Lin Bai's face was full of surprise. Dunluk, where are you going? Liu Yanyuan couldn't help but ask. I don't have time. I'm leaving now. Dunluk looked at the time on her phone, saw it was almost 6 o'clock, and didn't pay attention to her roommates anymore. She pushed Lin Bai and the others aside and quickly ran out. Her heart was eagerly looking forward to dinner with Jung Chen. What's wrong with this girl lately? Her face is blooming with love. Could it be? I just saw on the campus internal network this morning that Dunluk went to give snacks to a junior again. Oh my god, could it be that Dunluk is going on a date with that junior tonight? This thought just came to them, and even they couldn't believe it. Since they had known Dunluk, this girl had never accepted the pursuit of any boy. Yet this time, she was actively pursuing a junior. This truly made them disbelieving. Around 6 o'clock, I also left the dorm. However, I didn't dress up, I was dressed very casually. In my eyes, having dinner with Dunluk was completely forced by the damn system. But since I had promised Dunluk, I wouldn't break my word. I quickly arrived at the restaurant. A waitress immediately came to greet me. Dunluk made an appointment with me. I'm here to find her. He stated my purpose. Excuse me, handsome, what's your name? The waitress asked carefully. My name is Jung Chen, I subconsciously replied. Handsome, please follow me. I pushed open the door and, sure enough, saw Dunluk already inside. And tonight, she was dressed beautifully, even more beautiful than big stars. I looked at her, slightly stunned. This was indeed a fairy descending to earth. Dunluk saw Jung Chen captivated by her, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. But Jung Chen quickly returned to normal. Seniort, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I walked in and closed the private room door. Dunluk was beautiful, but I already had my fiancé, Su Yao, in my heart, so I only glanced at Dunluk one more time. Sit down, Jung Chen. Order whatever you want to eat. Tonight, my treat. Her clear eyes hadn't left me since I walked in, not even for a second. This made me a little embarrassed. I'm fine, Senior. You can order. I felt a little helpless. Although Senior was a girl, the feeling she gave me was like she wanted to devour me. Then, would you like some orange juice first? Dunluk said, picking up a bottle of orange juice and walking over. This orange juice was specially ordered by Dunluk because she knew that Jung Chen had liked orange juice since childhood. Senior, I'll pour it myself. I don't want to trouble you to pour it for me, I said, reaching out to take the bottle from her hand. However, Dunluk was very persistent. Junior brother, let me pour it for you. Dunluk said, trying to snatch the bottle back from my hand. Unexpectedly, she used too much force, lost her balance, and fell straight into me. I was caught off guard by Dunluk's collision and due to inertia, I fell backward onto the ground with Dunluk falling on top of me. In the midst of the chaotic fall, I felt a soft, sweet sensation on my lips. Dunluk also had a similar sensation. When both of them opened their eyes, they were both simultaneously flustered. At this moment, their posture was incredibly ambiguous. I was lying on the floor, and Dunluk was lying on top of me. The important thing was that they were also kissing each other. When both of them opened their eyes and discovered this awkward situation, both of them froze in place. My mind was even blank. It's over, my first kiss was stolen by Senior in such an unclear way. How can I explain this to my fiancé Su Yao later? I'm no longer pure, I've been defiled by Senior. I want to cry. At this moment, I truly wanted to cry. I had saved my first kiss for my fiancé Su Yao, but now it was gone. Compared to Jung Chen, who wanted to cry, Dunluk was secretly a little happy. Oh my god, I just kissed my future husband. This is my first kiss. I really want to kiss him again. Dunluk's small face was flushed, and her heart was beating uncontrollably. But she had no intention of getting up. She even wanted to kiss Jung Chen again. Conversely, I sobered up and quickly pushed this peerless campus belle away, then hurriedly wiped my mouth with my hand, full of regret. If it were other boys, they probably wouldn't bear to get up, much less push Dunluk away from them. However, as a man, I still first cared about Manhwa. Senior, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm really sorry. It was my fault just now, I didn't hold the bottle tightly. Manhwa continuously apologized, but in her heart, she felt a little regretful. I only got to kiss him once just now. If only I could kiss him again, that would be great. As she spoke, Manhwa was still reminiscing about the feeling of the kiss just now. That sweet, warm sensation made her a little intoxicated, and the more she thought about it, the more her small face flushed, uncontrollably. She even forgot that the orange juice had spilled all over her leg. Fortunately, I noticed this situation and immediately reminded her, Senior, the orange juice spilled on your leg. Let me wipe it for you. After saying that, I quickly grabbed a few tissues from the table and subconsciously bent down to wipe Manhwa's leg. When Manhwa reacted, she saw Jung Chen using tissues to wipe her thigh. First, she was stunned, then her small face flushed even more. Her thigh had never been touched by any man before, yet today it was wiped back and forth by me. The important thing was that she didn't feel disgusted at all. She even felt that there was no problem with her thigh being touched by me. Conversely, when I reacted, I felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable and quickly pulled my hand back. Senior, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just wanted to wipe the water off your thigh. Jung Chen quickly explained, afraid that the other person would think he wanted to take advantage of her. It's okay. It won't wipe clean anyway. I'll take it off and wash it when I get home, Senior said, trying to take it off in front of me. Senior, I want to go to the restroom first. After saying that, I quickly ran out of the private room. Manhwa saw me run away like that and couldn't help but smile. My naughty junior brother is really cute. Manhwa chuckled, and in her mind, she couldn't help but remember the scene of kissing on the floor just now. As for me, after running to the restroom, my heart was still beating strongly. This Manhwa is truly a femme fatale, beautiful enough to captivate a nation. And not enough, she also dresses both innocently and alluringly. Which man can resist, let alone me, a normal hot-blooded young man. Just now was an accident, so it doesn't count. My first kiss is still intact. Jung Chen comforted himself, then washed his face with cold water in the restroom, wanting to calm himself down. 10 minutes later, I had calmed down and returned to the private room. When I returned, Manhwa had already taken off her wet white socks and was sitting there quietly. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, and Manhwa was wearing a miniskirt. However, I didn't look. I already had Su Yao in my heart, so naturally, I wouldn't look at other girls. Jung Chen, you're back, I have ordered a few dishes. See if you like them, Manhwa said enthusiastically. I subconsciously looked at the dishes on the table. Braised pork, mashed potatoes, each dish was something I like to eat. Senior, let's eat quickly. After we eat, we don't need to contact each other anymore. I was really afraid of this campus bell. I sat down, picked up my chopsticks, and started eating quickly. I really didn't want to have any relationship with Manhwa, and wanted to finish this meal quickly. Manhwa didn't eat as hastily or rudely as I did, but very gracefully, taking small bites. As she ate, her clear, watery eyes always lingered on me. There's a saying that beauty is also a dish. Manhwa, at this moment, watched me eat plain rice. It seemed that as long as I was with her, even plain rice tasted delicious. My naughty junior brother is still so handsome even when eating. Manhwa propped her chin on her hand, looking at me with a fascinated expression. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene of lying on the floor and kissing just now. The more she thought deeply, her face uncontrollably flushed again. This meal lasted for nearly an hour, mainly because Manhwa ate too slowly. After finishing, I let out a satisfied burp, then glanced at Manhwa, who was still staring at me, and said, Senior, we're done eating. Shouldn't we go home now? Hearing me speak, Manhwa finally reacted. Are we done eating? Eat a little more. I'll order more. Manhwa wanted to spend a little more time with me. She didn't want to separate from her future husband so early. But I didn't want to spend any more time with Manhwa. Senior, I'm full. Let's go home. He urged again. Alright, but you have to walk me back to the girls' dorm, Manhwa said with a hint of coquetry. No problem, let's go quickly. I didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. This request wasn't too much, and I was also eager to get away from Manhwa, so I agreed without hesitation. Then let's go, Manhwa said gracefully. After leaving the private room, the Kingway restaurant still had many people eating. When Manhwa walked out, almost immediately, many customers in the restaurant turned their heads to look. The boys almost drooled. Who is this man? He dares to walk with Manhwa. Campus Belt is so beautiful today. More beautiful than a fairy. They were eating together just now. Oh my god, Campus Belt actually agreed to eat with a boy. As they spoke, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Seeing this, I secretly sighed. Tonight, I would once again be the top trending topic on the campus internal network. I even helped them think of sensational headlines. Shocking. Great Campus Belt eats dinner with a boy. Breaking news. Great Campus Belt parties with a mysterious boy. Shocking. Great campus belt is dating. Her partner is a normal male freshman. At this moment, I no longer cared about them and immediately sped up to leave. On the way, we met many students. Seeing the beautiful campus belt, they all turned their heads to look. Some even walked and looked back at Manhwa, bumping into a guardrail. Damn it, this is a bit too much. With a worried mood, I finally took Manhwa back to the girls' dorm. Seniors, I'm going back now. After saying that, I immediately turned around and ran, afraid that staying with Manhwa for another moment would cause more rumors. I no longer wanted to be the top trending topic on the campus internal network. Manhwa looked at me running away like that and couldn't help but smile gracefully. My naughty junior brother, I ordered so many dishes you're familiar with and like, yet you still haven't reacted. It seems next time I'll have to hint more clearly, until my figure completely disappears from Manhwa's sight. She then turned around and returned to the dorm. As soon as she entered the door, her 3 roommates surrounded Manhwa, as if they were interrogating her. Girl, tell us quickly, who did you go to dinner with, dressed so beautifully tonight? Lin Bai spoke first. I didn't go to dinner with anyone, Manhwa replied, shaking her head with a hint of embarrassment. People have already posted your photos on the campus internal network, and you still won't admit it. Lin Bai said, taking out her phone and showing her photos on the campus internal network. In them, Manhwa and Jung Chen were walking together in Countrysi restaurant. Rumors spread so fast. With mountains of evidence, what else do you have to deny? Manhwa didn't expect them to post photos of her and Jung Chen on the campus internal network so quickly. Just as she was about to confess, Liu Yanyuan suddenly came closer and said, "Wait a minute, Manhwa, where are your white socks? I saw you wearing white socks before you went out." Reminded, her 3 roommates finally noticed that the white socks Manhwa was wearing when she went out were gone. Now, her long, fair legs were exposed to the air. You two didn't do something when you were eating, did you? Lin Bai suddenly asked in a panic. Such vulgar words made Manhwa's face flush. Ye Xiaomeng and Liu Yanyuan immediately listened with full expectation, wide-eyed, waiting for her answer. No, there was no such thing. My white socks got dirty with orange juice, so I took them off. Manhwa quickly explained to prove her innocence. Manhwa even took out the white socks stained with orange juice from her purse. Look, the white socks are really stained with orange juice. I'm not lying to you. Really? But why is your face red? And I seem to smell a man's scent on you, Lin Bai said with a smirk. Manhwa heard this and was so scared that she panicked, afraid they would discover something. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a bath. Manhwa found an excuse and quickly pushed them away, her face flushed, and ran into the dorm's bathroom. Manhwa was afraid that if she stayed any longer, they would discover everything. As for the man's scent remaining on Manhwa, it was probably because of when she and Jung Chen fell to the floor and kissed earlier. Thinking of this, Manhwa's face flushed even more. My naughty junior brother, it's all your fault. Manhwa hid in the bathroom, incredibly shy. But when she thought that her first kiss had been given to Jung Chen, she suddenly felt it was worth it. However, she still felt a little regretful that Jung Chen still hadn't recognized her. It seems tomorrow I'll have to hint more clearly. This time, it has to be very clear, otherwise, he won't guess that I'm his fiancé, this big clumsy husband. The next morning, after class, I went alone to the area outside the school. I wanted to quickly use the special privilege card that the system had given me. Outside the school were mostly snack stalls, with many shops like grilled skewers, hot dry noodles, and stir-fried rice noodles. However, these were all small shops not worth investing in. In addition, there were also many convenience stores, supermarkets, and shopping malls around the school. But after walking around, Jung Chen still couldn't find a suitable business opportunity. This made me a little disappointed. However, on the way back, as I passed Countrysi restaurant, I noticed that the restaurant had put up a large poster recruiting chefs. Why is Countrysi restaurant suddenly recruiting so many chefs? Executive chef, head chef, sous chefs. Usually, it's normal for a restaurant to recruit chefs, but recruiting so many at once is unusual. It's very likely that the entire kitchen department has undergone a major change. I then walked into Countrysi restaurant. Today, there were very few people eating at Countrysi restaurant. The few remaining customers shook their heads after eating. Why is the food at Countrysi restaurant so bad today? Exactly. Did the chef change today? It's so expensive, yet the food is so bad. I heard that the boss ran away with his sister-in-law after divorcing his wife. He took all the chefs with him. I think Countrysi restaurant is about to collapse. As soon as I entered Countrysi restaurant, I heard some customers whispering. Hearing this further confirmed my guess that Countrysi restaurant had undergone a major change. After sitting down, I took out my phone, scanned the QR code in the corner of the table, and started ordering. Looking at these dishes, I frowned slightly. Obviously, from the appearance, these 3 dishes were 2 grades worse than before, like street food, completely lacking aesthetic appeal. Previously, the dishes were not only delicious but also beautifully presented and flavorful, giving people a comfortable feeling when eating. It seemed that the chefs at Kingway restaurant had indeed changed. Thinking of this, I picked up my chopsticks and tasted it. Sure enough, the chefs had changed, and the taste of the dishes had deteriorated, and by a lot. After eating, Jiang Chen went to the cashier to pay. "Where's your boss?" Vice Manager Fang Man, thinking I was dissatisfied with the meal, hurriedly stood up and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "The boss is busy. I don't need any help. However, I can help you solve the current crisis of Kingway restaurant," I said with a smirk. These words, coming from the mouth of a male freshman like him, made people hard to believe. Vice Manager Fang Man also didn't take his words seriously. "Sir, you're worrying too much. Our Kingway restaurant is not in any crisis," Fang Man replied with a smile. But in reality, only she knew that the boss was holding an emergency meeting in the meeting room on the second floor. Hearing her say that, I had already anticipated it. "I have a way to help you solve the current chef shortage." Fang Man was a little surprised to hear this. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to clearly see the problem Kingway restaurant was facing. This time, she didn't refuse immediately, but after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go ask the boss." "Go," Jiang Chen nodded. He had a good impression of Kingway restaurant. It would be a pity to let it go bankrupt like this. Of course, by doing so, Jiang Chen also wanted to successfully use his Tank's investment profit card. In the second floor office of Kingway restaurant, the boss, Zhu King, was discussing the crisis the restaurant was facing with several managers. "General Manager Zhao, there's a male freshman outside who says he can solve the current crisis of our Kingway restaurant," Fang Man said, relieved. "Solve the crisis of our Kingway restaurant? A freshman? Don't joke. Tell him to leave immediately," Zhu King said impatiently. "Joke? What talent does a freshman have to solve the current crisis of Kingway restaurant? Even she, a business expert, couldn't temporarily solve the current difficult situation. A mere freshman can solve it. This is a dream." Fang Man saw the boss refuse, and she could only accept. After all, she didn't really believe in that student. "Alright, I'll go chase him away." Fang Man greeted and withdrew. I had paid for the meal while waiting. Soon, Vice Manager Fang Man hurriedly returned. "Sir, thank you for your kind intentions. We will solve the problem of Kingway restaurant ourselves. We won't trouble you anymore," Fang Man said politely. Hearing this, I wasn't angry. After all, who would believe the words of a freshman? This was also within my expectations. However, I had to do something more. "Please give me a piece of paper and a pen," I said with a slight smirk. "Yes, sir." Fang Man naturally wouldn't refuse this small request. Then, she gave me a blank piece of paper and a pen. After receiving the paper and pen, I started writing. After writing, I folded the paper and handed it back to her. "This is my simple plan to solve the crisis for Kingway restaurant. If your boss is interested in learning more, you can come to male dormitory No. 3 of Tianhai University to find me. My name is Jiang Chen." After saying that, I placed the paper on the table and calmly turned and left. Fang Man watched me leave, then picked up the paper. To be honest, as a vice manager, she didn't really take Jiang Chen, a freshman at Tianhai University, seriously. What good method could a male freshman have to solve the crisis of our Kingway restaurant? Although Vice Manager Fang Man didn't believe in Jiang Chen, she still couldn't help but open the paper to see the plan Jiang Chen had written. When she saw it, her eyes lit up. This plan was indeed a new direction that made her feel refreshed. Perhaps it could really help Kingway restaurant overcome this crisis. However, without the boss's approval, Fang Man dared not make a decision on her own. She quickly ran back to the office. Du King saw Fang Man run back again and couldn't help but ask, "Fang Man, what's wrong?" "General Manager Zhao, that student left a piece of paper for us before he left, saying he could perfectly solve the crisis our Kingway restaurant is facing," Fang Man said, handing the paper over. "A student can have some good method." Du King also showed disdain but still casually took it. After reading it, she immediately stood up from her chair, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Good plan. Who is this student? How can he come up with such a groundbreaking method?" Du King felt very excited in her heart. She never thought that an unfamiliar student could bring her such a big surprise. "His name is Jiang Chen, a male freshman. And he's the only one Thunhook invited to dinner," Fang Man thought for a moment and said. Thunhook's reputation at Tianhai University was huge. She was the #1 campus belle in the history of Tianhai University. Who hadn't heard of her? In addition, Thunhook often came to Kingway restaurant to eat, so employees like them all knew Thunhook. In over a year, they had never seen Thunhook eat with any boy. The only time was last night when Thunhook actively invited Jiang Chen to dinner. "It's him. It seems that Mist's vision is indeed extraordinary. This male freshman is not simple." Du King immediately became interested in Jiang Chen. She turned and asked, "Did he leave any contact information?" "No. He said that if General Manager Zhou is interested in learning more, you can come to male dormitory No. 3 of Tianhai University to find him," Fang Man said truthfully. Let's go. We'll invite him now, Juking said, standing up and walking out. This time, no matter what, she had to invite the student. Meanwhile, I had returned to school. However, I didn't go back to the dorm. On the way, I was dragged by my 3 roommates to participate in club recruitment. Joining clubs not only earns credits but is also a way to expand one's social network at school. Many male freshmen want to make friends by joining clubs. The club recruitment square was crowded with people. There were many students choosing clubs to join, but most of them were male freshmen. I was also pushed forward by my 3 roommates. Jung Chen, which club do you want to join? Won Hao asked as he walked. Haven't thought about it yet. As I spoke, my eyes were also scanning the club recruitment booths. How about we go to the painting club? I heard that Great Campus Belt is the president there, and the painting club also has many beautiful girls, Li Yuanhao suddenly suggested, his mouth watering, wanting to join the painting club. Are you dreaming? I heard that the painting club is very strict in recruiting people. Every year, many freshmen want to join the painting club, but only 1 or 2 are actually selected. Lin Yang immediately objected. What if we get selected? Wang Hao said unwillingly. Although this possibility was extremely low, it was clear that my 3 roommates were tempted. Let's go check it out. If we don't get selected, at least we can look at the beautiful girls of the painting club and satisfy our eyes. Li Yuanhao immediately walked ahead towards the painting club. Wang Hao and Lin Yang quickly followed. Only I didn't go to line up because I didn't really want to join the painting club. However, although I didn't want to join, someone wanted to drag me in. Thun Hulk was initially recruiting new members. This was her first time recruiting new members as the president of the painting club, so she was working very seriously. But the number of people registering on the spot was really too many. They were all too busy. There are really too many people registering. Let's raise some of the conditions. Otherwise, even if we're busy until night, we won't be done, Thun Hulk said, wiping a drop of sweat from her forehead. Exactly, too many people, we really need to raise some conditions. Lin Bai looked at the long line of people and nodded. Then what conditions should we raise? No more male recruits, alright. I see they're coming to register for the painting club with impure motives. In addition, members registering for the painting club must have a drawing level of level 5 or above, or equivalent strength. Just these 2 conditions, Thun Hulk thought for a moment and said. With just these 2 conditions, maybe we can eliminate 90 of the freshmen here. Otherwise, we'll really be too tired. Alright, let's go with these 2 conditions. The quality of club members is important, not the quantity, Lin Bai nodded, feeling that what Thun Hulk said was very reasonable. Soon, Lin Bai wrote these 2 conditions on a whiteboard and erected it in front of the recruitment booth. Then, Lin Bai took out a megaphone, stood up, and said to the junior students queuing, Junior brothers and sisters, our painting club has just introduced new recruitment conditions. Currently, we only recruit female members, and the drawing level must be level 5 or above, or equivalent strength. If you do not meet these 2 conditions, you can leave now. As soon as these words came out, it caused an uproar in the crowd, especially among the boys who no longer had any hope of registering for the painting club. I was still hoping to get to know a few senior sisters in the painting club. Now it's good, no more chances. Everyone dejectedly dispersed the line, and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Thun Hulk suddenly spotted Zhang Chen's figure in the crowd. Immediately, her small face lit up. She grabbed a recruitment flyer for the painting club and quickly ran towards him. Lin Bai and the others saw this and all felt confused. Thun Hulk, where are you going? Not only Lin Bai, but everyone present also felt confused. Soon, Thun Hulk arrived in front of Zhang Chen, her face full of excitement, and said to Zhang Chen, Junior brother, do you want to register for our painting club? As she spoke, she handed a recruitment flyer to me. In her clear, big eyes, there was a clear look of eager anticipation. This scene surprised everyone. What's happening? Great Campus Belt actually actively invited a junior to join the painting club. Didn't she just say she wasn't recruiting male students? Why is she now actively inviting a freshman to join? Moreover, this is a male student, didn't she say no male recruits? Everyone was completely confused. Everyone present turned their eyes to me. They all wanted to see what kind of divine character I was that could make Great Campus Belt personally come and invite me. At this moment, I was also a little flustered. What's happening? I haven't even registered yet. Why is this senior running over to pester me? Junior brother, do you want to join our painting club? You can pass without an interview, and our painting club has many good benefits. Thun Hulk saw that I didn't answer and was a little anxious. These words made everyone present even more surprised. What's happening? Didn't she say we had to fill out a form, then interview, and then proceed to the interview round? Why is this junior brother directly able to pass without an interview? This made everyone present go crazy, especially the boys who looked at me with envy and jealousy. Lin Bai also looked with surprise. Thun Hulk just said no male recruits. Why did she turn around and invited Junior to join? I regained my composure, then felt helpless. I had no interest in painting at all. Sorry, senior sister, I don't know how to paint, and I'm a male, so I don't meet your club's recruitment conditions. My refusal once again surprised everyone present, especially the boys. Damn it, this guy actually refused Great Campus Belt's invitation. Is he an idiot? Good, the first man to refuse Great Campus Belt at Tianhai University has appeared. Why is this guy so awesome? He refused such a good opportunity. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. No one at Tianhai University had ever refused Campus Belt, and Zheng Chen was the first to refuse Campus Belt. This truly made them go crazy. Even Thunhuki didn't expect Zheng Chen to refuse her invitation. Since coming to Tianhai University, this was the first time she had been refused. However, Thunhuk wasn't angry at all. Who told Zheng Chen to be her future husband? Junior brother, wait for me here for a moment. Thunhuk said, then quickly turned around and walked back, using an eraser to erase the 2 recruitment conditions listed on the whiteboard. Everyone looked with confusion. Why erase these 2 conditions? But they quickly understood. They saw Thunhuk return in front of me and sweetly invite again. Alright, our painting club currently has no recruitment conditions. Now, can you agree to join our painting club? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was once again stunned. What's happening? Great Campus Belt, in order to recruit Zhang Chen into the club, directly changed the recruitment rules that she herself had just stated. Lin Bai saw this, and was even more open-mouthed, with a bewildered expression. The 2 recruitment conditions just now were proposed by Thunhuk herself, no male recruits, and a drawing level of level 5 or above or equivalent drawing string. Now, for the sake of this junior brother in front of her, she directly changed the rules. Was this still the cool campus belle she knew? Lin Bai felt that her worldview was about to collapse. I also didn't expect Thunhuk to change the recruitment rules for me. But even so, I still didn't want to join the painting club because I really had no interest in painting. In addition, I didn't want to have any relationship with Thunhuk. As I was thinking about how to refuse again, the system's voice suddenly appeared in my mind. System notification, Perfect Tycoon system activates next mission. Option 1, agree to join Thunhuk's painting club. Thunhuk sat across from me, her hands cupping her chin, staring at me without blinking. The thought that he would now be a member of her club, that she could see him every day, filled her with immense joy. Wick disciple, from now on you can't escape my grasp. Thunhuk thought to herself gleefully. Tungthan, are you thirsty? This is Nanfu spring mineral water. Have a sip, Thunhuk said solicitously, handing me a bottle of water. Everyone who saw this was once again astonished. When did this aloof campus belle turn into such a sim? In the past, it was always other boys bringing milk tea and drinks to Thunhuk, but today, she was the one offering mineral water to Tringthan. And judging by his expression, he didn't seem too keen. Just put it down, I'll drink it later. Ah, do I need to fill in this wetchet number 2? I asked with a frown. Yes, of course, you have to fill it in, Thunhuk said, already thinking about secretly adding Tringthan on wetchet when she got back. How could she let him not fill it in? I felt helpless, but still filled it out honestly. After finishing, I handed the form to Thunhuk. Senior, I'm done. If there's nothing else, can I go first? Junior, tomorrow afternoon is the first activity of the painting club. Remember to be on time at the art gallery to register, Thunhuk reminded him with an expectant look on her face. Got it, I'll go if I have time, I said and walked away impatiently. Everyone who saw this was going crazy. What kind of attitude was that? Daring to be so cold to the campus belt. Did he have a death wish? Umbachve was also secretly surprised. It was the first time she had seen a boy treat Thunhuk so coldly. Was he pretending to be aloof or just acting cool? On the contrary, Thunhuk didn't mind at all. In fact, she was very happy. After I left, everyone's attention turned back to the painting club. Since Thunhuk had just said that the painting club had no more recruitment requirements, they were all eager to join. Campus Belt said the painting club has no more recruitment requirements. I want to sign up. Soon, someone rushed to the painting club's recruitment booth, picked up a form, and started filling it out. When one person went, the others followed suit, all wanting to take the opportunity to fill out the application form. Unexpectedly, Thunhuk turned around and said to them, "Sorry everyone, our painting club now has recruitment requirements again. You have to be female and have a painting level of at least grade 5, or have equivalent skills." This statement once again shocked everyone present. Didn't they just recruit a male student? And he even said he didn't know how to paint. Umbachvi couldn't take it anymore and went to Thunhuk's side, whispering, "Thunhuk, you're being too obvious. People are going to talk." "I don't care what they say," Thunhuk said, holding Tringthan's information form, her heart filled with joy. She didn't care about the feelings of others. In her heart, only Tringthan could unconditionally enter her world. After leaving the club square, I went straight back to the dormitory. My 3 roommates immediately chased after me. "Tringthan, you're something else," the great campus belt actually invited you to join the painting club. Don't you think she has a crush on you? Enro was the first to run up to me, asking with an excited expression. Probably not. She's the top campus belle of Manhwa University in 100 years. What ma? How could she possibly like me? I shook my head, not daring to agree. In my opinion, someone as beautiful as Enro would have suitors lining up around Manhwa University many times over, including rich young masters, officials' sons, talented scholars, and wealthy businessmen. I was just a poor guy with no money or power. Compared to these suitors, there was a world of difference. How could Enro possibly like me? If she doesn't like you, why would she change the recruitment rules for you? Did you see? After you left, campus belts immediately changed the recruitment rules back. This is completely shutting the door on others, Enro said regretfully. That's right, and I don't think the way campus belt looks at you is normal. She even brought you water. That's never happened before, Lingding also chimed in. You guys are overthinking it. There's no way she likes me. If she liked a poor guy like me, I think the sun would rise from the west, I replied seriously. No matter how I thought about it, I felt that it was impossible for Enro to like me. There was no reason for it. I also think campus belt wouldn't like you. But what if? What if by some chance, campus belt does like you? Enro was a little unwilling to give up. After thinking for a while, he continued his analysis. Besides, she gave you milk tea, snacks, and even invited you to dinner before. All these signs indicate that she likes you and wants to pursue you. Although I also had a suspicion that Enro liked me, after careful consideration, I felt that this idea was absurd. I immediately said firmly, no way. Even if Enro were blind, she wouldn't like me. As we walked and talked, we soon arrived at the entrance of male dormitory number 3. I found assistant manager Finmen and the owner of the Ngoi restaurant, Shuthan, waiting there. When I saw them, they also saw me. They immediately came over. Turnthan, we've been waiting for you for a long time. May I ask if you have time now? Our manager would like to talk to you, assistant manager Finman requested sincerely. I nodded and told my 3 roommates to go back to the dormitory first, while I stayed to talk with them. Turnthan, I am Shuthan, the manager of the Ngoi restaurant. I am very interested in the crisis resolution plan you proposed, and would like to invite you for a chat. Shuthan paused for a moment, and then continued. If you can really help us overcome this crisis, I can pay you 100,000 yuan as a reward. Hearing this, I smiled without agreeing or disagreeing. I left the note not for the 100,000 yuan reward. What I valued was the service and potential of the Ngoi restaurant. Let's find a place to talk. It's not suitable to discuss business here. Then let's go to the meeting room of our restaurant to discuss it, Shu then said hurriedly. In the meeting room, Shu then, Finman, and I sat down one by one. Turnthan, the plan you gave us is to transform the Ngoi restaurant into a hot pot restaurant. But how do we implement it specifically? That's right, the plan Tringthan wrote on the note was to transform the Ngoi restaurant into a hot pot restaurant. A hot pot restaurant doesn't require many chefs, which can perfectly solve the current shortage of chefs at the Ngoi restaurant. But how to stand out among the countless other hot pot restaurants is the key point. On the note I left, I mentioned that to stand out among the countless hot pot restaurants, you have to find me. This is why Chuthan and Finman were so anxious to consult with Tringthan. The reason why your then Ngoi restaurant was successful in the past was because of its service and taste. Now, after transforming into a hot pot restaurant, the only thing you can rely on is service. This is also your advantage. Therefore, if you want to stand out among the countless hot pot restaurants, you must maximize your service, upgrade your existing services, think about what customers want, and make the waiters care about the customers from the bottom of their hearts, especially in the small details. These words made Shu then, and Fenman agree very much. In the current situation, it is impossible to find a good team of chefs. Transforming into a hot pot restaurant is their only way out. However, completely transforming into a hot pot restaurant, purchasing hot pot equipment, and redecorating would be a large sum of money. Currently, the capital chain of the Ngoi restaurant is in short supply, and it would be very difficult to transform into a hot pot restaurant in a short period of time. Tringthan, to be honest, the capital chain of our the Ngoi restaurant is a bit tight right now. Do you have any way to save money? Chu then said with a difficult expression. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. Isn't this my investment opportunity? I can invest in you. I will initially invest 1 million yuan, and then I will add another 9 million yuan, for a total investment of 10 million yuan. Shuthan and Finman were extremely surprised to hear this. A freshman male student so easily said he wanted to invest 10 million yuan in them. How could this not shock them? After a long while, Shuthan finally reacted. Mr. Trime, are you sure you want to invest 10 million yuan in us? Shuthan swallowed. If he could really get an investment of 10 million yuan, Shuthan would have the confidence to completely transform the restaurant into a hot pot restaurant. Of course, but I want 51 of the shares. However, the company will still be managed by you, and I will not directly interfere. Shu Then and Fenman looked at each other, and suddenly realized that the freshman male student in front of them was very knowledgeable about investment. Using 10 million yuan in exchange for 51 of the shares of the Ngoe restaurant was a condition they could also accept. Besides, they had no better way at the moment. Shu Then hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll have Sister Fin prepare the contract right away. Soon, Assistant Manager Finman had printed out the investment contract, one for each party. Trengthen also received a notification from the system. Ding, the host has invested 1 million yuan and received an investment return of 10 million yuan. Just as the system's notification sound ended, Trengthen's phone received a notification that 10 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Seeing this, Trengthen smiled slightly. This investment was in the bag. Late at night, Thunhuk lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The thought of having the opportunity to see Trengthen every day in the future made her so happy that she couldn't describe it. I wonder if the Wick disciple is asleep yet. It's only 8 o'clock, he's probably not asleep. I should add him on WeChat, and chat with him for a bit. Thunhuk thought sweetly and took out her phone. Based on the WeChat number written on the member information form, she sent a friend request. However, after sending the friend request, Trengthen's side still hadn't accepted it. Why hasn't he accepted my friend request yet? Thunhuk wrinkled her nose slightly, always in a state of anxious waiting. In her heart, she was thinking about what to say as the first greeting after becoming friends with Trengthen, what to talk about, or maybe give some hints to the Wick disciple to let him associate Thunhuk with his fiancée, Jiao. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, there was still no response from Trengthen's side. Why hasn't he added me yet? Did I just enter the wrong number? Or should I add him again? Thunhuk was unwilling to give up and added him again. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Maybe his phone isn't with him, Thunhuk sighed, and in the end, she could only comfort herself like this. Little did she know that Trengthen had already seen her friend request, but he just ignored it. It's this senior again, so annoying. When I saw Thunhuk's friend request, I didn't hesitate and directly ignored her request. I really didn't want to have any relationship with this great campus belt anymore. Currently, the school's internal network is full of rumors about me and Thunhuk every day, giving milk tea, giving snacks, having dinner together, and also the special invitation to join the painting club today. For the past 2 days, posts about Trengthen and Thunhuk have been on the headlines of the school's internal network almost every day, with even higher viewership than each other. If my fiancée Jiao found out, I don't know how jealous and angry she would be. Thinking of this, I felt annoyed. But if others knew that I had ignored the friend request of the great campus belt, they would probably go crazy. People would kill to add her on WeChat, but I ignored it. It's really infuriating to compare people. The next afternoon, in the painting room of the school's art gallery. Today was the first club activity of the painting club after the new semester began. Before the members arrived, a tall, handsome, and rich young man was already standing in the painting room. He also wore a pair of intellectual glasses and looked quite artistic. He was the vice president of the painting club and the art teacher of the club, a third-year art student named Lim Vindai. This Lim Vindai was an outstanding student of the art department, studying under the famous painter of Tianhai University. The reason he came so early today was to see for himself what Trengthen, the person Thunhuk personally recruited yesterday, looked like. Soon, the members of the painting club came in one after another, most of whom were female students. When they saw the handsome Senior Lim Vindai arrive, they all swarmed towards him like fangirls. Senior Lim, you're here so early today. Senior Lim, after the painting room activity is over, can I treat you to a meal? Senior Lim, I happen to have some things I don't understand about sketching. I'd like to ask you for your guidance. Can you guide me a little later? A group of female students surrounded Lim Vindai, constantly trying to curry favor with him, really like a group of simps. However, Lim Vindai only responded perfunctorily until a beautiful figure appeared at the door of the painting room. Only then did Lim Vindai impatiently push away the crowd of fangirls and walk towards her. Thunhuk, you're here. We haven't seen each other for a summer vacation. How have you been? Lim Vindai asked impatiently, his simpering expression exactly the same as the group of fangirls before. The summer vacation was fine, Thunhuk replied simply, her beautiful eyes searching the painting room. Thunhuk was looking for Trengthen, wanting to ask him why he didn't accept her WeChat friend request last night, making her wait all night to the point where she even had dark circles under her eyes now. Unfortunately, Trengthen hadn't arrived yet, so Thunhuk had no one to ask. Lim Vindai saw that Thunhuk seemed to be looking for someone and couldn't help but ask curiously, Thunhuk, who are you looking for? No one. Thunhuk shook her head, never looking directly at Lim Vindai from beginning to end. But Lim Vindai was not reconciled. He joined this painting club to pursue Thunhuk, and he had been pursuing her for a whole year, yet he still hadn't gotten her contact information. Thunhuk, look, we've known each other for almost a year. Can I add you on WeChat? It'll be easier for us to contact each other in the future, Lim Vindai said patiently and fawningly. No, I don't usually add people on WeChat. Thanhuk smiled sweetly and refused again. Thandai's face turned ugly. He had been pursuing Thanhuk for a whole year and couldn't even get her contact information. It was really embarrassing to say it out loud. At this moment, I just happened to walk in from outside. When Thanhuk saw me, her clear eyes lit up, and she ran towards me with long strides. Tringthan, why are you so late? I added you on WeChat last night. Why didn't you accept? Thanhuk complained. Seniort, I don't usually add people casually, Tringthan said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I didn't want to have anything to do with Thanhuk anymore, so I ignored her WeChat friend request. Unexpectedly, Campus Belt was very angry when she heard this. Wick disciple, am I just a normal person? In her urgency, Thanhuk almost blurted out the truth. Fortunately, she managed to change the topic in time. I'm your president. I waited all night for you to accept my friend request last night. I even have dark circles under my eyes this morning, Thanhuk said angrily. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Oh my god, the #1 campus belle in the history of Tianhai University actually took the initiative to add a boy as a friend. The important thing is that the other party didn't even accept it. It seems that Thanhuk has become a sim. When Thandai saw this, his face turned pale. Was this still the cold goddess Thanhuk he knew? He had been pursuing Thanhuk for a whole year and couldn't even get her on WeChat. As for Tringthan, Thanhuk took the initiative to add him, but he refused to agree. It's really infuriating to compare people. At the same time, this also aroused Thandai's jealousy, and his face was also very ugly. Seniort, I really don't add people casually on my WeChat. Facing Thanhuk's insistence, I secretly swallowed, and was forced to take 2 steps back. Thanhuk was really determined to add Tringthan on WeChat today. She had waited all night last night to the point of getting dark circles under her eyes, but she couldn't just ask him to add her as a friend. After all, she was a girl and had to maintain her image. So Thanhuk found an excuse and said, if you don't add me on WeChat, how can I contact you in the future? If there are any club activities in the future, I won't be able to find you. So, you must add me on WeChat. I have the WeChat of all the other members in the club, except for yours. Umbechvai, who came with Thanhuk, was secretly surprised when she saw this scene. An innocent girl like Thanhuk, in order to add Tringthan on WeChat, lied without batting an eye. Was this still the cold goddess she knew? This really subverted Umbechvai's perception. It could be seen that Tringthan seemed to be very important to Thanhuk. Since it's like this, alright then. Since she had already said this much, I could only agree. After all, I have the WeChat of all the members in the club. It wouldn't be right if I didn't have hers. I saw Thanhuk secretly heave a sigh of relief when she heard Tringthan agree. It was finally settled. Her little face was full of joy. Then she saw me take out my phone and unlock the screen. Thanhuk had been staring at my phone, afraid that I would change my mind. However, when she saw that my phone's wallpaper was a picture of her as a little fat girl, she was a little surprised and at the same time very moved. Oh my god, my husband's phone wallpaper is a picture of me when I was a child. It turns out he values me so much. He sees me every time he unlocks his phone. At this moment, Thanhuk had forgotten all the unhappiness from last night and was moved by this small phone wallpaper. She almost cried and threw herself into Tringthan's arms. After opening WeChat, I immediately accepted Thanhuk's friend request. Seniort, I've accepted your friend request. Can you let me go now? I looked at Thanhuk with a helpless expression. Unexpectedly, the other party was looking at me with a moved expression. Wick disciple, I didn't expect you to value me so much, Thanhuk subconsciously said what was in her heart. I didn't feel anything when I heard this, but I secretly sighed. It was just accepting a friend request. Was it worth being so moved? Umbechvai's jaw dropped when she saw this. Why does Thanhuk look more and more like a sim? He just accepted her friend request, and it could move her so much. This is really a fighting, evil sim. It seems that the image of the cold goddess is about to collapse. The other members were also very surprised. It was the first time they had seen Thanhuk be so proactive with a boy. Thandai became angrier the more he looked. Tringthan had completely attracted Thanhuk's attention. It seemed that in the goddess's eyes, there was no one else besides Tringthan. Damn it, this kid can't stay in our painting club. I must kick him out. That way, Senior's eyes won't be on Tringthan anymore. Thinking of this, Thandai suddenly walked over. Tringthan, are you the new member this year? I am the vice president of the painting club and the club's art teacher, Thandai. Hello, Senior. I heard that you were specially invited by Seniort, right? What's wrong? I felt that this Thandai was not very friendly. Nothing, Thandai pushed the glasses on his nose and said with a slight provocation, this is a painting club. We usually only teach people who understand painting. I heard that you don't seem to know how to paint, right? If you don't know how to paint, you probably won't be able to fit into this club. I advise you to choose a club that is more suitable for you. Thandai's words were already very clear. He obviously wanted to drive people away, and he was very blatant about it. Thunhawk was a little angry when she heard this. Trengthen was invited by her, yet this Lim Dai wanted to drive Trengthen away. How could she tolerate it? Senior Lim, even if Trengthen doesn't know how to paint, he can learn slowly. Who was born knowing how to paint? Thunhawk retorted unwillingly. Really? But the painting we teach here is still quite difficult. We can't affect everyone's learning progress because of one person, Lim Dai said as he looked at the surrounding members. Most of the members of the painting club were female students, and they all admired Lim Dai. After hearing Senior Lim's words, they also chimed in one after another. That's right, someone who doesn't understand painting at all won't fit into our painting club. We can't slow down everyone's progress because of one person. Why don't you just let him leave? The painting club is not suitable for him. He doesn't know how to paint at all. Obviously, these female members were all helping Lim Dai. In fact, whether a member knows how to paint or not has no effect on them at all. It's just that they admire Lim Dai, so they helped him speak. Thunhawk was a little angry when she saw this and was about to speak up for Trengthen, but I had already stood up. Just because I said I didn't know how to paint yesterday doesn't mean I don't know how to paint today, I said with a slight smile. Lim Dai couldn't help but laugh contemptuously when he heard this. Yesterday you said you didn't know how to paint, and today you know how to paint. You really dare to say anything to stay here. Alright, since you said you know how to paint, then draw a picture for us. If your drawing doesn't satisfy us, you can only leave the painting club. This Lim Dai was determined to drive Trengthen away. Thunhawk became anxious when she saw this and interrupted. Trengthen, don't agree to him. I'm the president here, I have the final say. No one can make you leave. I really didn't listen to her and looked directly at Lim Dai and said, no problem. If my painting is not as good as yours, I will automatically withdraw. I was just about to try out my master level painting skills to see what it would be like. Then I could also ask Thunhawk and the others to estimate the price, so it would be easier for me to operate. Lim Dai couldn't help but grin when he saw me agree. This fool actually wanted to surpass him in painting. He was really daydreaming. Lim Dai saw me agree and hurriedly gave up his drawing spot to me. I'll give you my drawing spot. The paints, brushes, drawing board, and paper are all here. They're all available. Lim Dai urged. He wanted to see Trengthen make a fool of himself as soon as possible. As long as Trengthen's painting was bad, he would have a reason to kick Trengthen out. Thunhawk was very anxious when she saw this and couldn't help but go forward to persuade him again. Trengthen, why don't you not draw, or draw in a few days? Let me train you for a bit. I have nothing to be afraid of. I sat down on the chair with a calm expression, then casually picked up a brush and spun it in my hand. So the brush is this long, I said with interest. This was the first time I had held such a professional paintbrush. I looked at the paints again and found that the art students used so many colors, at least more than 30 kinds. Hurry up and draw, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such professional drawing tools before? Lim Dai urged. What's the hurry? Can't I think carefully about what to draw? I glanced at him and thought about what to draw in my heart. Everyone saw that I hadn't started drawing yet and thought I was deliberately stalling for time. Lim Dai smiled even more triumphantly, thinking that this was a sign that I didn't know how to paint. Only Thunhawk was secretly worried, and her two small hands were even sweating from nervousness. Although I had master-level painting skills, since it was my first time painting, I was still a little unfamiliar with these drawing tools. When Lim Dai and the others saw Trengthen using the drawing tools so clumsily, they were even more certain that he didn't know how to paint. Trengthen painted very seriously, unaffected by the people around him. The brush in his hand also became more and more proficient, and he looked like a painter. But the content of the painting on the paper was really a bit hard to look at. Many people had already started to whisper. What is he drawing? I can't understand what he's drawing at all. I can draw better than him with my feet. Lim Dai heard the discussions around him and was secretly happy in his heart. This fool really didn't know how to paint. It seems that he can easily kick Trengthen out. As long as he kicks Trengthen out, he will have another chance to continue pursuing Thunhawk. This time, even Lim Dai couldn't stand it anymore. Thunhawk, what is Trengthen drawing? I can't see it at all. It's not the abstract school, is it? Lim Dai asked in a low voice. Maybe, but who knows the result until it's finished. Thunhawk could only comfort herself. In the end, Thunhawk was also desperate. It seems that Trengthen really doesn't know how to paint. But others couldn't even bear to look at it anymore, and they all decided that Trengthen didn't know how to paint. Soon, Trengthen stopped his brush, put the color palette aside, and clapped his hands and said, it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, Lim Dai was the first to laugh at him. Trengthen, is this the painting you drew? What the hell is this? With this level, you still want to surpass me in painting. You can't do it even if you practice for another 100 years, Lim Dai ridiculed him freely. That's right, the painting is too messy. What is he drawing? The others also chimed in one after another. Dai also felt that this painting was really too bad. Even Thanhlug didn't dare to look at it anymore. Tringthan, do you think you're not embarrassed to stay in our painting room with your level of painting? Thandai said unceremoniously. I advise you to get out of here yourself. Tringthan just smiled with a confident expression. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Tringthan said as he directly flipped the drawing board over. While everyone was still wondering, they didn't understand. The inverted painting suddenly revealed a vivid content. It was a slightly chubby and very cute little girl squatting on the ground, gently holding an injured bird. This little girl was drawn very vividly, with a very realistic anxious expression and demeanor. The important thing is that the details were drawn very meticulously. This could be regarded as a top-level painting work. Even the teachers of the art department couldn't draw such a perfect and lifelike painting in a short period of more than an hour. Moreover, this was drawn by Tringthan in reverse, and the difficulty was increased by several levels. Everyone was stunned by Tringthan's painting miracle. Oh my god, it turns out that Tringthan was drawing in reverse just now. No wonder we couldn't understand it. Whether it's the handling of light or shadow, it's perfect. The details are also handled very perfectly. This painting can be compared to the master level. Everyone praised one after another and looked at Tringthan with different eyes. Even Lumbachve looked at him with a stunned expression, so surprised that her two legs couldn't close. At this time, Thanhlok was also looking at it with a dumbfounded expression, not only shocked by Tringthan's unparalleled painting skills, but also shocked by the content he drew. Because the little girl in the painting was her at the age of 11, slightly chubby but very cute. She never thought that Tringthan would remember this moment, not only for 10 years, but also perfectly recreate that moment today. Thinking of this, Thanhlok felt that she loved Tringthan even more and wanted to rush over and kiss him all over his head to show her love for this wicked disciple. The person who was most affected was probably Thandai. A second ago, he was still confident that he could definitely drive Tringthan out of the painting club this time, but the next second, Tringthan's painting skills completely stunned him. How could he draw in reverse and still have such good painting skills? Thandai was stunned, completely unable to accept this result. This painting technique and style had surpassed the teachers of the art department, including Thandai. Tringthan was very satisfied to see that everyone was shocked by his painting. He turned to look at Thandai. Senior Lum, what do you think of this painting now? Can I stay here? Tringthan said with a smile. Thanhlok was both surprised and happy to see Tringthan draw such a perfect painting. She said proudly to Thandai, Senior Lum, can Tringthan stay here now? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes looked over. With Tringthan's current painting level, let alone joining the painting club, there would be no problem for him to be the art teacher of the painting club. Thandai was very upset when he saw this. Okay, he can stay. But I'm not feeling well today, so I can't teach everyone how to paint. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Thandai packed his things with a grim expression. After Thandai left, the members of the painting club all surrounded Tringthan and chattered. Junior Trime, when did you start learning to paint? You can still draw so well in reverse. That's right, Junior, can you teach me how to draw in reverse? Junior, I want to learn too. Can you teach me? Most of the painting club members were female students, so Tringthan was a little embarrassed to be surrounded by so many female students. Thanhlok pouted with a jealous expression when she saw Tringthan surrounded by a group of female students. Then she said to everyone, Junior has been drawing for more than an hour, and is very tired. Everyone, please don't disturb him anymore. As Thanhlok spoke, she pulled Tringthan to her side. This was her husband, and she didn't want other female students to get so close to Tringthan. Only then did everyone shift their gaze to Thanhlok. Betve also looked over as if she remembered something and said, Thanhlok, you really have a good eye. You specially invited Tringthan to the painting club. You knew from the beginning that he was very good at painting, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the other members also showed a look of realization. President, you are still the best. You have such a good eye to invite such a talented junior. Not only is he handsome, but he is also good at painting. The members praised Thanhlok one after another. Thanhlok was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, she was also happy to admit it. Of course, I actually knew for a long time that Junior is very good at painting. Otherwise, who would be so anxious to specially invite him to our club? Thanhlok lied without blushing, and even took the credit for herself. Only Tringthan at the scene knew that Thanhlok was lying, but he also felt that it was unnecessary to expose her. So that's how it is. I thought the president liked the junior, so she specially invited him to the painting club, a female member with a cute face suddenly said. How could I possibly like Junior Tringthan? I just purely thought that he was a master painter, so I was anxious to invite him in. You guys shouldn't misunderstand, Thanhlok explained with some confusion. Thanhlok, I really thought you liked Tringthan yesterday. If that's not the case, then that's great, Lumbechvi said with relief. No, you guys are overthinking it, Thanhlok continued to explain in confusion, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Tringthan. That's great, the president doesn't like Tringthan. The female member with a cute face blushed and turned to look at Trengthen. Her face flushed as she said, "Junior Trengthen, can I add you on WeChat? I have many things I want to ask about painting." As soon as she finished speaking, the other female members also chimed in one after another. "I also want to add Junior Trengthen. Let's add each other on WeChat too. I want to too. Let me scan your QR code. Junior, are you single? Let's add each other on WeChat too." Manhwa was once again pushed out of the crowd by these female members. Now Trengthen was too popular with these female members. Not only was he handsome, but he was also good at painting. It was no wonder that so many female members liked him. Manhwa looked on with jealousy. Fortunately, Trengthen rejected them all. "Sorry everyone, my WeChat can't add friends for the time being. I'll add you next time." Trengthen politely refused them. Manhwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. The Wix disciple really didn't disappoint her. After the painting club activity was over, everyone went back one after another. Trengthen called Manhwa to a halt again. "Senior, can I ask you something?" Trengthen wanted to ask her about the market for paintings. He had to quickly take advantage of the tank's profit from the painting works, otherwise it would be gone after 3 days. "Junior, what's the matter?" Manhwa was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to talk to Trengthen. Unexpectedly, Trengthen took the initiative to talk to her. "I want to ask about the market for paintings. I wonder if you know anything about this." "Of course I do. Do you want to buy paintings or sell paintings?" Manhwa nodded repeatedly, afraid that Trengthen would not talk to her anymore. As they were talking, the people in the painting club had almost all left. Umbachve wanted to wait for Manhwa to go with her, but she was rejected by her. "Ishvai, you go first. The junior has something to ask me. As the president, it's my duty to help him answer his questions," Manhwa said with a very righteous look, lying without blushing. Soon, only Trengthen and Manhwa were left in the painting club. A young man and a beautiful woman alone together. Wasn't this exactly what Manhwa wanted? "Junior, everyone has left now. You can talk now." Manhwa looked at Trengthen with great concern. "I want to ask, about how much is the painting I just drew worth?" Trengthen said as he took out the painting he had just drawn. This time, Manhwa did not act cute or coquettish, but very seriously reevaluated this painting. It must be said that the quality of this painting is very high. Manhwa continued to explain with her professional eye, in addition to the reverse painting technique, the details of the light and shadow processing in the painting have reached the maximum. If it is sold in a painting shop, it is worth at least 100,000 yuan. If it is taken to an auction house, the price may be a little higher, but the maximum is not more than 300,000 yuan. Trengthen frowned slightly when he heard this, because this price was too different from his prediction. After all, he was now a master-level painter. Was he only worth that much? You haven't made a name for yourself in the painting world yet. As a newcomer, it's already rare to be able to sell for such a high price. Manhwa thought for a moment and then continued, "You have to know that for paintings, in addition to the quality of the work, the reputation of the painter is also very important. Sometimes, just a name can sell for millions of yuan." Thinking of this, Trengthen turned to Manhwa and said, "Senior, can I use your drawing tools?" "No problem, just use them," Manhwa said very refreshingly, then said curiously, "Trengthen, it's so late now, do you still want to draw?" "Yes, I have to draw a few more to sell at the painting shop," I said with some impatience and sat down in Manhwa's position. "You want to sell paintings?" Manhwa said with some surprise. I nodded in confirmation. When Manhwa heard this, her eyes lit up and she said softly to Trengthen, "Trengthen, in that case, can you sell the painting of the little girl just now to me?" Manhwa really liked that painting, not only because Trengthen drew it well, but also because the little girl in the painting was her when she was a child. It was a beautiful memory. "I don't want to sell that painting," I refused decisively. "Why don't you want to sell it? You just said you wanted to sell paintings." "It's the same if you sell it to me. I'll pay 200,000 yuan to buy that painting from you," Manhwa said quite generously. "The person in that painting is the most important person to me," I said quite seriously. When Manhwa heard Trengthen say that she was the most important person to him, she was so moved that she almost cried. It turned out that Trengthen was just like her. They both regarded each other as the most important person in their lives. However, the next second, a sentence from Trengthen brought her back to reality. "So the price has to be increased." I thought for a moment and then said. At this time, making money was still the main thing. Only when his value increased could he truly marry Zhao. As for the painting, he could draw it at any time. When Manhwa heard Trengthen say that the price had to be increased, she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses. "No problem, I'll add another 200,000 yuan to buy this painting from you, for a total of 400,000 yuan. What do you think?" Manhwa said refreshingly. "Alright, you have a good eye. You can consider this painting as a collection. It's estimated that it will appreciate in value in the future. You've made a good deal." "I think so too. I believe that you will definitely become a famous painter in the future," Manhwa said with admiration. I rolled up the painting and handed it to Manhwa. Keep it safe, this is my most important person, Tringvan said with a serious expression. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away. This is a painting drawn by the Wick disciple, and it's related to me. How can I not keep it safe? Dunluk said sweetly. Alright, it's transferred. Junior, please check it. Dunluk was an outstanding student in the foreign language department and received a scholarship every year. Her family was also a large corporation, so this amount of money was nothing to her. Jiang Chen's phone quickly received a message notifying him of receiving 400,000 yuan, almost at the same time as the system's voice. Ding, congratulations, master, you have sold a painting for 400,000 yuan, a profit of 10 times, 4 million yuan. Jiang Chen's phone received another notification message. It was indeed 4 million yuan. His bank account suddenly increased by 4 million yuan, which made Jiang Chen very satisfied. Thank you, senior sister Sue. I've received the money. I thanked her for a while, then continued, oh, senior sister, are you free tomorrow? I want you to take me to a painting store to sell paintings. I don't really understand the situation. Of course I'm free. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the biggest painting store in Tianhai City. I know the person in charge of a painting store. By then, I'll help you hang your paintings. Su Qingluo said with a happy expression. She just wanted to be with Jiang Chen every day, how could she refuse his request? Thank you very much, senior sister Su. I'll treat you to dinner then. I expressed my gratitude. After speaking, I decided to seize the time to paint a few more paintings. Su Qingluo looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face, hesitated for a moment, then softly asked, Junior brother, can I ask who the girl in that painting is? You said she's the most important person to you. So, who is she to you? Jiang Chen put down his paintbrush unconsciously when he heard this. On the way back to the dorm, Su Qingluo hummed a small tune. Love that progresses mutually is the sweetest. Naughty junior brother, you really didn't do well. I'm disappointed. The wedding is at the end of the year. You can come to marry me then. Su Qingluo's beautiful face was full of dreams and anticipation. After returning to the dorm, Lin Beiwei saw Su Qingluo returning so late and with such a joyful expression, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Qingluo, why are you back so late? And with such a joyful expression. Did something unspeakable happen between you and Jiang Chen at the painting club? Her words immediately ignited a strong flame of curiosity in her two other roommates. Is Jiang Chen the junior brother who has recently been rumored to be with Qingluo? Ye Kamen, who was wearing a face mask, came closer. What else happened between him and Qingluo, Beiwei? Tell me quickly. Liu Yanji, who was watching tea, also quickly chimed in. You guys don't know this, junior brother Jiang Chen, whom Qingluo specially invited yesterday, claimed he didn't know how to paint, right? But this afternoon, he casually painted a picture, and both the light treatment and the line details are comparable to a master of a work. Lin Beiwei paused, then continued enthusiastically, the important thing is that this junior brother also painted in reverse, a difficult painting technique that perhaps even art teachers can't do. These words surprised Hiekamen and Liu Yanjai. Really? He painted in reverse, and it's still beautiful. Didn't he say he couldn't paint? Or is he pretending to be dumb to hunt tigers? Does he have the painting he drew? I'm a little skeptical that painting in reverse can still be beautiful. Liu Yanji said skeptically. At this moment, Su Qingluo interjected somewhat proudly, it's true, the painting in my hand is the one he painted in reverse. As she spoke, Su Qingluo handed the painting in her hand to her three roommates. Liu Yanji and Yekamen, after seeing this exquisite painting, repeatedly exclaimed in praise. Whoa, it's beautifully painted. This little girl and the little bird in her hand are painted so vividly. I can't believe this junior brother is really pretending to be dumb to hunt tigers. Yekamen praised. Lin Beiwei had already seen this painting, so she wasn't surprised, but she was very surprised that the painting was now in Su Qingluo's hands. Qingluo, how did you get this painting? Did junior brother Jiang Chen give it to you? Lin Beiwei asked curiously. He spent 400,000 yuan to buy it. Su Qingluo said honestly. These words immediately stunned all three girls. Oh my god, Qingluo, are you crazy? It's just a painting like this, and you spent 400,000 yuan. Are you just stupid with too much money? Lin Beiwei said in surprise. Although in her opinion, this painting was beautifully painted, and even painted in reverse, Jiang Chen had no reputation at all and was completely not worth that much. At most, it was only worth 100,000 yuan. Ikamen and Liu Yanji also shared the same thought. Qingluo, did he trick you? No way, I have to go confront him. How dare he trick our Qingluo out of her money? Liu Yanji said, ready to go out and confront Jiang Chen. But Su Qingluo pulled her back. He didn't trick me, I voluntarily wanted to buy it. Su Qingluo said seriously. You bought it voluntarily. It's just such a bad painting, and you spent 400,000 yuan. Oh, I don't want to talk anymore. Lin Beiwei said with a helpless expression. Liu Yanji and Yekamen also sighed, all believing that Su Qingluo had been tricked by Jiang Chen this time, and looking at Su King Luo's expression, she seemed to be willing to be tricked. In my eyes, this painting is not just worth 400,000 yuan, it's priceless. Su King Luo said, carefully putting the painting away and placing it close to her chest, her eyes revealing even more sweetness and happiness. Lin Beiwei and the others, seeing this, all secretly shook their heads. Su King Luo seemed beyond saving. The next day was Saturday, so there were no classes, but I still woke up early. Today was the last day of the tank's profitability from paintings. I had to take advantage of today to sell the 3 paintings I painted last night at the painting club. After waking up and washing up, I opened my phone and immediately received a wet message from Su King Luo. Naughty junior brother, wake up, today we have to go to the painting store. I didn't expect Su King Luo to remember my matter so clearly, so I replied, I'm already up, senior sister. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. After all, I still needed Su King Luo's help, so I still thought I should treat her a little better. I want egg tarts and salted soy milk. The soy milk must be salted and have spring onions, Su King Luo quickly replied. This was Su King Luo's favorite breakfast since childhood. The reason she was so detailed was also to give Zhang Chen a hint, but Zhang Chen didn't think much of it. No problem. I'll be under your dorm in 15 minutes. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. You're so fast. I just finished washing my hair and still have to put on makeup, Su King Luo replied, crying. I smiled a little, didn't reply, and left the dorm, heading straight out of school. While Zhang Chen was buying breakfast, Su King Luo was blow-drying her hair. The sound of the hairdryer woke up her 3 sleeping roommates. Lin Beiwei rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the time on her phone. It was only a little past 7 am, and couldn't help but be surprised. King Luo, it's Saturday today, why are you up so early? Lin Beiwei poked her head out from behind the bed curtain. I have to go to the painting store and won't be back for lunch. Su King Luo replied casually. After blow-drying her hair, Su King Luo sat in front of her desk and started putting on makeup, powder, lipstick, and even perfume. This isn't going to a painting store, it's clearly a date. Lin Beiwei immediately perked up. This girl, you're not normal today. You're putting on makeup so early. This isn't going to a painting store, it's clearly a date. Quickly, tell me, who are you going on a date with? No date. I'm just going to see an art exhibition and understand the market situation. Su King Luo finished spraying perfume and started carefully choosing a dress, also taking out the Balenciaga black stockings she had just ordered last night. You're lying, you're already wearing Balenciaga black stockings. Is today the big sister style? Lin Beiwei said. At this point, her 2 other roommates were also awakened and poked their heads out from behind the curtains. They then saw Su King Luo wearing Balenciaga black stockings, which made their eyes widen. King Luo, you're good. You've learned the big sister style. Where did you learn it from? Liu Yanqi asked with interest. To be honest, Su King Luo wearing Balenciaga black stockings made her attractiveness soar. Any normal man who saw her would probably not be able to resist. Su King Luo wouldn't tell them that this was a trick she learned from a blogger on Weibo about how to pursue men. Previously, giving milk tea, snacks, the innocent style, were all tricks she learned from TikTok. Unfortunately, those previous tricks didn't seem to work well with Zhang Chen, so today Su King Luo used this big sister style trick, a black short dress combined with Balenciaga black stockings, plus her curly hair, made her big sister charm soar. Oh my god, King Luo, if you dress like this, even I can't resist, Yahello said, crawling out of bed, hugging Su King Luo, and playfully reaching her fair hand towards Su King Luo's black thigh. Themin, stop. Su King Luo laughed and pushed Yahello away. So, you've learned the big sister style. Quickly tell me, who are you dating today? Yahello couldn't help but ask again after being pushed away. Seriously, no. I'm just purely going to the painting store to see the market situation. Su King Luo said, her beautiful face slightly red. I don't believe you. Last time you were in the innocent style, this time it's the big sister style with black stockings. This girl, you've got a little spring in your step recently, huh? Yahello said with a laugh. Su King Luo saw that she couldn't hide it anymore. After changing into a pair of high heels, she hurried out. I'm not talking to you anymore, I have to catch a ride. This girl is definitely in love, but I don't know who the object is. As Su King Luo hurriedly left, Yahello stood there, guessing to herself. At this moment, I was holding breakfast and waiting at the school gate. Originally, I planned to wait at the girls' dorm, but there were too many female students there, which could cause misunderstandings. Soon, Su King Luo, in her charming big sister-style black stockings outfit, walked towards Zhang Chen. I saw senior sister Su wearing Balenciaga black stockings and a black short dress, and I was stunned. This charm was too strong, she was truly a stunning beauty. Fortunately, today was Saturday, and it was early, so many people were still sleeping. Otherwise, this school gate would be blocked due to Su King Luo's appearance. Naughty junior brother, what are you looking at? Su King Luo saw Zhang Chen staring blankly, feeling a little satisfied and secretly happy. Nothing, senior sister Su. Here are your egg tarts and salted soy milk. I quickly regained my composure and handed the breakfast in my hand to Su King Luo. I already had a fiancé in my heart, so no matter how beautiful Su King Luo was, she was useless to me. Thank you. Su King Luo took the breakfast, secretly glanced at Jung Chen, and saw that he wasn't looking at her anymore, feeling a little unhappy. She was dressed so beautifully, and this naughty junior brother only looked at her once. He was truly a block of wood. Soon, the car Jung Chen called arrived. After Su King Luo and Jung Chen got in, they told the driver to drive straight to the largest painting store in Tanhai City. Jung Chen and Su King Luo sat together in the back seat of the car. I deliberately kept a distance from Su King Luo, but the school beauty deliberately moved closer to Jung Chen. A faint scent of perfume wafted into Jung Chen's nose, very fragrant and intoxicating. Coupled with Su King Luo's exquisite face and figure, any man would be moved. Even the driver couldn't help but occasionally glance at Su King Luo in the back seat through the rearview mirror. But I, the only one sitting next to Su King Luo, seemed unaffected, only concentrating on figuring out how to sell these 3 paintings for a high price. Su King Luo saw Jung Chen putting all his attention on the 3 paintings and was a little silent. He was truly a block of wood. Such a beautiful woman sitting next to him, and he only knew how to look at paintings, not at her. Just then, a child suddenly ran out into the road ahead. The driver panicked and swerved sharply to avoid the child. Because the car swerved too suddenly, Su King Luo, sitting in the back seat, had no time to react. In addition, she was originally weak and was pushed straight towards Jung Chen by inertia. At this moment, I was also pushed backward by inertia. When the car stabilized, I realized that Su King Luo was lying comfortably in my arms. I absolutely didn't think that. However, changing Su King Luo's clothes was still a bit of a headache. To change her clothes, I had to take off her white dress and put on a new one. Wouldn't he see her entire body? I frowned slightly. This really made me uncomfortable, but since I had made the choice, I could only grit my teeth and do it. The receptionist brought a new white dress. I just needed to pull it up when necessary. Looking at Su King Luo, who was drunk on the bed, I took a deep breath, adjusted my mood, and then bent down, gently and carefully helping Su King Luo take off her dress. This was the first time I had helped a girl undress, and I was a bit clumsy. My hands even trembled slightly due to nervousness, especially when I accidentally touched Su King Luo's smooth skin, which made my heart flutter. In fact, it wasn't just Jung Chen who was nervous. Su King Luo, lying on the bed, also had trembling eyelashes, a flushed face, and quickened breathing. Senior Lin, you lost, so you have to pay up. Hurry and transfer the 100,000 yuan to me, I said. Hearing this, Su King Luo chimed in. I'm a witness, Senior Lin. You can't go back on your word. Seeing them united, Lin Wendoi was so angry he felt like his insides would explode. Don't worry, I won't cheat you, Lin Wendoi said with a sour face. The deal is done. Thank you, Senior Lin. If there's another chance to compete, give me a call. You just wait, Lin Wendoi spat angrily before turning and leaving. However, my luck seemed to be just beginning. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached me. Mr. Jung Chen, I am Xu Gang, the owner of the Cloud Vision Art Gallery. Here is my business card. Xu Gang handed the card to me with both hands. Cloud Vision Art Gallery, I murmured, looking at him. Boss Chu, what can I do for you? I was unable to win the bid for your Lotus After the Rain painting just now, so I wanted to ask if you have any other paintings. I'd like to buy them. Xu Gang, feeling his words weren't quite right, rephrased, not just buy, but I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate. Su King Luo and I exclaimed in unison. That's right. I'd like to see if you have any other paintings we could feature in our gallery. With your great reputation now, even strangers will know your name. Thinking this over, my eyes fell on the 3 paintings in Su King Luo's hands. This situation was exactly what I needed. Boss Chu, I still have 3 paintings, but I need you to buy them today. I can get a 10-fold profit from selling them now, but after today, that offer won't be valid. A 10-fold profit. And all 3 are from last night. A landscape, a figure painting, and a fierce beast painting, all master-level works, I explained. Hearing this, Xu Gang's face lit up with excitement, and he readily agreed. No problem, but I have one condition I hope Mr. John will agree to. What condition? I was surprised he agreed so quickly and started to feel a good impression of him. I hope that in the future, if Mr. John has any new works, you will cooperate with our Cloud Vision Art Gallery. You'll only need to be responsible for painting. We will handle the sales and operations to ensure your paintings sell for the highest possible price. I didn't understand if he was making or losing money on this deal and instinctively glanced at Su King Luo, who nodded at me. All right, then. If I have new paintings, I'll find you. It seems I can make a good living from painting in the future. I look forward to cooperating with you, Mr. John, Xu Gang said, eagerly shaking my hand after I received the bank transfer notification on my phone. My mood soared once again. The goal of marrying Su Jiao was another step closer. But in my eyes, This amount of money still wasn't enough. The Su family wouldn't even look at it. Before the marriage agreement deadline at the end of the year, I had to increase my value significantly. Otherwise, the Su family would absolutely not accept me, let alone let me marry Su Jiao. I knew very well how pragmatic this society is. After my family's downfall, I can only rely on myself. If I have no money and no power, even with the marriage contract from back then as proof, I'm afraid the Su family wouldn't acknowledge it. They might even humiliate me and ruthlessly break off the engagement. After leaving the art street, Su Qinghua was very happy for Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, now that you have so much money, what do you plan to do? She asked expectantly as they walked. Saving up to marry a wife, of course, they said, half joking. You're earning so much money just to marry Su Jiao. Saving to get married. Su Qinghua blinked her large eyes. The thought that the wife Zhang Chen was talking about wasn't her made her face suddenly blush. A little shy, she said, you're only a freshman and you're already thinking about saving up to get married. Although she said that, Su Qinghua was ecstatic inside. She never expected Zhang Chen was already thinking about saving money to marry her. This Wick Jr. is just too adorable. I'm going to love you to death. Well, because I want to give her the best, I have to start saving now, I said seriously. Zhang Chen is working so hard not just to marry Su Jiao, but also to give her the best. Su Qinghua was so moved she almost cried. It turned out she was that important in Zhang Chen's heart. Wick Jr., in this life, I will only marry you. Outwardly, however, Su Qinghua pretended to be envious. I'm so jealous of your future wife. She's getting such a good husband who always thinks of her. In reality, she was indirectly complimenting herself. What a playful girl. I just smiled without replying, and changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Senior Su, you helped me so much today. Let me treat you to a big meal. What do you want to eat? Your choice, Chinese or Western. I don't know what to eat either. How about we get some noodles? Su Qinghua suddenly smiled brightly. Since Zhang Chen was thinking about saving money to marry her, she naturally wanted to help him save. It must be said that Su Qinghua was a very thoughtful and understanding girl who always considered Zhang Chen's needs. But I didn't know what was on her mind and was still set on thanking this beautiful senior. Noodles? Are you sure? I was a bit surprised. Yes, let's get noodles. Su Qinghua nodded again. I looked at her, a little puzzled, unable to guess what she was thinking. But I didn't actually take her for noodles, I had a better place in mind. Senior Su, let me take you for hot pot. I think the King Wei restaurant across from the school has been renovating for the past 2 days and seems to be reopening. I have to see how Zhu King managed it. This was the first restaurant he had invested in, so of course, he took it very seriously. Hot pot. Okay, that works, Su Qinghua agreed readily since I had already decided. The two took a taxi back to the school. Sure enough, in just 2 days, Zhu King had quickly converted the King Wei restaurant into a hot pot place. The efficiency was impressive. Today was the grand opening, and thanks to the good reputation built up before, the business was off to a great start. It was past noon, and there were still many people waiting. I nodded in satisfaction. Su Qinghua was surprised to see the hot pot restaurant. It's only been 2 days, how did King Wei restaurant turn into a hot pot place? Her beautiful face was full of astonishment. The owner probably changed the business model, I said casually. Is that so? But changing the model is a good idea. I heard all the chefs from this restaurant left. Now that it's a hot pot place, they don't need chefs anymore. The owner is quite smart, Su Qinghua praised her earnestly. In reality, this idea was Zhang Chen's. Su Qinghua, praising the owner, was indirectly praising him. From a distance, the deputy manager, Fang Man, saw me and was about to come over to greet me, but I stopped her with a look. I came this time purely to experience the feel of the place after it became a hot pot restaurant, and didn't want any special treatment. Conversely, Su Qinghua's appearance attracted a lot of attention, especially from the guys. Her chic, mature style today completely captivated them. Sitting next to her, I could feel the envious, jealous, and hateful stares. I was already used to these intense looks from the guys. Su Qinghua's presence even drew in more students passing by, making the hot pot restaurant even more crowded. A sight to myself, a beautiful woman is truly a natural advertisement. Soon, a table opened up and Su Qinghua and I were led to a small private room. The atmosphere was great, and the service was better than before. You still ordered by scanning a QR code with your phone, but the menu items had all been changed to hot pot ingredients. Senior Su, you order. My treat today, so feel free to order whatever you want, I said warmly. Great, let me order then. Su Qinghua scanned the QR code on the corner of the table with her phone and started ordering. She only picked a few items before stopping. Okay, I am done. She submitted the order. That was fast. Why not order a few more dishes? I'm on a diet recently, so I have to eat less, Su Qinghua said, making an excuse. In reality, she wanted to save money for Zheng Chen. He was saving up to marry her, so of course, she had to think about her future husband. Alright, let's eat first. If it's not enough, we can order more. Jiang Chen thought that girls love to be beautiful and are often on diets, so he didn't think much of it. Soon, the hot pot ingredients were served, and the two officially started eating. After taking a bite, Su Qingluo suddenly had an idea. Jiang Chen, the future wife you plan to marry. What do you imagine she looks like? She put down her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. She wanted to hear how this wicked junior imagined her, the person he hadn't seen in 10 years. I was about to speak but stopped. In my memory, Su Jiao was only 11 years old. Although she was a bit chubby then, girls change so much as they grow up, and I really couldn't say what she looked like now. Then, I came up with a catch-all answer. Anyway, she's not your type, I blurted out. This made Su Qingluo almost burst out laughing. This silly junior is so cute. Why do you think your future wife isn't like me? Or do you not hope your future wife is as beautiful as me? Su Qingluo said, brushing her hair back, exuding an irresistible charm. At the same time, she was subtly hinting at Jiang Chen. How could my future wife be like you? I laughed, sizing up Su Qingluo. But I had to admit, looking closely, Su Qingluo did seem to resemble the younger Su Jiao a bit. Realizing this, I was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook my head to dismiss the absurd thought. Hearing this, the corners of Su Qingluo's lips curled up slightly. When this wicked junior finds out she is his fiancée, she wondered how he would react. Su Qingluo was really looking forward to that day. Halfway through the meal, Su Qingluo seemed to remember something important. With a serious expression, she said, "Oh, right, Jiang Chen. You're so good at painting, can you teach me? I want to learn from you." When it came to painting, Su Qingluo was very serious. And when she asked Jiang Chen to teach her, she had a little ulterior motive, she could spend more time with him. It was a win-win situation. Before I could choose, the system's voice chimed in. Dang, the perfect tycoon system has activated a selection mission. Option 1, agree to teach Su Qingluo how to paint. Reward, master, level construction skills, 1 million yuan in construction profits. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward, lose 1 testicle. Seeing this, I was a bit speechless. This dog system was forcing my hand again. Lose a testicle. Wouldn't that make me a half-binich? Couldn't it give me a more normal choice? It always forced me to choose. After cursing the dog system countless times in my mind, I regained my composure and said to Su Qingluo, no problem. If Senior Su wants to learn painting, of course I'll teach you. I quickly made my choice. Seeing Jiang Chen agree to teach her, Su Qingluo was overjoyed. Great, it's a deal then. You can't go back on your word. Tomorrow is Sunday, let's meet at the art club. Su Qingluo was thrilled. She could be alone with Jiang Chen and learn painting techniques. It was perfect. If something unexpected could happen between them, that would be even better. Thinking this, her beautiful face blushed slightly. Okay, no problem. Just send me a WeChat message then, I said without much thought. Actually, even without the system's choice, he would have agreed to her request. After all, Senior Su had helped him a lot today. Su Qingluo was now in a great mood. She felt that her relationship with Jiang Chen had grown a little closer, but she felt it wasn't close enough, not intimate enough. Then she suggested, Jiang Chen, to celebrate you becoming famous and earning a lot of money today, let's have a drink. A drink? Can you even drink? I laughed. Of course I can drink a whole bottle of red wine, Su Qingluo said defiantly. In truth, she wasn't a good drinker at all. She had just seen some content from a male-chasing blogger that said drinking could shorten the distance with a guy, so she wanted to try. Alright then. I ordered a bottle of red wine by scanning the QR code with my phone. Soon, the wine was served, and the waiter even opened it for them. Let me pour for you this time. I was afraid of a repeat of what happened a few days ago, where they fought over pouring drinks and ended up falling on each other, so I quickly poured a glass for Su Qingluo. Okay, you can pour a little more, Su Qingluo said intentionally. Red wine has a strong aftertaste, it's better to drink less. I only dared to pour half a small glass for her, afraid she would get drunk. Su Qingluo had never had wine before, this seemed to be her first time. Looking at the half glass of red wine, she took a small sip and found it a bit sour and sweet, not too hard to drink. It's pretty good. She then downed the entire half glass in one go. I was startled. Senior Su, why did you drink it all at once? It's fine, I have a high tolerance, Su Qingluo said, but as soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed red, and she started feeling dizzy. Soon, she slumped onto the chair in a rather ungraceful posture. I felt helpless. This is what you call a high tolerance. Bragging about drinking a whole bottle when you pass out after half a glass. I couldn't help but shake my head, then poured myself a sip of wine before going over to help her. She was drunk, and her posture was improper. I wanted to lay her down on the sofa, but as soon as I helped her up, she wrapped her arms around my neck, her eyes hazy from the alcohol. Senior Su, I'll help you lie down on the sofa for a bit, I explained awkwardly. But Su King Luo, drunk and a bit disoriented, looked at my handsome face, her own beautiful face turning even redder, her breathing quickening. Wicked Jr., you're so handsome. After saying that, she held my neck and suddenly kissed me. When our lips touched, I froze on the spot. Only one thought ran through my mind, oh my god, I just got forcefully kissed by Senior Su. I quickly came to my senses, and immediately pushed her away. Senior Su, wake up. I hurriedly wiped the lipstick from my lips, filled with regret. If I had known she would get drunk after just one glass, I wouldn't have ordered wine. I was still saving my first kiss for my fiancé, Su Jiao, and now it was taken by Su King Luo. Looking at the intoxicated Su King Luo, I was both angry and helpless. After a sigh, I picked her up and laid her down on the sofa. As she lay there, her beautiful curves were fully displayed, especially her legs wrapped in black Balenciaga stockings, which were particularly eye-catching. If it were another man, he might have taken advantage of her unconscious state, but I had no such thoughts. This is really too much. If you can't drink, you shouldn't drink. You even cost me my first kiss, I muttered helplessly, but still asked a waiter for a blanket and gently covered her. I also asked the waiter for a bowl of subbering soup. After much coaxing, I finally got her to drink it. At last, I could eat my hot pot in peace. I had barely eaten anything while worrying about her. After sleeping for about 10 minutes, Su King Luo finally woke up. Where am I? She rubbed her head, still a little dizzy but much better. You're awake, I said, using my chopsticks to pick a piece of vegetable from the pot and put it in my mouth. Jiang Cheng, did I pass out from drinking just now? Su King Luo sat up, looking much more energetic. Yeah. Didn't you say you could drink a whole bottle of red wine? How did you pass out after half a small glass? I teased. That's because I wasn't in good shape today. Su King Luo's beautiful face turned red. She seemed to remember something and asked, I didn't do anything too out of line when I was drunk, did I? Su King Luo vaguely remembered thinking her Wicked Jr. was too handsome and couldn't resist kissing him. She even recalled the moist sensation from his lips, which she found intoxicating. But it seemed she was pushed away by Jiang Cheng afterwards. What do you think? I said with an unhappy expression. Seeing my angry face, Su King Luo seemed to understand something, and her beautiful face turned even redder. So I really did force a kiss on my Wicked Jr. Su King Luo was secretly shocked, then unconsciously licked her soft lips, savoring the lingering taste of Jiang Cheng. She didn't feel guilty at all, on the contrary, she thought her drunken self was quite bold for doing something she wanted to do but didn't dare to. After finishing the hot pot, as soon as Su King Luo got back to her dorm, she picked up her phone and messaged Jiang Cheng. Wicked Jr., I'm back in the dorm. Thanks for the hot pot today. Her message carried a hint of playfulness and cuteness. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for me today, Jiang Cheng quickly replied. Su King Luo was delighted and sat on her bed, stretching out her long legs wrapped in black stockings, revealing a seductive curve. She happily replied, that's because you paint well. Otherwise, who would buy your paintings? She added another message full of praise for Jiang Cheng. Oh, right, don't forget your promise to teach me how to paint tomorrow. Don't worry, Senior Su. I promise you, I won't go back on my word. See you at the art club tomorrow, Jiang Cheng quickly replied. Seeing this, Su King Luo looked forward to their meeting tomorrow. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, alone in a room. Just the thought of it excited her. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and Ye Xiaoming, her 3 roommates, walked in. Seeing her roommates, Su King Luo reluctantly put down her phone. Look who's back from her date. Who are you texting? Lin Beiwei teased. No one, Su King Luo said, feigning calmness. Even if you don't show us, I can guess you were on a date with Jiang Cheng. A picture of you two having hot pot together has already been posted on the school's internal forum, Lin Beiwei said, taking out her phone. The picture showed Su King Luo and Jiang Cheng sitting together, waiting for a table. Honestly, a talented guy, and a beautiful girl, you two are a perfect match. We just had a meal together, it's not what you think, Su King Luo explained, her face slightly red. Really? Then why is your face so red? Ye Xiaoming suddenly laughed. Me? My face isn't red. It's too hot in here. I'm hot, that's why my face is red, Su King Luo said, fanning herself with her hand, pretending to be very hot. Her adorable appearance was truly endearing. Since you don't like Jiang Cheng, I'll go after him. He's so handsome, Lin Beiwei deliberately provoked. Hearing this, Su King Luo's heart tensed up, and she immediately blurted out, no, you can't pursue him. Lin Beiwei, Ye Xiaoming, and Liu Yanyan all burst out laughing. Who said I like him? Don't make wild guesses, Su King Luo said, blushing with embarrassment. The next day was Sunday, so there were no classes. Jiang Cheng woke up very early because he planned to go to Haben Art Street to look at ancient paintings. Just as he finished breakfast at a small eatery outside the school, a message from Su Qinglu arrived. "Handsome teacher, when are you going to teach me how to paint?" Her message was playful and cute. I really didn't know what to do with her. After thinking for a moment, I replied, "I want to go to Haben Art Street this morning to look at some ancient paintings. I'll teach you in the afternoon." After all, he had promised her and didn't want to make her wait. "Wait, I want to go look at ancient paintings too." "Let's go together," she quickly replied. I didn't expect her to want to go. I really wanted to refuse, but thinking about how she helped him yesterday, I couldn't bring myself to say no. I replied, "I'm at the school gate. I'll only wait for you for 5 minutes." "Okay, I'm coming right away." After replying, Su Qingluo immediately got up, quickly washed her face, put on a white dress, and because she wanted to be on time, she didn't even put on makeup and went out with a bare face. She didn't even have time for breakfast. Even so, she was still over the in an appointment. Oh no, it's been 10 minutes. Zhangjin must have left. Su Qingluo rushed to the school gate. When she arrived, panting, she indeed didn't see Zhang Cheng. A hint of disappointment clouded her eyes. However, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. "In such a hurry. You probably haven't had breakfast, have you? I bought some for you." Hearing the voice, Su Qingluo's heart leaped with joy. She turned around, and sure enough, it was Zhang Cheng. This sight moved her deeply. "Senior Su, what are you looking at? Want some breakfast?" Seeing her staring blankly, I waved a hand in front of her face. "Thank you, Wick Jr." Su Qingluo came back to her senses, and nodded quickly. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen and Su Qingluo arrived at Haben Art Street again. This was his second time here, and he was a bit more familiar with it. "Senior Su, which is the largest ancient painting trading shop here?" I asked, looking around at the overwhelming number of shops. Su Qingluo tilted her head, thought for a moment, then pointed to a shop not far ahead. "The largest one is this one, Fiancée in Ancient Paintings. They basically have all the ancient paintings from famous artists of every dynasty. Many wealthy bosses like to trade here." "Alright, let's go to that one then," I said, walking towards it. "But that shop has a lot of fakes and imitations. Don't get tricked out of your money," Su Qingluo warned, following behind him with some concern. "Don't worry, no one can trick me," I said with a slight smirk as I stepped into Fiancée in Ancient Paintings. Once inside I found the place to be very professional, divided into 3 sections, A, B, and A. It was my first time here, so I was quite unfamiliar with it. Su Qingluo, on the other hand, seemed to know her way around and introduced a lot to me. I nodded and scanned the surroundings, noticing quite a few people trading paintings, including a familiar face. "Hey, isn't that Boss Chu, Shu Gang?" I said, walking towards section A. As I got closer, I realized Boss Chu seemed to be arguing with someone over a painting. "I'll pay 800,000 yuan for this authentic ink bamboo painting by Zhen Banqiao," Shu Gang said generously. "I'll pay 900,000, said a fat, bald man standing opposite Shu Gang, dressed head to toe in famous designer brands. Between them stood an elegant-looking old man with a goatee and thick glasses, holding the painting. He seemed to be the owner. I moved closer, looking at the painting with interest. "I'll pay 1 million, Shu Gang finally said, seemingly determined to get the painting. The bald man, seeing Shu Gang offer 1 million, instinctively glanced at the old man. They exchanged a look, both revealing a subtle, hard-to-detect smile. Then, the bald man feigned regret. "I didn't expect Boss Chu to be so generous. I divided. This painting belongs to Boss Chu." "You're too kind, Boss Du," Shu Gang said, then happily turned to the old man. "Old Fang, according to our prior agreement, this ink bamboo painting should be sold to me, right?" This old Fang was a famous painting appraiser in Tanhai City. The accuracy of his appraisals could reach over 70. So, when Shu Gang heard the painting was appraised by him, he subconsciously assumed it was real. "Then this ink bamboo painting by Zhen Banqiao belongs to you," Fan Fu said elegantly. "Great, I'll transfer the money to you right now," Shu Gang said, taking out his phone. Fan Fu and Fatty Du exchanged a look, a sense of a successful scheme passing between them. No hurry, Boss Yu. Take your time," Fan Fu said, but quickly sent his account number to him. Shu Gang took out his phone, ready to transfer the money, but was stopped by a voice. "Boss Chu, this painting is a fake. It's not worth it." The word stunned everyone present, and they all turned to look at the speaker. It was Zhang Cheng. "This painting is a complete fake. Not worth the price at all." The statement shocked everyone again. Shu Gang was clearly both surprised and relieved. "Brother Zhang, why are you here?" "I came to look at some ancient paintings and didn't expect to run into you," I replied with a smile. Fatty Du and Fang Fu saw how friendly Shu Gang was with me, which made them very unhappy, especially after I had just questioned their painting's authenticity. "Hey, kid, what did you mean just now when you said my ink bamboo painting is a fake?" Fan Fu frowned, finally unable to hold back his questioning tone. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly." "That's right, Fatty Do chimed in. The two of you seem to be in cahoots. You two are quite in sync, aren't you? I said with a slight smirk, my words carrying a hidden meaning. As expected, when I said this, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of Fatty Do and Fang Fu, but they quickly regained their composure. Feng Fu's voice grew louder. You said my painting is a fake, so don't I have the right to question you? A remained calm. This ink bamboo painting by Zhen Bangqiao is indeed a fake. There's nothing wrong with that. Then would you care to explain how this painting is fake? Feng Fu looked at me with unfriendly eyes. Yes, hurry up and say it. If you can't give a reason, then get out. Fatty Do chimed in eagerly. Their good deal was about to be sealed, and unexpectedly, a Zhangchen appeared out of nowhere. How could they not be angry? They smirked slightly and walked leisurely to the side of the ink bamboo painting, unconsciously touching the paper. I had to say, this forgery was very exquisitely made. Whether it was the painting technique or the colors, there were no inconsistencies. I paused and continued. Furthermore, it probably used a fumigation method. After many days of smoking and aging, the paper will show its current coffee-like color. Jiang Cheng's professional explanation slightly startled everyone present. Such an exquisite fake was indeed hard to distinguish. But no matter how they calculated, the other party still missed 1 point, Jiang Cheng said. At this, Fang Fu and Fatty Do's hearts couldn't help but pound faster. Their scheme was about to be exposed. I looked at Fatty Do and Fang Fu, saw their nervousness, and then slowly continued, and that is the material of the paper. Everyone was slightly taken aback. The ink bamboo painting before us uses a soft 9-fold Xuan paper, which was completely impossible to have during Zhen Bangqiao's era. Therefore, this painting is an exquisite fake, I announced loudly. These words completely stunned everyone present, especially Fang Fu and Fatty Do, whose foreheads broke out in a cold sweat. Zhu Gang, hearing this, suddenly understood and quickly reached out to touch the paper. It was indeed as Zhang Chen had said. This was a type of Xuan paper that could only be made with modern paper-making techniques. Seeing that I had exposed them with a single sentence, Feng Fu and Fatty Do were instantly panicked. But in front of so many people, they couldn't make a scene. Damn kid, you dare to ruin my good business. I'll remember you. Fang Fu spat angrily and was about to leave but was blocked by me. Ruining your good business, you too. I said, my gaze shifting to Fatty Do. Kid, what do you mean? What does this fake painting have to do with me? Fatty Do questioned aggressively. One of you is responsible for the painting's reputation, and the other is responsible for driving up the price. That way, Boss Chu would surely fall into your trap. As soon as I said this, the faces of Fatty Do and Fang Fu changed drastically. They never expected that I could not only see that their painting was fake but also see through their entire plan. As for Zhu Gang, he never imagined that the appraisal expert he trusted, Fang Fu, would collude with others to cheat him. His face immediately turned very ugly. Fang Fu and Fatty Do could only glare fiercely at Zhang Chen before leaving with sour faces. After this incident, Zhu Gang's respect for Zhang Chen was absolute. Brother Zhang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you showing up in time, I might have lost 1,000,000 yuan, Zhu Gang said gratefully. I was just passing by, it wasn't much help, I replied mostly. If you're free for lunch, let me treat you to thank you, Zhu Gang said, holding my hand enthusiastically. Alright, no problem, I nodded in agreement. Bring your girlfriend along too, Boss Chu said. Seeing Su Qinglua with Zhang Chen for 2 days in a row, he subconsciously assumed she was his girlfriend. Hearing this, I quickly explained, Boss Chu, actually she's my senior, not yet my girlfriend. Not yet. Then you have to act fast. Such a beautiful girlfriend is a hot commodity. If you don't hurry, someone else will snatch her away. Boss Chu then turned to Su Qinglua and said, young lady, don't be too shy. A top-notch young man like Zhang Chen is rare in this world. If you should agree, then agree. It would be a shame to miss out. Hearing this, Su Qingluo's beautiful face turned red, but she was secretly a little happy. Boss Chu, don't worry, I won't let him get away, she said, looking at Zhang Chen shyly. I felt helpless after hearing that. Boss Chu, you misunderstood my meaning. I wanted to explain further, but Su Qingluo interrupted. Zhang Chen, let's go get lunch. I'm a little hungry, she said, pitifully rubbing her stomach to show she was hungry. Alright then, I sighed. It seemed we had to go for lunch first. The Haben Hotel near the Art Street was a rather high and comprehensive hotel that combined a restaurant, hotel, and entertainment in one. Zhu Gang ordered a table full of food. Brother Jun, Miss Su, please enjoy while it's hot. Don't be shy, he said warmly, personally pouring wine for Zhang Chen. This is the Haben Hotel's homemade fruit wine. It's delicious. Let me pour you a little. That's enough, that's enough. Seeing Zhu Gang's enthusiasm, I couldn't refuse and let him pour a little. After pouring for Zhang Chen, Zhu Gang turned to pour for Su Qingluo. Miss Su, you have some too. This wine is fragrant and sweet, and the alcohol content is not high. Pearls can drink it too. As soon as Boss Chu finished speaking, A immediately stopped him. Boss Yo, Senior Su can't drink. She gets drunk after one glass. I thought about what happened yesterday. If she drank again, who knows what she might do to him. Chu Gang laughed and said to me, Brother John, you don't understand. If the young lady isn't drunk, where's your opportunity? I'm creating an opportunity for you. Su King Luo, blushing to her ears, remembered forcefully kissing Zheng Chen yesterday after getting drunk and said to Xu Gang, Boss Chu, pour me a little. Hearing this, I felt helpless. See, this young lady is braver than you, Xu Gang said, pouring half a glass of fruit wine for Su King Luo. I quickly reminded her, Senior Su, drink less, or you'll get drunk again. It's fine, my tolerance is okay. Su King Luo picked up the glass, took a deep breath, and downed the half glass of fruit wine in one go. Oh no, she's definitely going to be drunk again, I thought helplessly. And just as Zheng Chen predicted, after drinking the half glass of fruit wine, Su King Luo collapsed onto the table. Truly, drunk after one glass. No way, this fruit wine has a very low alcohol content, only 7, Xu Gang said, looking at the scene in astonishment and confusion. Alright, Brother John, your opportunity has come. What opportunity? I asked, not understanding. Brother John, are you playing dumb or really dumb? The young lady is drunk. Isn't this your chance? Xu Gang said, handing me a VIP card. This is the VIP card for the Haven Hotel. Take it, you can go straight upstairs and get a room. The cost will be automatically deducted from the card, you don't have to pay. Boss Chu, what do you mean by this? I was a bit confused. What was this situation? Why was it suddenly time to get a room? Still playing dumb with me? Hurry up. I won't disturb your good time. I've already paid for the food. Xu Gang then remembered something important. He turned back and said, oh, right, Brother John, I almost forgot. There's an auction in 3 days at the auction house on the east side of Haben Art Street. If you're free, you should check it out. Okay, Boss Chu, I'll definitely be there, I nodded. After Xu Gang left, only Zheng Chen and Su King Luo were left in the large private room. I looked at the intoxicated Su King Luo on the table and sighed. I told you not to drink if you can't handle it, but you still insisted. I had to stand up and take her away. As I helped her up, I noticed a glass of watermelon juice on the table had been spilled at some point, wetting the front of Su King Luo's shirt. Maybe when Senior Su fell, she accidentally knocked over the glass. Now this was bad. How could I take her back to school looking like this? I was in a difficult position. Su King Luo was drunk, and her clothes were dirty. I thought for a long time and finally came up with a reluctant solution. It seemed the only way was to take her to a room first, buy her a new set of clothes, and wait for her to sober up before going back to school. I checked the time, it was only 1 p.m. There was still enough time to get all this done and return to school. Without further hesitation, I had a waiter bring a bowl of sobering soup and made Su King Luo drink it. After that, I picked her up. This Senior Su is really heavy. I'll have to tell her to lose weight next time. With the VIP card Xu Gang gave me, I smoothly got to a good room. After opening the door, I gently placed Su King Luo on the bed. Holding the VIP card, I used the room phone to call the front desk, and asked them to bring up a set of clothes for each of us. While waiting, I went into the bathroom to take a shower. A knock came from the hotel room door. Sir, the 2 sets of clothes you requested have arrived, a voice from the front desk staff came from outside. Zheng Chen answered, and went to open the door. The female staff member's eyes lit up when she saw the freshly showered Zheng Chen. What a handsome guy. That physique, those muscles. She even forgot to hand over the 2 sets of clothes. I felt a little awkward under her gaze, said thank you, took the clothes from her, and closed the door. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The look in that staff member's eyes was a bit unusual, as if she wanted to eat me alive. This made Zheng Chen, a virgin, a little nervous. After getting the clothes, I went to the bedside and looked at Su King Luo, who was still passed out, feeling a bit tense. Senior Su is still not awake. Do I have to change her clothes for her? But men and women shouldn't be so intimate. Maybe I should wait for her to wake up and change herself. I looked at Su King Luo's full figure and long legs, and felt like I couldn't handle the task of changing her clothes. However, at that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding, the system has activated a selection mission. Option 1, change all of Su King Luo's clothes. Reward, 190 off auction voucher. Option 2, let Su King Luo sleep in her dirty clothes. Reward, lose 2 testicles. Hearing the system's voice, I felt helpless. This dog system is forcing me to choose again. Does it want to make me a eunuch? I cursed silently. I didn't want Su Jiao to be a whiteo in the future, so I could only reluctantly make a choice. Now I have no choice but to help Senior Su change her clothes. After receiving the system's notification, I immediately studied the 90 off auction voucher. With this voucher, I could buy any item at the auction for only 10 of its original price. After closing the system's introduction page, my gaze returned to Su King Luo. At this moment, the #1 beauty in the history of Tianhai University was lying unconscious on the bed. Su King Luo's white dress outlined her perfect curves, especially her long legs that the dress couldn't hide, which were now completely exposed, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. If it were any other guy, they might have absolutely didn't think that. However, changing Su King Luo's clothes was still a bit of a headache. To change her clothes, I had to take off her white dress and put on a new one. Wouldn't he see her entire body? I frowned slightly. This really made me uncomfortable, but since I had made the choice, I could only grit my teeth and do it. The receptionist brought a new white dress. I just needed to pull it up when necessary. Looking at Su King Luo, who was drunk on the bed, I took a deep breath, adjusted my mood, and then bent down, gently and carefully helping Su King Luo take off her dress. This was the first time I had helped a girl undress, and I was a bit clumsy. My hands even trembled slightly due to nervousness, especially when I accidentally touched Su King Luo's smooth skin, which made my heart flutter. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Chen who was nervous. Su King Luo, lying on the bed, also had trembling eyelashes, a flushed face, and quickened breathing. Surely she wouldn't sneak a kiss just to take a small advantage of me. Besides, kissing me doesn't benefit her at all, Zhang Chen thought. After considering it, the only logical explanation seemed to be the lip balm. Seeing me whispering to myself, Su King Luo tried to act calm and continued. Who do you think you are? A celebrity or a superstar? Why would I sneak a kiss? If it weren't for you holding me to keep warm last night, I wouldn't have even bothered to apply lip balm for you. Now that it's done, we're even. After speaking, Su King Luo peeked at my reaction. Seeing that I didn't seem suspicious of her words, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. In any case, this can't happen again. And I don't like wearing lip balm, I said, feeling a bit annoyed. He stood up and hurried towards the washroom. Seeing that I seemed to believe her, Su King Luo felt a wave of relief. This silly junior is so easy to fool, but that's what makes him cute, she thought. Just as Su King Luo was lost in her thoughts, the main door of the art room suddenly opened, and 2 older security guards walked in. Little girl, why are you in the art room? Sir, last night we were painting when the power suddenly went out, and we got locked inside. You see, it's my fault for not checking properly and locking you in. It's okay, I should even thank you, sir. If I hadn't been locked in, I wouldn't have been able to sleep in Zhang Chen's arms last night, and I wouldn't have been able to kiss him this morning. So, this was a wonderful accident, Su King Luo thought, not minding if such accidents happened a few more times. Soon, Zhang Chen returned from the washroom. Seeing the art room door finally open, he sighed in relief. We can finally get out. Senior Su, let's go. Su King Luo nodded, and with a cheerful heart, she hummed a tune as she headed back to her dorm. Along the way, she still fondly recalled the events of the previous night. Sleeping in Zhang Chen's arms was truly warm, and the kiss from her mischievous junior was incredibly sweet. The more she thought about it, the more her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. If only there could be a few more accidents like this. Perhaps only Su King Luo and the entire world would think this way. However, as soon as she returned to her dorm, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. King Luo, where were you last night? You didn't come back to sleep, and we couldn't reach your phone. This is a big deal, confess now. I was locked in the art room last night, and my phone ran out of battery. I was trapped all night. Who would believe that? We contacted Zhang Chen's roommate last night. He wasn't in his dorm either, and his phone was also unreachable. Were you 2 together? Hearing this, Su King Luo's face turned red. She never thought her best friends would have inquired with Zhang Chen's roommate. At this point, she couldn't hide it anymore. Yes, we were together. We were painting in the art room when the power went out, and we got locked in. We really didn't go out and get a room. Being stared at by them, Su King Luo's face grew even redder. No, we didn't. If you don't believe me, look at my phone. It's really dead. Besides, I didn't have my ID with me, so I couldn't have gotten a room. To prove her innocence, Su King Luo had to show them her phone. Wearing a dress, she couldn't possibly hide an ID card. She wanted to get a room with Zhang Chen, but he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and Shai Men were all skeptical. They took her phone and saw that it was indeed out of battery. It really is dead, and she doesn't have her ID on her. So you were really trapped with Zhang Chen in the art room all night? Yes, we really were there all night. A man and a woman, together for a whole night. Did anything exciting happen? No, nothing happened. Su King Luo's face quickly flushed as she remembered sleeping in Zhang Chen's arms and the kiss that morning. Really nothing. I don't believe you. Why is your face so red? If you don't tell the truth, I'll have to tickle you. Su King Luo, being very clever, immediately changed the subject. By the way, Shaimen, isn't your dance club holding a fundraiser at the school today? How are the preparations going? Su King Luo, don't change the subject. I'm asking about you and John Chen last night. But Su Qingluo deliberately ignored her, and continued asking, who did you invite to perform? Do you need my help with anything? It had to be said, Su Qingluo was truly quick-witted. The moment the topic shifted, Xiaomeng's attention was immediately diverted. Of course, we need your help. You just need to help us get people to come and support the event. It would be best if you could bring a lot of people. That way, after the performance, more students will donate to the children in poor mountainous regions, Xiaomeng said seriously. No problem, Xiaomeng. Your dance club just focus on preparing well. I'll help bring people, Su Qingluo promised cheerfully. Xiaomeng, I'll help bring more people too, Liu Yanyan also promised. Then, all three of them looked at Lin Beiwei. Lin Beiwei sighed internally. This girl, Su Qingluo, is so good at changing the subject. She escaped again. Now it's my turn to be in the spotlight. I'm very good at getting people to come. Leave it to me, Lin Beiwei said. But just the few of us can't pull in that many people. We need to think of a way to invite a school celebrity to perform on stage. That's right, Lin Beiwei nodded. They've already thought of that. We invited Feng Jinghui, our school's heartthrob. He sings well, is handsome, and is very popular online. He has a lot of fans in our school. Xiaomeng paused, then said confidently, with him as the main act, we will definitely attract a lot of people. Feng Jinghui is the biggest heartthrob at our school. I heard he's about to sign with an entertainment company to debut. Xiaomeng, how did you manage to invite him? Lin Beiwei asked curiously. All the members of our dance club pooled together 10,000 yuan to invite him. To raise the 10,000, I'm now broke. Even the money from my part-time job went into it. You see. With him, all his female fans in the school will definitely come, Lin Beiwei said. Then let's get to it. We must make tonight's fundraiser a perfect success, Su Qingluo proposed. As evening approached, my three roommates and I had just finished dinner and were heading back to the dorm when a beautiful figure appeared before us. Mischievous Jr., what a coincidence to see you here, Su Qingluo greeted playfully. Seeing Su Qingluo, I sighed internally. Why is it her again? But unlike my lukewarm reaction, my three roommates were very excited to see the great campus belle, Su. Campus belle Su. Hello, I'm Wen Hao, Zheng Chen's roommate. The other two also quickly greeted her. Being able to greet the great campus belle Su was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Only Zheng Chen remained quite calm. You waited for me here on purpose, didn't you? I wasn't stupid. This was near the men's dorm number 3. Why else would a girl be wandering around here? Mischievous Jr. has gotten smarter. I came here this time to invite you all to watch the fundraising performance organized by my roommate, right at the sports field. Before I could answer, my 3 roommates immediately nodded. No problem, since Campus Belle Su is inviting us to watch the fundraiser, of course, we have to go. John Cheng, what about you? Su Qingluo's gaze remained on me. Of course, I'm going, I nodded. If I didn't agree, I was afraid my 3 roommates would have the intention of killing me. That's great, let's hurry. The performance starts at 7 p.m. Let's go, I nodded. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered at the school's sports field. In the middle, a small stage had been set up, brightly lit by 4 spotlights. At least 700 or 800 people, mostly students, had gathered around the stage. Most of them were holding signs supporting Feng Jinghui. It seemed the majority of the crowd were fans of the school heartthrob. There are so many people already. Zheng Chen, let's go to the front. There are seats there, Su Qingluo said as she pulled me towards the front. My 3 roommates watched this scene with immense jealousy, but jealousy was all they could feel. At the front, Su Qingluo and I sat in the first row. It's 7 o'clock, it's about to start. This performance was organized by my roommate, Shai Min, and her dance club. You should donate a little later, Su Qingluo said sincerely. You don't need to tell me, I will donate. Helping poor children in the mountains get an education is a good deed, I said quite seriously. Very quickly, the performance began. Shai Min, as the host, went on stage and gave a speech about the fundraiser. After her speech, the performance officially started. Most of the performers were members of the dance club. The main attraction, Feng Jinghui, was specially invited with money by the club to attract more people to watch and support the fundraiser. The effect was very good. As soon as the news that Feng Jinghui would be performing was posted on the school's internal network, his fans all rushed over. However, after getting off stage, Xiaomeng had a worried look on her face. Su Qingluo, Lin Beiwei, and the others saw this and couldn't help but ask, Xiaomeng, what's wrong? Did something happen? Feng Jinghui still hasn't arrived. I called him, but he didn't answer. I'm so worried. Xiaomeng was on the verge of tears. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he was delayed by something. He's taking your money, he surely wouldn't break his promise, Lin Beiwei comforted her. All we can do now is wait. Xiaomeng tried to calm herself down. She had put a lot of effort and heart into this fundraiser. If it was ruined in the end, she would be very sad. As time passed, the performance was nearing its end, but Fen Jinghui still hadn't shown up. What should we do? Fen Jinghui still hasn't appeared, and the show is about to end. If he doesn't show up, his fans will definitely not let it go, let alone donate. Xiaomeng was so anxious she was about to cry. Try calling him again, Lin Beiwei said. At this point, that was the only option. Xiaomeng tried calling again. This time, someone finally answered. Is this Senior Feng? This is Xiaomeng. Senior, when will you be able to come to our fundraising event? We only have your performance left, Xiaomeng said with a hint of a sob in her voice. I have something urgent and can't leave. If you increase the price to 50,000, I can come over immediately. Fen Jinghui's voice came from the other end of the line. Senior Feng, didn't we agree on 10,000? Why are you suddenly raising the price? Xiaomeng said in disbelief. I don't care. My value is now 50,000. If you don't raise the price, I'm sorry, I can't come to perform. After saying that, Fen Jinghui hung up. Xiaomeng heard the busy tone from her phone and was so worried that tears started to fall. What did that bastard Fen Jinghui say? Lin Beiwei immediately cursed. He said he has to raise the price to 50,000, otherwise he won't show up, Xiaomeng cried. Where am I supposed to get the money for him now? This 10,000 was saved up by the members of the dance club. He really thinks he's a star. He's so arrogant. Don't let me see him in the future, Lin Beiwei said, grinding her teeth. She was not someone to be messed with. The urgent matter now is to finish this performance. I'll cover the remaining 40,000, Su Qingluo suddenly said. Many of Fen Jinghui's fans had gathered outside. They were all here for him, to see this fundraising performance. If Fen Jinghui didn't show up in the end, it would be deceiving them. What they would do then, we couldn't know. However, she was stopped by Lin Beiwei. No, I can't swallow this anger. That bastard knew we couldn't end the performance, so he raised the price at the last minute. We can't give in to his wishes, Lin Beiwei said, her face red with anger. But if we don't increase the money now, Fen Jinghui won't show up. How are we supposed to end our fundraiser then? Su Qingluo was also in a difficult situation, her heart filled with anxiety. Ye Xiaomeng was even more worried, her eyes welling up with tears. Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice suddenly rang out. How about I replace Fen Jinghui and sing the last song? Hearing this voice, Su Qingluo, Lin Beiwei, Ye Xiaomeng, and the others all looked up towards the source of the sound. When they saw it was me, they were all very surprised. Jiang Chen, did you just say you want to replace Fen Jinghui on stage and sing the final song? Su Qingluo asked in astonishment. Yes. Since it's come to this and Fen Jinghui doesn't want to come, then we don't need him. I'll replace him and sing the final song. If you replace Senior Fen Jinghui, those female fans won't agree. They all came for Senior Fen Jinghui. Besides, we don't know how well you sing. But there's no better way now. Are we really going to raise the price to invite Fen Jinghui? A frown. I have a strong dislike for people who lack integrity and use their fans to pressure Ye Xiaomeng. They are not worth cooperating with. The girls couldn't make a decision. Ye Xiaomeng was almost in tears, and Fen Jinghui's fans, seeing it was nearing the end, started raising their support signs and shouting Fen Jinghui's name. Fen Jinghui, I love you, Senior Fen, why haven't you appeared yet? The performance is almost over, and you still haven't shown up. Quickly let my beloved appear. We came to see Senior Fen, hurry up and let him appear. Liu Yanyan, seeing this, was a bit scared and couldn't help but whisper, how about we raise the price? Look at Senior Feng's fans. If we break our promise this time, this performance will really fail. Then, let alone donations, even the dance club might be implicated. Lin Beiwei said firmly, no, we can't let that bastard Fen Jinghui get his way. He knew we couldn't end the performance, which is why he's acting so contemptuously. We won't give in to him, then. What do we do? If Senior Fen doesn't go on stage, his fans will definitely not agree. How about I replace him? I really sing very well. Maybe even better than Fen Jinghui, I said. Hearing me say I sing better than Fen Jinghui, Ye Xiaomeng, Liu Yanyan, and Lin Beiwei all disagreed. Although Fen Jinghui had a bad character, his singing ability was indeed very strong. He had won many singing awards and even participated in a talent show, though he was eliminated in the top 100. But that was still very impressive, as he was competing against top talents from all over the country. At Tanhai University, he was known as the god of singing and had many fans. However, out of respect for Su Qingluo, Lin Beiwei, Liu Yanyan, and the others didn't say it out loud, not wanting to hurt Zhang Chen's self-esteem. How about we let the mischievous junior go on stage and give it a try? Su Qingluo also spoke up. Among them, only Su Qingluo supported me. Let's do this. Let Zhang Chen give it a try. He looks decent too. Hopefully those female fans will calm down after seeing Zhang Chen's handsome face, Lin Beiwei sighed. Ye Xiaomeng, as the organizer of this fundraiser, had no other choice at this point. She could only hope that my good looks would work. Hopefully, those female fans wouldn't make too much of a fuss after seeing how handsome I am. Alright, Jung Cheng. Then you go up and give it a try, Yeshimeng said. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered something and asked me, oh, Jung Cheng, what song are you planning to sing? I'll have the members prepare the backing track. No need for a backing track. I'll sing an original song a cappella. But as soon as this sentence came out, it shocked Yeshimeng, Lin Beiwei, Su King Luo, and the others once again. What? You want to sing an original song a cappella? Yeshimeng said in despair. She felt that letting me go up to sing was really burying the dance club's fundraiser with her own hands. Liu Yanyan also felt a bit defeated. How can singing a cappella be as good as singing with a backing track? Will Feng Jinghui's fans agree? How about we still raise the price and invite Feng Jinghui back? Singing an original song a cappella to deal with Feng Jinghui's fans, I'm afraid it will cause their dissatisfaction and anger. This time, even Lin Beiwei couldn't support it. Singing an original song a cappella was too risky. Junior Jung Chen, are you sure you want to sing an original song a cappella? Yes, I'm sure, I nodded with a determined look in my eyes. How about we let Jung Chen try? Su King Luo also quickly spoke up. Among them, perhaps only Su King Luo truly supported me going on stage unconditionally. Trust me, I can sing well. If you don't decide now, it will be too late. Let's just treat a dead horse as a living one. It's better than nothing. Jung Chen, here's the microphone. The stage is yours. Just sing boldly. Whether you sing well or not has nothing to do with you. Yeshimeng finally made a decision. Don't worry, I won't let you down, I said as I held the microphone tightly and walked towards the stage. Meanwhile, in a music room, the tall and handsome Feng Jinghui was sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed, a look of complacency on his face. Soon, his lackey rushed in, panting. Young Master Feng, it's almost the final performance over there. You haven't shown up, and the dance club is as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. In another 10 seconds, they will definitely call me. With my fans there, they have to invite me even if they don't want to. Young Master Feng is so smart. The dance club is completely in your grasp. If they don't agree to increase the price, your fans won't agree. Nonsense. My value is now 50,000, and that's already a low price. It's only because they are fellow students that I'm giving them this price of 50,000. However, 10 seconds passed, and Yeshimeng still hadn't called him. This made him frown slightly. Strange. Why hasn't that country bumpkin Yeshimeng called me yet? Feng Jinghui couldn't help but look at his phone. It was 8:30, the time for the final performance. Still no call. This made Feng Jinghui a little confused. Gao, go and ask about the situation at the performance for me. Okay, I'll call my brother over there and ask. Li Erga took out his phone and hurriedly made a call. The other party quickly answered and gave him some shocking news. What? The dance club let a first-year junior replace Feng Jinghui to sing the final song. After hanging up, Li Erga still had a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought that the little girls from the dance club would completely disregard Feng Jinghui's fans. It seemed they were determined to be stubborn to the end. Hearing this, Feng Jinghui also frowned. I didn't expect the little girls from the dance club to be quite tough. Then let's go and see how they ruin their own fundraising event. On the sports field, Feng Jinghui's fans were already holding up their support signs and shouting. Feng Jinghui, Senior Feng, hurry up, we can't wait any longer, Senior Feng, I love you. Many die-hard fans shouted loudly. Su King Luo, Yeshimeng, Lin Beiwei, and the others saw those fans and secretly felt anxious. I finally stepped onto the stage under everyone's attention. I held the microphone, my expression calm and confident. Only Su King Luo, Yeshimeng, and the others below were watching with extreme nervousness, their palms even sweating. Sorry everyone, Feng Jinghui refused to perform because he thought the price was too low. So now, I will replace him and sing the final song. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar, especially Feng Jinghui's female fans, who were all about to riot. I came to see Senior Feng, not to see you. Get off the stage. That's right, get off the stage. We came to see Senior Feng, not you. Get out, get out. Almost all the fans were protesting. Su King Luo, Yeshimeng, and the others saw this and felt hopeless. Feng Jinghui's fans were indeed all protesting. Feng Jinghui, hiding at the back of the crowd, watched everything from a distance with a cold smile. Let's see how you end this event without my cooperation. Feng Jinghui's eyes were full of confidence. I was not affected by Feng Jinghui's fans. I held the microphone tightly and sang a cappella with emotion. The aggressive female fans gradually quieted down. They suddenly realized that this handsome boy on stage actually sang very well. Su King Luo, Yeshimeng, and the others also suddenly discovered that Jung Cheng's a cappella singing was extremely good. Moreover, this original song, whether it was the lyrics or the melody, was very pleasant to the ear. I didn't expect the mischievous junior to sing so well. Su King Luo was immediately captivated. Her eyes, as she looked at me, had an added touch of admiration and love. I didn't expect this Zhang Cheng to sing so well. Feng Jinghui's female fans seemed to have gradually quieted down. After the first chorus ended, those female fans were completely immersed in Zhang Cheng's charming music. Seeing this, Feng Jinghui was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How dare you steal my spotlight, Feng Jinghui, Ergao, who is this kid? Feng Jinghui turned his head to look, only to find that Li Ergu was also captivated by Zhang Cheng's song, standing on his tiptoes to watch Zhang Cheng sing. Damn you, what the hell are you listening to? Feng Jinghui angrily kicked Li Ergu's butt, sending him flying 2 meters away. Young Master Feng, what's wrong? Why did you kick me? Li Ergu stood up and hurriedly ran back. Go investigate who this kid is for me. Okay, young Master Feng, I'll go investigate right away. One song ended, and everyone was still immersed in the wonderful song. It was truly too good. They had never heard such a beautiful song. Su Qingluo and the others were even mesmerized, completely conquered by Zhang Cheng's song. Thank you all for listening to my song. If you liked it, please donate some love to the poor children in the mountains, I said. Only after this did everyone react, followed by thunderous applause. So good, this song is so good. Sing another one. Handsome boy, sing another one. That's right, sing another one. I want to hear you sing a few more songs. I'll donate to you. The audience at the scene started shouting, all asking me to continue singing. Moreover, Zhang Chen was also extremely handsome. I didn't expect this situation, but I knew that to get more donations, I clearly had to meet their demands. No problem, then I'll sing a few more songs for everyone. Below the stage, Ye Shai Meng and the others saw that I was willing to sing a few more songs, and cast grateful glances at me. Very quickly, Zhang Chen held the microphone tightly in his hand and continued to sing. The audience at the scene was once again immersed in my singing. As for Su Qingluo, upon hearing the lyrics, her eyes immediately turned red. Weren't the lyrics about her and Zhang Chen's childhood story? Back then, when they were young, the two of them played house. Zhang Chen mixed mud with heroin, then used the mud to build a castle, saying that when they grew up, he would marry her and let her live in the castle. It turned out that Zhang Chen had always remembered this. Su Qingluo didn't know when tears had started to fall from the corners of her eyes. At 930 them, his performance finally ended. From being unaccepted and booed off the stage, to later changing their attitude and applauding him together, and finally, all becoming fans of Zhang Chen. All these changes were completed in 1 hour. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to sing so well. He sang continuously for an hour, all original songs and a cappella. The important thing is that every song was good. Liu Yanyan couldn't help but praise. That's right. This time it's all thanks to Zhang Chen. He even attracted many students who heard the news and ran over. Ye Shaimen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I had been singing for an hour and was quite tired, so I came down from the stage. But as soon as I came down, a beautiful girl appeared in front of Zhang Chen. Hello, my name is One Manly. You sing very well. Can we be friends? One Manly said confidently. One Manly was the second most beautiful girl at Tianhai University, second only to Su Qingluo. Unlike Su Qingluo's pure and lovely image, One Manly was charming and sexy, very popular among male students, and was known as the dream girl of Tianhai University. Obviously, Zhang Chen's perfect performance tonight had attracted One Manly's attention, so she didn't mind lowering herself to approach him. Moreover, she was very confident in her beauty. Zhang Chen would surely agree to be friends with her. I didn't expect that another campus belle of Tianhai University would also approach me. I was considering how to refuse her when Su Qingluo appeared by my side from nowhere, with a vigilant look on her face. Sorry, Senior Manly, Zhang Chen is my man. Don't have any ideas about him. This statement from Su Qingluo shocked everyone around, especially me. I never expected that Su Qingluo, this beautiful and arrogant campus belle, would say such bold words as he is my man in public. Moreover, when facing One Manly, Su Qingluo easily linked her arm with Zhang Chen's, as if declaring to One Manly that Zhang Chen was her man and not to be stolen. Su Qingluo and One Manly were both campus belles of Tianhai University, but Su Qingluo was much more famous than One Manly, and also slightly more beautiful. Since Su Qingluo entered Tianhai University, the position of the #1 campus belle had been taken by her, so One Manly had always been a little jealous. When she found out that the cold campus belle Su Qingluo was crazily pursuing a first-year freshman, she seriously investigated this Zhang Chen, wanting to know what magic this new student had. But after several days of investigation, she still couldn't find the reason. Until tonight, when she happened to pass by the sports field and saw Zhang Chen singing on stage, she finally discovered Zhang Chen's charm and took the initiative to get to know him. But she didn't expect Su Qingluo to be so protective of her food. However, One Manly would not give up so easily. Junior Su, I heard that you confessed to Zhang Chen a few days ago and were rejected. How did he become your man today? Why don't you ask him and see if he agrees? One Manly crossed her arms in front of her chest with a provocative look. Su King Luo also became anxious. The moment she saw Wan Manli approaching Jung Chen, she panicked. Ever since Su King Luo entered Tianhai University and snatched the title of #1 campus belle from Wan Manli, the latter had always tried to compete with her. Now seeing that she was pursuing Jung Chen, this person came to join the fun. Of course she had to call him out. Otherwise, Su King Luo would have to admit defeat in front of Wan Manli. But she was very uneasy in her heart. She turned to look at me and said nervously, "Jung Chen, you are my man, right?" As she spoke, Su King Luo frantically winked at me, hoping I could understand her meaning. At least in front of Wan Manli, she couldn't lose face. Faced with this question about our relationship, how could I easily admit it? If the news that I am Su King Luo's man spread, and my fiancé Su Jiao found out later, wouldn't she be jealous? She might even dislike me. So, I couldn't easily agree to this matter, even if Su King Luo frantically winked at me. A matter of principle could absolutely not be compromised. But just as I was about to refuse her, the system's voice rang out again. System mission activated. Choice selection. Choice 1. Agree to Su King Luo's request. Reward, 10x cashback on spending for the goddess. Choice 2. Refuse Su King Luo's request. Reward, the top liked comment shortens by 20. Hearing the system's prompt, I immediately wanted to cry. Alright then, I'll sacrifice myself a little. Yes, I am Su King Luo's man, I agreed through tears. Seeing that Jung Chen finally understood her gaze, Su King Luo was overjoyed. She turned her head and said triumphantly to Wan Manli, "Senior Manli, see. Jung Chen has agreed. I told you he is my man, and you didn't believe me." Su King Luo now held her head high, looking proud and smug, as if she had won a competition. Wan Manli's expression was not good at this moment. She didn't expect Jung Chen to actually agree with Su King Luo. However, she was very observant, and quickly noticed that Jung Chen did not look happy. On the contrary, he had a bitter expression, clearly reluctant to agree. He was definitely forced by Su King Luo. Wan Manli thought to herself. This girl looks pure and lovely on the outside, but I didn't expect her to force Jung Chen. Thinking of this, Wan Manli let out a fragrant breath and said, "Su King Luo, even if Jung Chen has agreed with you, I will not give up. We'll just wait and see." After speaking, Wan Manli gave me another charming look. Seeing Wan Manli casting amorous glances at her man, Su King Luo gritted her teeth in anger. "You shameless woman, daring to seduce my man. Senior Manli, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Jung Chen and I are true love," Su King Luo said, unwilling to be outdone. "Is that so? Then I really want to try. I am a person who loves challenges," Wan Manli said as she gave me another charming look before leaving. Su King Luo was so angry she was jumping up and down. She never expected that letting Jung Chen sing a song would lead to this hateful rival, Wan Manli. Now it seemed like she was targeting Jung Chen. Who knows what trick she will use in the future. Seeing that Wan Manli had left, I quickly shook off Su King Luo's arm that was holding mine. "Senior Su, she's gone. It's getting late, we should also go back to the dorm to rest." After speaking, I walked towards the dorm. I was very unwilling about the choice I had just made, but Su King Luo called out to me again. "Jung Chen, you said just now that you were my man. Were you serious?" Su King Luo asked expectantly. "Of course it was fake. You were winking frantically, I couldn't bear to refuse you. So, don't take it seriously." Su King Luo was a little disappointed, then said again, "Then in the future, can you pretend in front of Wan Manli that we are in a relationship? Please, good junior." Seeing that Su King Luo still wanted me to continue pretending to be her boyfriend, I was very angry. This was absolutely not possible. However, just as I was about to refuse, the system's voice appeared again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice mission. Choice 1. Agree to Su King Luo's request. Reward, 10x cash back on spending for the goddess. Double effect. Choice 2. Refuse Su King Luo's request. Reward, the second top liked comment increases by 50 meters. A site internally, and could only be forced to choose to accept again. Alright, since you're begging me, I'll reluctantly agree. But let's be clear, I'm only pretending to be your boyfriend in front of Wan Manli. At other times, it doesn't count, I said with a determined face. That's great. Then it's a deal. You can't go back on your word. What I have promised you, I will naturally not go back on. Alright, it's very late now. I have to go back to sleep. I have class tomorrow. See you tomorrow, mischievous junior. Good night, sweet dreams. I returned to the dorm at 10 p.m. After a simple wash-up, I lay down on the bed and carefully checked the reward I had just received. Thanks cash back on spending for the goddess. All consumption for a recognized goddess will receive a thanks cashback. Maximum cashback of 10 million. Valid for 3 days. After reading the introduction, it was just as I had guessed. This cashback could only be received when spending money on a goddess. But what kind of girl is considered a goddess? It has to be a recognized goddess. Su King Luo should definitely count. What about Wan Manli? I wasn't sure. So I tried to ask the system with my thoughts. System, what kind of goddess is considered a recognized goddess? I was just trying to ask, but unexpectedly, the system actually responded. After system inspection, only one female student at Manhwa University meets the standard of a recognized goddess. That person is Su King Luo. You could have just said that spending money on Su King Luo gets a tank's cash back. No need to be so roundabout with me. I now seriously suspect that this system is Su King Luo's lackey. Every time, it only activates missions when I meet Su King Luo. Others don't trigger it. Moreover, every choice is biased towards Su King Luo. If it's not a lackey, what is it? The next morning was a major class. I was seriously studying and listening in class when a charming and sexy figure appeared at the door. It was Wang Manly. She was holding a packaged hot coffee and stood quietly at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. Isn't that Senior Manly from the 3rd year? I heard she's the dream girl of the male students in the school. She looks so beautiful, wearing a tight dress. So sexy. I heard she's a campus belle on par with Su King Luo. But why is she at our classroom door? She seems to be waiting for someone. She's not waiting for me, is she? Get out of the way. Even if she's waiting for someone, it wouldn't be you. Don't dream. I couldn't help but turn my head to look and found that it was indeed Wang Manly. As I was looking at her, Wang Manly also looked back and even waved at me. I frowned at this, feeling that this Wang Manly was targeting me. But on second thought, I felt that I couldn't possibly have such great charm, so I dismissed the idea. Very quickly, the bell for the end of class rang. Those male students rushed out crazily. The brave ones directly struck up a conversation with Wang Manly and even wanted to add her on WeChat. But unfortunately, they were all rejected by her. Until I walked out of the classroom, Wang Manly slowly walked over. John Cheng, you've worked hard. Have a hot coffee. The students who saw this scene were completely shocked. Damn, what's going on? Goddess Manly is also pursuing John Cheng. No way, Manly is my goddess. She can't be pursuing John Cheng. John Cheng is not worthy. Everyone, don't guess blindly. It's just a cup of hot coffee. Really? But Campus Belle Su confessed not long after giving him milk tea. Isn't this move the same? At this time, all the students were discussing animatedly. The gazes of admiration, jealousy, and hatred once again focused on me. I was also dumbfounded. This Wang Manly was really targeting me. But I didn't want to accept this coffee. Sorry, Senior Wang, I have something to do. I didn't dare to take the hot coffee from Wang Manly's hand, and turned to leave. Who knew that as soon as I turned, I saw Su King Luo not far away, walking over with a cup of milk tea. Seeing it was Su King Luo, my heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this is bad. Senior Su is here. Last night, I had just agreed to pretend to be in a relationship with her in front of Wang Manly. Now with so many people around, if they saw this, the whole school would know. Thinking of this, I intended to slip away quickly. Who knew that Wang Manly would block my way again? Junior Jum Chen, you don't like my hot coffee. Especially drove to buy this. Are you willing to disappoint me? At this moment, I was in no mood to drink hot coffee. I wanted to push her away and leave quickly. Who knew that Su King Luo, seeing Wang Manly pestering Zhang Cheng, had already sped up and arrived in front of Zhang Cheng in an instant. He doesn't like to drink coffee. He likes to drink milk tea. Su King Luo's clear voice quickly came, her tone filled with the smell of gunpowder. Su King Luo's appearance immediately attracted the gazes of all the students present. Then, under their watchful eyes, Su King Luo brought the milk tea to Zhang Cheng. Mischievous Junior, drink my milk tea. It's strawberry flavor. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was stunned. The two great campus belles of Manhwa University were fighting to give Zhang Cheng milk tea and coffee. Is there any justice left in the world? I couldn't handle it. The two great campus belles were fighting to give me milk tea and coffee. I didn't know who to choose. Moreover, between Su King Luo and Wang Manly, there was now a strong smell of gunpowder. It was clear that they were treating me as a bet to win or lose. After some consideration, I subtly refused, apologizing. I sang for too long last night, and my throat isn't comfortable. The doctor said I shouldn't drink coffee or milk tea, these stimulating drinks are bad. Since choosing either is not good, I chose neither. All of you, don't even think about using me as a pawn. My refusal once again astonished everyone present. Damn, Zhang Chen actually refused drinks from two campus beauties. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. They wished a campus beauty would offer them a drink, but Zhang Chen was different, directly refusing their offers. Manly and Su King Luo were also stunned, clearly not expecting Zhang Chen to refuse both of them. But Su King Luo quickly recovered. Zhang Chen, let's go eat, Su King Luo said, directly linking her arm through mine, her demeanor sweet and adorable, even resting her head on my arm. This scene left everyone present bewildered. What was going on? Su King Luo actually took the initiative to link arms with Zhang Chen, even acting like a clinging bird. Were they in love? Man Li felt a pang of jealousy but quickly noticed that Zhang Chen didn't seem entirely willing. Junior Su, last night you said Zhang Chen was your man. Do you dare to kiss Zhang Chen in front of everyone? Man Li's words carried a hint of challenge. She guessed Zhang Chen was being forced by Su Qingluo, so she came up with this idea to expose them. As soon as she said this, everyone present cheered, wanting to know if Zhang Chen and Campus Belle Su were really in love. Hearing this, my heart pounded. My biggest worry had finally come true. Su Qingluo, on the other hand, was both embarrassed and anxious, her face flushed to her neck. Kissing Zhang Chen in front of so many people as a girl, it was impossible not to feel embarrassed and anxious. But Man Li seemed to have predicted that Zhang Chen and Su Qingluo's relationship was fake. If they didn't kiss, their fake relationship might be exposed. However, I wouldn't indulge Man Li. I didn't want to kiss Su Qingluo in front of so many people. If I did, it would completely confirm the relationship between Su Qingluo and me. I directly pulled Su Qingluo's hand and left. Staying any longer would really cause trouble. If the system were to give me the option to publicly kiss Su Qingluo, I would really break down. So, taking advantage of the system not yet activating a mission, I quickly left. Man Li watched Zhang Chen and Su Qingluo hastily leave, a smile appearing at the corner of her lips. As I thought, they truly have no relationship. I pulled Su Qingluo out of the teaching building and finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I escaped from this Man Li. This woman is truly cunning, wanting us to kiss. I wouldn't do as she wished. Senior Man Li has always been like that. When I first entered Tianhai University, she constantly opposed me. Fortunately, I'm clever and quick-witted, so she didn't get her way. This woman is too difficult to deal with. It's best to avoid her in the future. Kem Cheng, let's go eat now, okay? Eat. I suddenly remembered that I still had the spend money for Goddess, get tax refund effect. I nodded. Okay, let's go spend, let's go eat. How about Haidalao? At Haidalao, in a private room, I held my phone and meticulously selected the most expensive ingredients from the menu. Finally, I even ordered a bottle of century-old Lafite to moisten my throat. After the ingredients were served, Su Qingluo looked stunned. Zhang Chen, you ordered so much. Can we finish it all? If we can't finish it, we'll pack it up. Okay, then. Can you pour me a glass of wine? No, you'll get drunk after one glass. No drinking for you. Then I'll have soda. That's right. You drink soda, I'll drink wine. Cheers. After pouring myself a full glass of wine, I clinked glasses with Su Qingluo and took large sips. 150,000 yuan wine, it would be a waste not to drink it. Zhang Chen, don't drink too much. This wine has a strong kick. It's okay. 150,000 yuan a bottle, it would be a waste not to drink it. I said, pouring myself another glass. While eating and drinking, it felt too extravagant, like I was truly eating money. Su Qingluo felt a little helpless and could only eat hot pot with me. After drinking half a bottle of wine, I suddenly felt dizzy, and my face turned red. Damn, this wine really has a strong kick. Seeing this, Su Qingluo knew I was drunk and quickly came over. I told you this wine has a strong kick. Let me help you to the sofa to lie down for a bit, okay? Su Qingluo helped me, and I smelled the alluring orchid scent on her, which gave me a familiar feeling. This is the smell of orchids, is it Xiao Jiao? In my drunken state, I suddenly turned my head and saw an exquisitely beautiful face. But upon closer inspection, this beautiful face somewhat resembled young Su Jiao. Su Qingluo heard me call her Xiao Jiao. Naughty junior brother, you've recognized me. The statement didn't get a response from me. I directly hugged Su Qingluo. Xiao Jiao, I finally found you. I missed you so much. I hugged Su Qingluo tightly, the longing of many years finally released under the influence of alcohol. Naughty junior brother, I missed you too. Su Qingluo also hugged me tightly, feeling incredibly happy at that moment. I vaguely felt my words were reciprocated and couldn't help but lean down to kiss Xiao Jiao's lips. When our lips met, Su Qingluo's body trembled slightly, then she hugged my neck and passionately responded. Under the influence of alcohol, my mind was a bit confused and dizzy to the point of completely losing reason. Added to that, this familiar orchid scent made me mistake Su Qingluo for Su Jiao, and I passionately kissed Su Qingluo. Su Qingluo thought I had recognized her and was very happy, hugging my neck and responding ardently. Both were young people with hot blood. I had also drunk alcohol, and something within me was vaguely awakening. I unconsciously put my hands on Su Qingluo's body, caressing up and down. At this moment, Su Qingluo was completely immersed in my passionate love. Not only did she not stop me from touching her, but she also complied. Even when emotion surged, the two opened their mouths, and their tongues intertwined. However, just as I was about to make the next move, I suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Eating too much, combined with the stimulation of alcohol, made my stomach uncomfortable. I unconsciously stopped my actions and immediately pushed Su Qingluo away, then covered my mouth, found a trash can, and vomited profusely. Zhang Chen, are you okay? Let me get you a bowl of hangover soup, okay? Chen, quickly drink this bowl of hangover soup. You'll feel better. After drinking the hangover soup, Su Qingluo helped me sit down on the sofa in the private room. After a long while, I finally felt better, and my mind was much clearer. I recalled that when I was drunk, I seemed to have passionately kissed someone. Was it Su Jiao? I shook my still slightly dizzy head, and my eyes casually glanced at Su Qingluo. At first glance, I was shocked and horrified. Just now, I was kissing Senior Su. But I clearly felt Xiao Jiao's breath and the orchid scent on her. It couldn't be wrong. In my heart, it was hard to accept the fact that I had passionately kissed Senior Su. More importantly, this time it wasn't Senior Su who initiated, but me who actively kissed Su Qingluo. How could it be? How could it be Senior Su? Chen, do you still feel uncomfortable now? Much better, thank you, Senior Su. Of Senior Su, just now I was drunk. I didn't offend you, did I? Are you talking about us kissing? Su Qingluo unconsciously blurted out. Hearing this, my mind exploded. I really had forcibly kissed Senior Su. I'd blamed myself. Senior Su, I'm sorry. Just now I drank too much. I didn't mean to kiss you. It's okay, I don't mind. You go ahead and eat. I'll go to the restroom for a bit. Clearly, I just kissed Xiao Jiao, so why is it Senior Su? Maybe I really was drunk. Next time, I shouldn't drink so much. Returning to the private room, Su Qingluo was eating hot pot alone, but she was no longer in the mood to eat. Just now, Chen clearly recognized her. Why, when he sobered up, did he call her Senior Su? Could it be that Chen didn't recognize her? But he clearly called her Xiao Jiao, a name that few people knew now. Just then, I returned. Senior Su, I was drunk just now and mistook you for someone else. I really didn't mean to force a kiss on you. It's okay, I don't mind you kissing me. I've kissed you before. This time, let's call it even. I'm just very curious, who did you mistake me for? Did you think I was someone? Su Qingluo was clearly asking intentionally, but also probing. She wanted to know why Chen recognized her while drunk. The orchid scent on your body made me mistake you for my fiancé. She liked the smell of orchids since childhood, so her body often carried an orchid scent. Just now I drank too much and smelled the orchid scent on your body, and I couldn't help but mistake you for my fiancé. I see, Su Qingluo suddenly understood, then paused for a moment, gathered her courage, and said, Chen, actually, you didn't mistake me for anyone. I am Xiao Jiao. Su Qingluo, after much thought, finally mustered the courage to say it. She wanted to be with Chen soon, and have a sweet love, then get married by the end of the year. Su Qingluo thought everything was perfect, but I didn't believe Su Qingluo's words at all. You are Xiao Jiao. Don't joke with me. If you are Xiao Jiao, I'll eat this table, I said, patting the hot pot table. Chen, I really am Xiao Jiao. What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Su Qingluo was a little anxious. This silly junior brother, why don't you believe that I am Xiao Jiao? Unless you tell me something from our childhood, something only you and I know. Su Qingluo nodded, then recalled for a moment and said, do you remember when we were little, we played house together? You molded a castle out of mud and said that when we grew up, you would marry me and live in that castle. Hearing this, I frowned. I really did do this when I was little and still remember it. But when I heard Su Qingluo say this, not only was I not happy, but I was a little angry. This is the lyrics to the song they sang last night. Are you using it to trick me? He said somewhat angrily. Su Qingluo was stunned, then suddenly remembered the song Chen sang last night. The lyrics did seem to be like that. Chen, I'm not tricking you, this is true. I really am Su Jiao, I just changed my name. Otherwise, I'll tell you a few more things from when we were little. Su Qingluo was anxious to explain, but I interrupted her. Alright, I don't want to hear anymore. I know I accidentally kissed you just now, and I'm sorry. I mistook you for Xiao Jiao, but you can't pretend to be Su Jiao to trick me. Su Qingluo heard this and looked like she was about to cry. Now what? Explaining was useless. Did she really have to wait until the wedding at the end of the year to be recognized? In her haste, Su Qingluo suddenly remembered something. She said to Chen, I have one more thing that can prove I am Su Jiao. As she spoke, Su Qingluo didn't care about anything and began to hastily take off her dress. This was because on her buttocks, she had a red cinnabar birthmark in the shape of a B with a horizontal line below it. Chen had seen this birthmark when they were little and said that the shape of this cinnabar birthmark was unique. At this moment, to prove that she was Su Jiao, Su Qingluo also went all out, even lifting her skirt in front of me. But this bold action scared Chen. Senior Su, what are you doing? Are you proving yourself by taking off your dress? I was stunned. This Senior Su is really bold, daring to take off her dress in front of me. Su Qingluo heard this, and her beautiful face flushed slightly with embarrassment, but to prove herself, she no longer cared about these things. Anyway, she would be Chen's wife later, so showing him her buttocks a little earlier was no big deal. Chen, You also saw it when we were little. I have a birthmark on my buttocks, so that proves I am Su Jiao. Su Qingluo boldly took off her dress, and then prepared to take off her underwear. Damn, Jiang Chen saw Su Qingluo's too long, fair legs suddenly appear before his eyes, scared to the point of his face turning pale. Senior Su, you're too crazy. This is a private room at Yahello. If we get caught, Su Qingluo taking off her dress and underwear will be a disaster. Senior Su, this is a private room in a restaurant. Can't we go home and do it? I'm afraid of being misunderstood. I hurriedly walked over and pulled her dress up, not letting her take it off. No, I must show you today. Otherwise, I can't prove I am Su Jiao. Su Qingluo seemed determined to prove her identity, pulling her dress down with both hands. Next time, let's find a place where no one is around to prove it. This is a restaurant. Someone might come in. Jiang Chen held onto her dress tightly, not letting her take it off. Just as the two were struggling, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and the owner, Zhi King, walked in. The next second, the entire room fell silent. Zhi King was shocked and stood frozen in place. Fortunately, she quickly reacted. General Zhang, you two continue. I didn't see anything. After you're done, I have something important to report to you. Sister Zhao, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything. I released the dress in my hand and hurriedly chased after her, wanting to explain clearly to Zhi King. However, when I chased her out the door, Zhi King was nowhere to be seen. Damn, this is it. Even jumping into the yellow river won't wash this clean. At this moment, Su Qingluo's face was also red, and her heart was pounding. Just now, she was only focused on proving her identity and forgot that this private room could have people come in at any time. Now it's good. Her bold actions seemed to have made the owner think that she and Jiang Chen were doing that in the private room. Misunderstood. Su Qingluo's face turned red to her ears, and she hastily put back on the dress she had taken off. As soon as she finished dressing, I angrily walked back. Senior Su, I told you, this is a private room in a restaurant. It's very dangerous. Now it's good, the owner saw everything. We can't wash this clean even if we jump into the yellow river. Should we go explain to the owner? Su Qingluo said weakly. This kind of thing, the more you explain, the more complicated it gets. Then what do we do? Su Qingluo was also a little flustered at this moment. She completely did not expect things to turn out this way. Well, I'll go explain to her myself then, Su Qingluo said pitifully. Are you full? If so, let's go home. I'm full. Su Qingluo nodded weakly, like a child who had just made a mistake. Oh Chumchen, tomorrow is the weekend. Come to my dorm, okay? My 3 roommates will go on a picnic tomorrow, and only I will be in the dorm. Then I'll prove my identity to you. Su Qingluo still seemed unwilling to give up, still wanting to use the cinnabar birthmark on her buttocks to fully prove her identity as Su Jiao. I didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. New mission activated. Choice 1. Agree to go to the girls' dorm with Su Qingluo. Reward. 1 investment in the name of love double refund coupon. Choice 2. Ignore Su Qingluo's expectant eyes. Reward. The system immediately explodes. Facing this choice, I no longer curse the dog system. So, this time, I quickly made a choice. No problem, Senior Su, then I'll come to your dorm tomorrow. Great, it's settled then. See you tomorrow at the dorm. Su Qingluo was overjoyed, thinking that after returning, she would arrange everything for her fiancé. It was rare for him to come to her dorm, so of course she had to clean up a bit. Moreover, tomorrow, after showing Jiang Chen the cinnabar birthmark on her buttocks, their relationship would definitely be confirmed. At that time, there would be no one else in the dorm, and perhaps they could even do some embarrassing things. Thinking of this, Su Qingluo's beautiful face began to blush. A sweet love was coming soon. She really looked forward to it. The two agreed, then left the private room. Because she had an appointment with Jiang Chen today, Su Qingluo not only cleaned her dorm thoroughly from early morning but also meticulously groomed herself. Sitting in front of the mirror, Su Qingluo meticulously applied makeup. Today is the day I recognize my naughty junior brother, so I must dress beautifully. Su Qingluo happily applied makeup while dreaming of the sweet love after recognizing Jiang Chen. Wait a minute, what clothes should I wear? I'm staying in the dorm and not going out. Should I wear the new pajamas I just bought? But wouldn't that be a bit too revealing? The more Su Qingluo thought, the more her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. She took out her phone and sent a sweet message to Jiang Chen via WeChat. Naughty junior brother, when are you coming? At this moment, I had just finished breakfast, and was about to go to the library to read for a while. Unexpectedly, Su Qingluo's message arrived. Jiang Chen unconsciously opened the voice message, and Su Qingluo's sweet and gentle voice quickly came through, sounding a little alluring. Don't rush, I'll go to the library to read for a while first. I'll be there around 900. Okay, then hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Su Qingluo was eager to be recognized by me, but I wasn't in such a hurry because I felt that Senior Su couldn't possibly be my Xiao Jiao. So I didn't go online. I happily read in the library, while Su King Luo in the girls' dorm was waiting impatiently, even a little restless. Finally, it was 900. I was still reading in the library, seemingly having forgotten my appointment with Su King Luo. Su King Luo, however, was so anxious that she sent another message. Naughty junior brother, have you arrived yet? Hurry up, this senior Su is so annoying. She won't even let me read in peace. Finally, I reluctantly closed the book and somewhat unwillingly left the library. I should still go and deal with it, see what other excuses she has. I sighed and walked towards the girls' dorm. But when I was halfway there, it suddenly started pouring rain, soaking me to the bone. Although I reached the girls' dorm, it wasn't easy to get in. There's a dorm manager guarding the door. Male students are not allowed in the girls' dorm. Male students are not allowed in. Nonsense. How can male students just freely enter the girls' dorm? Alright then, I won't go in anymore. God really likes to make things difficult for me. There was no other way. I could only use Wecat to ask Su King Luo to bring an umbrella down. Su King Luo knew I had arrived below their girls' dorm and was extremely excited. She immediately put on her slippers and excitedly ran down. Naughty junior brother, you're finally here. Below the girls' dorm, Su King Luo cleverly told the dorm manager, Uncle Kin, my computer is broken. I called my junior brother to come fix it, and he'll leave right away. After much pleading and charming antics from Su King Luo, the dorm manager finally agreed. If it's for fixing a computer, hurry up. Don't exceed 1 hour. First, register your name here. Very quickly, I registered my name with the dorm manager and followed Su King Luo into the girls' dorm, room 402. As soon as I entered Su King Luo's dorm, she locked the door, which made me a little uneasy. Senior Su, we don't need to lock the door, do we? Why not? What if something like yesterday happens again? I don't want anyone else to ruin it. Su King Luo said, pulling the curtains in front. Immediately, the room became much darker. I secretly felt uneasy, having a feeling I was about to be cornered. Senior Su, you don't need to pull the curtains, do you? It's too dark if you pull them. What's the big deal? I'll turn on the light. Wait, you said it's too dark. Then look closely. Senior Su, I'm here now. Just say what you want directly. I thought, after saying this, I would quickly go home. Being in the same room with Senior Su, a male and a female, really made me uneasy, feeling like I was about to be eaten by her. One must know that I am still pure. If Senior Su defiled me here, it would be over. Then I'll say it directly, Su King Luo said, starting to take off her dress. Seeing this, I secretly sigh. Why are you taking off your dress again and again? Senior Su, let's just talk things over, okay? No need to take off your dress. First, I'll show you the birthmark on my buttocks. You'll understand everything after you see it. Naughty junior brother, look, I have a birthmark on my buttocks, which is enough to prove I am Su Jiao. Although Su King Luo was very embarrassed, she still exposed her entire fair buttocks for me to see, so that I would believe she was Su Jiao. Su King Luo had also gone all out. At first, I didn't dare to look directly, but curiosity drove me to look at those fair buttocks. I must say, Su King Luo's buttocks were very fair, very smooth, and slightly raised. When I saw that cinnabar birthmark, I sat up straight, my eyes filled with disbelief. How can it be? You actually have this cinnabar birthmark. I directly leaned closer and carefully examined the cinnabar birthmark. I even carefully rubbed it with my hand. I even suspected it was a sticker or drawing by Su King Luo, but no matter how much I rubbed, it wouldn't erase. This proved that the birthmark was real. Having her buttocks rubbed back and forth by Jum Chen made Su King Luo's beautiful face flush, both embarrassed and anxious, but deep down, she felt a little happy and expectant. This really is your birthmark. This is a birthmark I've had since childhood. You even said my birthmark is unique in the world, and no one else has this birthmark. Do you believe me now? So really am Su Jiao. 10 years ago, after Dad brought our family to Tianhai, the next day he found a master to help me change my name, saying that only by changing my name could I help the Su family revive. Su King Luo explained in detail. Hearing this, my eyes were filled with surprise. This Su King Luo looked so beautiful, had such a good figure, and more importantly, she didn't resemble the Su Jiao I imagined at all. It was precisely because of this thought that I never thought Su King Luo was Su Jiao. However, after seeing this birthmark, I believed 7E, but some details still needed to be confirmed. Since you say you are Su Jiao, then I will ask you a few questions, okay? Go ahead and ask. Then I'll ask you, what is my birthday? The 27th day of the 9th lunar month, because your family's custom is to celebrate lunar birthdays. Then I'll ask again, what was my childhood dream? Your childhood dream was to become a scientist, and you said you wanted to build a spaceship to go to Mars. Then I'll ask you, when is our wedding date? Our wedding date is the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, which is the end of this year. Finally, I confirmed one thing. The Su King Luo in front of me was indeed Su Jiao, my only below. I never imagined that the stunning campus belle Su King Luo in front of me was actually my fiancé, Su Jiao. For countless nights, I had dreamed of reuniting with Su Jiao, but I never thought I would reunite with Su Jiao in this situation. Su Jiao had also longed for and worked hard for this day for a long time. Today, it finally came true. Naughty junior brother, do you believe me now? I believe you. It's just that you're a bit thinner than I imagined, a bit more slender. In my impression, Su Jiao was a bit chubby as a child. Normally, she would at least be a bit chubby when she grew up. Who knew Su King Luo would be so beautiful and have such a good figure? You still thought I would get fat. There's a saying that girls change a lot as they grow up, hee hee. Do you still like me now? Previously, I would definitely have kept my composure, even not looking directly at Su King Luo, but now, after confirming Su Jiao's identity, when I saw Su King Luo like this, I suddenly felt a flutter. Like you. As long as it's you, no matter what you look like, I like you. Really? If I turned into a big dinosaur, would you still like me? Like you. As long as it's you, I like you. Su King Luo heard this, and was slightly overjoyed. Naughty junior brother's words always make people happy. Then why don't you show a little bit? She had long wanted a sweet love with Jiang Chen, but this silly junior brother kept not believing her. Now, her wish was finally granted. Hearing this, I didn't react for a moment, not knowing how to express myself. Su King Luo then threw herself into my arms. Silly junior brother, don't you know how to hug me? Su King Luo hugged me tightly, leaning her head on my chest. Her two bunnies also pressed tightly against my chest, her face red, her heart pounding. Finally, her wish was granted. I finally reacted, then put my arms around Su King Luo, feeling the warmth radiating from the person in my arms, which made me both excited and moved, feeling that everything in front of me was unreal yet very real. The two looked at each other, and a romantic atmosphere immediately spread. Su King Luo licked her delicate lips, raised her head, and slowly closed her eyes, seemingly anticipating something. Before I could react, the system's voice sounded again. New mission activated. Choice 1, passionately kiss Su King Luo. Reward, 1 million bonus, dragon and tiger effect increased. Choice 2, ignore Su King Luo's expectant eyes. Reward, system immediately explodes. I didn't expect this could also trigger a mission, but in the current situation, even without a reward, I would be willing to kiss Su King Luo. I just didn't know what this dragon and tiger effect was. I said nothing and leaned down to kiss her. When our lips met, both immediately immersed themselves and passionately kissed in the dorm. At this moment, Su King Luo was truly a little excited, hugging my neck and kissing me. Such wild kisses made me a little excited too, and my hands involuntarily moved across Su King Luo's body. Su King Luo seemed not to resist, allowing me to do as I pleased with her. I hurriedly separated from Su King Luo, fearing that if I delayed any longer, something would happen. King Luo, we can't continue like this, or something will happen. Now I had the dragon and tiger effect on me, which made me very uncomfortable. Su Jiao and I had only just recognized each other for half a day, and I felt that progressing like this was too fast. But Su King Luo pulled me back. Jiang Chen, it's okay if something happens, Su King Luo said, her beautiful face flushed, turning around and taking a box from the drawer, handing it to me. Use this. You always prepare this. I was surprised. I never imagined that Su King Luo, such a cold campus belle, would carry this. This isn't mine. It's from Bai Wei. She kept giving it to me this morning. This is also my first time. King Luo, we've only known each other for half a day. Isn't this progressing too fast? Who said we've only known each other for half a day? We've known each other for years. Moreover, I am your fiancé. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Then let me take a shower first. I was rained on just now, and I'm still a little dirty. Okay, then you go shower first. I'll wait for you. Su King Luo's heart pounded. Thinking about what was about to happen, her beautiful face flushed even more to her neck. In girls' dorm room 402, I immediately ran into the bathroom, wanting to use cold water to calm myself down. Although Su King Luo didn't refuse me, I didn't want to hurt her. Moreover, my reason told me that it wasn't good for two people to develop so quickly. But the dragon and tiger effect that the system added to me made me uncomfortable, so I had to use cold water to calm down. This was a dorm. If we were discovered, it would be over. Moreover, the dorm manager only gave me 1 hour. At this moment, I was still quite rational. If something like that happened in the girls' dorm, the consequences would definitely be very serious. Outside, Su King Luo, holding the box of condoms, had already started sweating. It's my first time. I heard it will hurt. What should I do to satisfy my naughty junior brother? What if I don't satisfy him and he dislikes me? Or should I temporarily find a website to study a bit? Thinking of this, Su King Luo took out her phone. She started searching for sensitive websites online. Previously, she would never have thought of searching for such websites, but now it was different. She was about to use them, so she could only learn quickly. However, no matter how many keywords she searched for online, she couldn't find the website she wanted. Why can't I find it? How do those male students search? But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find it. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Su-King Luo sighed and then thought about posting on the forum for help. Need a sensitive website. Waiting online urgently. But as soon as Su-King Luo posted this plea, knocking sounds suddenly echoed outside the dorm. Room 402. Open the door quickly. 1 hour is up. That male student can come out now. The dorm manager's voice suddenly sounded. Su-King Luo heard it and was startled, almost dropping her phone. What? The dorm manager is here. Su-King Luo paced anxiously, unable to think of what to do. She could only think of asking Zhang Chen for help. Su-King Luo anxiously pushed open the bathroom door and saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Su-King Luo saw that scene, and her beautiful face immediately flushed with embarrassment, but her large eyes stared at me without blinking. Seeing this, I was startled and quickly used a towel to cover myself. Just now, in my haste to cool myself down with cold water, I forgot to lock the bathroom door. Now it's good. A big problem has occurred. Su-King Luo saw everything. Su-King Luo, what are you doing? I'm taking a shower. Why did you barge in? Su-King Luo finally reacted, then covered her eyes with a red face. Naughty junior brother, the dorm manager is here. He told you to come out, Su-King Luo said, unable to help but peek at Zhang Chen through her fingers, her beautiful face already red to her ears. No. You go out first. I'll get dressed and then come out. Su-King Luo heard this and then turned around and left, closing the bathroom door. Outside, Su-King Luo still hadn't recovered from the scene she just saw. Her beautiful face was still flushed and hadn't faded. Meanwhile, outside, the dorm manager saw Su-King Luo not opening the door for a long time and started to get a little impatient. Room 402, if you don't open the door, I'll go in, the dorm manager said, taking out her key and starting to open the door. Management at Tianhai University was quite strict. Male students were strictly forbidden from entering girls' dorms, and even in special circumstances, they couldn't stay for more than an hour. But now, Zhang Chen had been in for more than an hour, and the door to room 402 was locked from the inside. This made the dorm manager unable not to intervene because if anything unexpected happened, her responsibility would be very great. Su-King Luo saw the dorm manager wanting to open the door and, in her haste, tried to use her body to block the door. But the dorm manager was one step faster and pushed the door open. Seeing the dorm manager enter, Su-King Luo exclaimed, "Oh no, Su-King Luo, why did you lock the door? Where is that male student?" The dorm manager entered with a serious expression, her eyes constantly scanning the dorm. He has a stomachache and is in the restroom. She also realized that she was still holding the condom box in her hand and quickly hid it behind her back before the dorm manager noticed. Stomachache. Fixing a computer, how did it lead to a stomachache? And why are the curtains pulled so dark? How can you fix a computer like this? The dorm manager grumbled, walking over and pulling open the curtains. He really has a stomachache. Maybe he got a little cold from the rain just now. If you don't believe me, you can go into the restroom and see right now. Alright then, let him go to the restroom. I'll wait at the door for him to come out. He can't stay in the dorm any longer. The dorm manager said, standing at the door and waiting for Zhang Chen to come out. This was considered special attention. Unless Zhang Chen came out, she wouldn't leave. Su-King Luo heard this and secretly sighed. Today, there was no hope of breaking her virginity with her naughty junior brother. I hid in the restroom, already dressed, but I didn't dare to come out because the dragon and tighter effect still made me unable to stand upright. I could only hunch over. Boy, I can't believe our cold school beauty has a boyfriend. I want to see what he looks like. Where is he? Call him over. Let's get acquainted, Lin Xiaoyan said proudly. Meanwhile, the man next to Lin Xiaoyan, upon seeing Su-King, was immediately captivated. His eyes scanned Su-King up and down. Su-King, since you're Lin Xiaoyan's friend, how about we go to a movie later? The man casually found an excuse to strike up a conversation. Su-King was about to refuse when a timely voice cut in. Excuse me, we don't have time for a movie. I returned and held Su-King's hand affectionately. Su-King smiled sweetly when she saw me return, then proudly introduced me to Lin Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Chen. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she saw Su-King's handsome boyfriend. Compared to the man beside her, Zhang Chen was truly a phoenix among birds, while the other was just a clumsy chicken. But she quickly realized that Zhang Chen's clothes were very ordinary. As a gold digger, she could tell the value of someone's outfit with just a glance. So he's just a handsome freeloader. Lin Xiaoyan unconsciously scoffed. Ma Dao, who was initially quite jealous of Su-King's handsome boyfriend, couldn't help but shake her head when she saw my cheap clothes. Turns out he's just a handsome freeloader. Su-King was truly a bit angry. What do you mean, handsome freeloader? Your whole family are freeloaders. She was about to teach them a lesson when suddenly 3 or 4 sales assistants pushed a large cart full of designer goods towards them. As they approached, the sales assistant said breathlessly, Sir, Everything you bought has been packed and brought here. This unexpected scene stunned everyone. What's going on, John Cheng? Did you buy all this? Suking asked, full of surprise. These are just a few things I bought for you. I was afraid you wouldn't spend your own money, so I used the excuse of going to the restroom to buy them casually for you. Do you think they're okay? I said I was going to the restroom, but I didn't actually go. Instead, I went to several designer stores and casually picked out more than a dozen designer items. I asked them to pack everything. Since there was too much to carry, I asked them to find a cart, which led to the current scene. This must be at least 100 million, right? Lin Shoyan looked on with envy and jealousy. Just over 100 million for a casual purchase. As long as King likes it, a billion or even more is not a problem, I said lightly, holding Suking's hand with one hand and pushing the cart full of goods forward with the other. This was not a freeloader, this was a low-key rich man spoiling his girlfriend. After walking quite a distance, Suking finally scolded me. Gun Chen, you're something else. You even dared to secretly buy things for me, and so many of them. I was just afraid you wouldn't spend my money, so I bought a few things casually. You can take all of them home later. I didn't expect a few casual purchases to turn into a display of wealth. Since you've already bought them, I can only take them home. But don't be so wasteful with money next time, okay? Okay, next time I'll definitely listen to you. Since there were too many things to carry, we could only ask the mall staff to deliver them to the dorm. Suking and I, hand in hand, continued to shop, watch movies, play claw machines, and even buy ice cream. We each took a bite, sharing a sweetness that was indescribable. This was the sweet love Suking had long yearned for, and today it had finally come true. This was also our first official date after getting together. Jung Chen, I'm so happy today. All the things I've longed for years have come true. Is that so? If you like it, I'll take you out every weekend from now on. Okay, but it's getting late today. Should we find a place to rest? Let's go to the Imperial Hotel opposite the Heaven Saint Mall. The presidential suite there is excellent. Let's go then. You gave me so many gifts today, so I'll give you a gift later too. What gift do you want to give me? You'll know later. Suking smiled mysteriously, but her beautiful face was always flushed with shyness. The Imperial Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Tianhe. Led by a female attendant, Suking and I slowly arrived at the most luxurious presidential suite. Sir, madam, this is the presidential suite. If you have any needs, you can call me anytime. I will be on standby outside 24 hours a day to serve you. I nodded and led Suking through the door. Standing by the panoramic glass window of the suite, one could admire the entire half of Tianhe City at night. It was truly breathtaking. The night view is so beautiful. Suking looked at the night view of Tianhe City outside, and couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful night view. I was also captivated by the beautiful night view, but very quickly, I shifted my attention elsewhere. This presidential suite was truly not just for show. Every detail was truly excellent. Let's go see the bed. Thinking this, I quickly went to the bedroom. As I had predicted, the bed in the presidential suite was indeed a water bed. It was very comfortable to lie on. It's really a water bed. Not bad, not bad, I said, lying down on the bed. It felt slightly swaying, but not too much. Suking followed and, seeing it was a water bed, couldn't help but lie down. Is this a water bed? If you move a lot on it, will it sway a lot? Suking unconsciously blurted out. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a little embarrassed, her beautiful face flushed. Probably. At this moment, I still hadn't realized the hidden meaning in Suking's words. The two of us lay side by side on the bed. I glanced at Suking and was immediately captivated by her pure and charming face, my heart beating faster. Oh no, it's still because I ate too much lamb and sea cucumber. Although I was nervous, my eyes couldn't bear to leave Suking. I was at the peak of my youth, and seeing such a beautiful wife, it would definitely be a lie to say I had no thoughts. Suking seemed to notice that my gaze towards her was a little unusual. Not only was she not angry, but she was secretly happy. However, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Jung Chen, am I beautiful? Suking lay on the water bed, but her head looked at me. Beautiful, much more beautiful than when you were little. So you mean I wasn't beautiful when I was little? No, you were beautiful when you were little too, but you've grown even more beautiful, like a fairy. Although my compliment was a bit crude, it still made Suking incredibly happy. So, a fairy like me lying on the bed, you don't have any thoughts, Suking said, her face flushed. I'm not stupid. How could a girl hint to this extent, and not be understood? I gathered all my courage and slowly moved closer to Suking. She didn't resist, in fact, she seemed to welcome it. Very quickly, our bodies were pressed close together, our postures incredibly ambiguous. My heart couldn't help but beat faster, and Suking's beautiful face became redder and redder. We looked at each other again, and finally, Suking couldn't help but actively kiss me. I also passionately responded. When our lips met, both of us were immediately lost in the moment. Since we had already acknowledged each other, and with the current ambiguous atmosphere, how could these two young people resist? We kissed for a long time before we reluctantly separated. Jungcheng, I'm going to take a bath first. We walked around for half the day, and I'm a little sweaty, Suking said, her beautiful face flushed, then got up. Suking didn't want Jungcheng to dislike her because of the sweat on her body. This was her first time, and she wanted to give it to Jungcheng perfectly. How about we shower together? I thought for a moment and blurted out. No, I'll shower first. Suking said, her voice very soft by the end of the sentence. After saying that, she ran into the bathroom with an embarrassed look on her face. Hearing this, I also felt a surge in my heart. The unfinished business from this morning seemed to have a chance tonight. Moreover, this was a hotel, no one would disturb them anymore. Although I felt that the progress between us was too fast, as Suking said, we had already acknowledged each other. This would happen sooner or later, so why not now? Moreover, after getting together, I also found the peerless school beauty Suking irresistible. Half an hour later, Suking finished showering and came out shyly, her hair still wet. The sight before my eyes was like a fairy who had just emerged from a lotus flower. It was truly too beautiful, making me unable to take my eyes off her. Suking saw that I was mesmerized by her and was secretly happy in her heart. Jungcheng, have you looked enough? Not enough. Now it's your turn to shower. I'll wait for you. I gulped and hurried into the bathroom, even bumping into the bathroom door because I ran too fast. Suking saw this, covered her mouth, and jiggled, then sat down on the bed like a bride. As she thought about doing that with Jungcheng, her heart couldn't help but pound. In less than 5 minutes, I was out. Bad junior disciple, you finished showering so quickly, Suking said with a little surprise. We men shower very quickly. Suking, after showering, you're truly too charming. I completely can't control my instincts. So what do we do now? Suking asked, blushing and looking down. Suking sat on the water bed, wrapped in a white blanket, her face shy, both nervous and expectant. Such a shy beauty made me itch, wanting to pounce on her immediately. I swallowed hard and slowly crawled under the blanket, looking at the shy and cute Suking, both excited and nervous. King, I just realized, you're really beautiful. I surveyed Suking from head to toe. That figure was truly too charming, especially her large, prominent chest and long, fair legs. Suking was made to blush even more by my clumsy flirting, shyly glancing at me, making her dare not look directly. Her heart also beat faster. She didn't expect the bad junior disciple to not only be handsome but also have such a good body. It seemed that he had developed well in the past 10 years. She just didn't know how that part had developed. Thinking this, Suking couldn't help but recall the scene she had seen in the dorm bathroom this morning, immediately blushing even more. But very quickly, Suking realized that I was still staring at her. Bad junior disciple, have you looked enough? Suking asked, blushing. I wanted to say not enough, but I felt that it was not appropriate to say such words at this moment. Otherwise, I would truly be a fool. With such a beauty on the bed, only thinking about looking. Wouldn't that be foolish? Thinking, shall I begin? I swallowed secretly and said, feeling that if I didn't act now, it would be too foolish. Suking shyly nodded, her beautiful face as red as the evening glow, her heart both nervous and expectant. After getting permission, I gently moved closer. A second later, Suking's devastatingly beautiful body was completely revealed before my eyes, leaving me speechless. Suking shyly hugged her chest with both hands, her beautiful face red all the way to her ears. This was the first man to see her body. Seeing this, how could I still resist? I immediately threw off my clothes and pounced on her. Unexpectedly, as soon as we got close, Suking's phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time, startling both of us, and we quickly separated. King, your phone, I reminded her anxiously. Suking softly hemmed, also complaining in her heart, why would someone call her at this moment? After answering the phone, Lin Beiwei's voice quickly came from the other end of the line. King, where are you? It's so late, why haven't you returned to the dorm? Lin Beiwei's tone carried a hint of concern. It was indeed concerning for a roommate not to return to the dorm so late. I'm at a relative's house. I won't be back tonight. You guys just go to bed first. Suking casually found an excuse. She didn't dare say that she was at a hotel with Jungcheng tonight. If she really said that, the entire dorm would explode. She would probably be dealt with when she returned tomorrow. A relative's house. Who would believe that? I guess you're out with Jungcheng, right? Lin Beiwei's tone carried a hint of mischief. These words startled Suking and me a little. This Lin Beiwei was really clever, she actually guessed it. However, Suking would definitely not admit it tonight. You're too cruel. It's not what you think, Beiwei. The signal here isn't very good. Let's not talk anymore. I'll tell you about it when I get back to the dorm tomorrow. Suking finished speaking and immediately hung up the phone to prevent them from calling back. She directly turned off her phone. After doing all that, Suking finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jungcheng, shall we continue? Suking looked at me, her eyes full of expectation. Our business won't be guessed by your roommate, will it? I felt that this Lin Beiwei seemed formidable, she could even guess that. It's okay if she guesses. I plan to explain everything to them when I get back tomorrow. From now on, we can be openly together. No one can stop us. Since we've acknowledged each other, we have to be openly together. Suking didn't want to date me secretly. Okay, I also think that since we've acknowledged each other, we should be openly together. As I spoke, I embraced Suking again, preparing to lower my head and kiss her. This time, my phone rang. I was a little annoyed but still managed to suppress my anger, and calmly answer the phone. Brother, it's so late, why aren't you back at the dorm? What are you doing? It was Wenhao calling. I'm working part-time outside. I won't be back tonight. I casually found an excuse. My roommates all knew that Jung Chen's family was poor, so they quickly believed these words. Where are you working part-time? Not at the White Horse Club, are you? Take care of your health, brother. Just kidding. I'll go somewhere else. I'm definitely not working part-time there. Okay, hang up now. I have to go to work. I finished speaking and quickly hung up the phone, then, following Suking's example, turned off my phone. This way, no one would disturb them anymore. Finally, it's quiet, I said, looking towards Suking. She was also looking at me, her face shy and cute. How could I resist anymore? I immediately pounced on Suking again and gently kissed her. Suking passionately responded, her fair, lotus root-like arms unconsciously wrapping around my neck. I also indulged in kissing Suking. This time, no one disturbed them, so the two of them fought all night. The battle was fierce, and their entire bodies itched. The next morning, I woke up first and saw Suking sleeping soundly in my arms. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. Remembering what happened last night, I also couldn't help but linger. Suking was truly too charming. Even when sleeping, Suking was still charming and lovely. I watched her, unable to tear my eyes away. My eyes even couldn't help but lower and kiss her lips. As if feeling my movement, Suking softly hemmed and slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jung Chen staring at her, her beautiful face flushed. Bad junior disciple, what are you looking at? Suking asked shyly. Only now did she realize the beauty of being a woman. I chuckled softly and said caringly, sleep a little longer. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. No, I want to hug you and sleep a little longer, Suking said, hugging me tightly and even wrapping a long, fair leg around me, like an octopus clinging to me. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. If you keep doing this, I won't be able to control myself. Women should not provoke men early in the morning. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Really? So how do you want me to regret it? Suking smiled charmingly and even deliberately kissed my lips. I'm provoking you. What are you going to do? Seeing this, I subtly raised an eyebrow. You asked for this, you know, I said, the corners of my mouth curling up slightly, then forcefully kissed her, flipping her over and pressing her down. Suking was once again lost in the moment. However, very quickly, Suking understood what I said. Men early in the morning should indeed not be provoked. But after kissing Suking for a while, I let her go, not continuing the attack. I knew Suking was too tired last night, so I didn't want to make it difficult for her anymore. I wanted her to rest a bit. King, we should go back. I looked at Suking with a look full of tenderness. Suking nodded softly, her eyes looking at me full of love. Ever since she gave her first time to John Chen last night, she loved him even more, wanting to cling to him every day. After getting up, the two of us took turns washing up. We each changed clothes, then enjoyed a luxurious breakfast provided by the hotel in the presidential suite. Life was truly warm. After doing all that, the two of us, satisfied, held hands and left the hotel. John Chen, are we going back already? Today is Sunday. Do you want to play a little longer? No more playing today. Let's go back to the painting club. I'll teach you how to paint, I said with a smile. Now, all I could think about was earning more money. Only then could I quickly raise my own worth and marry Suking. Otherwise, relying solely on the engagement and feelings wouldn't make the Su family agree to let us be together. Okay, let's go back to the art room then. Learning to paint while dating the person you like, us thinking about it felt wonderful. This was also something Suking had long yearned for. I held Suking's hand, feeling incredibly happy. Half an hour later, the two of us drove back to Tianhai University. As we were about to go to the art room to paint, Suking's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, it was her mother. Suking didn't hesitate and answered the phone. Mom, why did you think of calling me today? Suking seemed surprised. I happened to be free today, so I came to visit you. I'm at the coffee shop next to your university. There's something I want to talk to you about. Suking's mother, Jun Li, quickly replied over the phone. Something you want to talk about with me? Okay, I'll be right out. It just so happens that I also have some good news to tell you. Suking, after hanging up the phone, turned and said to me. Jung Chen, you go to the art room first. I'll meet my mom and then come. After saying that, Suking happily ran off. As for me, when I heard Suking say she was going to meet her mother, I vaguely had a bad feeling, but I still went to the painting club first to wait for Suking. In the coffee shop next to Tianhai University, Suking's mother, wearing an elegant Chinese cheongsam, sat there, adorned with quite a bit of jewelry. One could tell she was a wealthy lady, and her gestures were also very graceful. Very quickly, Suking happily ran in and looked around the coffee shop, quickly approaching her mother. "Mom, what do you want to talk to me about today?" Suking asked curiously, while also thinking that she would tell her mother about reuniting with her fiancé, John Chen, later. Suking's mother saw her daughter in a good mood, took a sip of coffee, and smiled. "Jowl, you seem happy today." "Of course, I'll tell you some good news later," Suking said happily. "What good news?" Suking's mother asked curiously. "You tell me first. What do you need to see me for?" Suking wanted to tease her mother's curiosity. "Are you playing tricks on me?" "Okay, then I'll tell you first." Suking's mother paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "Isn't National Day coming up in a few days? A son of your father's friend will be returning from abroad. He's the young master of the Chen family in Tianhai. Your father wants you to meet him during the National Day holiday." "The young master of the Chen family in Tianhai. Why did Dad arrange for me to meet him?" Suking blinked, curious. "Just for young people to get acquainted. Young Master Chen graduated from Harvard, he's a talented person, and his family is even richer than ours. Moreover, young Master Chen was also very interested in you after seeing your photo, so he wants to get to know you better," Suking's mother said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Suking sensed a bad omen. "Mom, what do you mean? Are you telling me to go on a blind date during National Day?" Suking said unhappily. "You can see it that way. The Chen family in Tianhai is one of the top 10 largest commercial groups in the country. Young Master Chen is the only son of the Chen family and will likely inherit the huge Chen group in the future. If you can marry into the Chen family, it will bring great benefits to both you and our Su family," Suking's mother said frankly. However, these words hurt Suking deeply. "Mom, have you forgotten that I already have an engagement? Why are you still introducing young Master Chen to me?" Suking said emotionally. "Who said you have an engagement? Don't mention this matter again in the future, especially not in front of the Chen family," Suking's mother quickly and seriously reminded her. These words made Suking feel extreme pain and anger. "I'm going to mention it. The engagement between me and John Chen was set when we were little. It will be fulfilled at the end of the year. I don't care if you agree or not, I will marry John Chen," Suking said with red eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of determination. Seeing her daughter being stubborn, Suking's mother was a little angry, but still suppressed her anger and advised, "Those are all old stories. Don't mention them again. The John family has gone bankrupt, and John Chen and his mother live a life of uncertainty. Our Su family now has a market value of over 400 billion. How can they be worthy of us now?" The entire Su family no longer wanted to mention this engagement. Only Suking and her grandmother still remembered this matter, which gave Suking's mother a big headache. "I don't care. Since you signed the engagement, you must fulfill it. Otherwise, you're people who don't keep their word," Suking said furiously, tears already welling up in her eyes. She had happily come to meet her mother, but she never expected her to say these things to her. "Do your words have any effect? From childhood to adulthood, it has always been the Su family that raised you and provided for you. Now, when we need you, you say we're people who don't keep our word." Suking's mother was also angered by her daughter. "No matter what, I will marry John Chen. If you don't agree, Grandma will help me," Suking said. Suking's biggest backing was her grandmother. Her grandmother had always loved her very much and also strongly supported her in fulfilling the engagement. The last time, she even sent her a letter saying she was preparing her wedding dress. "Grandma can help you for a while, but she can't help you forever. If you don't come back to meet young Master Chen during the National Day holiday, Mom will cut off all your allowance so you can experience a difficult life without money." Suking's mother delivered the killing blow. She believed that her daughter, who was used to a life of comfort, would definitely not be able to endure a life without money. Moreover, she believed that if she cut off her daughter's financial allowance, she would obediently return and compromise with them not long after. It must be said that Suking's mother had calculated very carefully. But how could Suking yield? "Cut off the allowance then. I'll earn my own money. You'll regret this." Suking finished speaking, then cried and ran off, letting tears stream from her eyes. In her heart, she even thought, if her parents didn't agree, she would bring a grandchild home for the new year, and see if they still agreed or not. After leaving the coffee shop, Suking's face was covered in tears, a look of extreme pain. She never thought that her mother calling her out was to introduce someone new. This made Suking unwilling to accept it, and also completely despair of her parents. Now, Suking only relied on her grandmother. If it really didn't work, she would bring a grandchild home for the new year and see if they still agreed or not. This was Suking's only way of fighting back. Her future had to be decided by herself. On the way back to the painting club, so that John Chen wouldn't notice, Suking wiped away her tears and adjusted her sad emotions. She even took out a mirror and makeup from her bag to reapply her makeup. Only when there was absolutely no trace of sadness did Suking feel at ease entering the art academy. But as soon as she entered the art academy, her phone continuously received several messages. Suking unconsciously glanced at the messages on her phone and found that they were all notifications that the bank cards under her name had been frozen. Seeing this, Suking was a little angry. She knew this was because of her mother. Damn mom, don't think that freezing my bank cards will make me yield. I can earn my own money. Suking was very defiant in her heart. She would not surrender to her parents because she had no money. Her parents had made their move on the 1st of the month, and she would make hers on the 15th of the lunar month. She would bring a grandchild home for the new year. The frozen bank cards made Suking determined. She wanted to resist in her own way. She would definitely be with Jiang Cheng. With this decision, Suking quickly went to the painting club. At this moment, I was seriously painting. I had to earn a lot of money so that I could quickly improve my work. Suking saw that I was seriously painting, so she didn't speak to disturb me. Instead, she gently closed the door and then quietly walked over. However, I still noticed. King, you're back. What did your mom want to see you about? Oh, she just asked me what my plans were for National Day. If she really told me, not only would she be uncomfortable, but I would also be sad. Therefore, for my sake, Suking decided to bear this matter alone. In fact, even if she didn't tell me, I had already guessed this outcome, and had already been secretly working hard. Therefore, we were both working hard for the same outcome in different ways. It's good that nothing happened. What are your plans for National Day? Suking originally wanted to say we could travel together, but then she remembered that she had no money now, so she swallowed her words. During National Day, I want to work part-time and experience life. Suking didn't dare tell me the truth, so she could only say this. After her parents froze her bank cards, Suking could only think of ways to earn money now, otherwise, even eating would be a problem. You want to work part-time? I was a little surprised, completely not expecting Suking to say such words. One must know that the Su family was a large group with endless money, yet such a rich young lady wanted to work part-time. I want to experience life. Oh, bad junior disciple, isn't Heidi Lau invested by you? Can I work there? Suking suddenly blinked and asked. If you want to experience life, then I'll talk to Sister Joe and let you work part-time at Heidi Lau during the National Day holiday. It just so happens that Heidi Lau's new store might open during the National Day holiday. You can go to the new store to experience life then. I thought for a moment and said seriously. Really? That's great. I'll work at your store during the National Day holiday, Suking said with a smile. It was better to work for her husband than for anyone else. Okay, can we paint now? I said, picking up my brush and preparing to continue painting, but Suking stopped me. Bad junior disciple, before we paint, can I ask you a question? Suking thought for a moment, and then asked tentatively. What question? I turned my head and asked. Suking hesitated for a long time before blushing and saying, can we have a child now? These words startled me. Both of us were still students now. Wouldn't having a child like this be too early? But just at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, new mission activated. Option 1, agree with Suking to have a child. Reward, 100 million cash. Option 2, refuse Suking to have a child. Reward, random attribute point increase. I heard the system's prompt, and was shocked. I didn't expect having a child with Suking could also earn rewards. Although the rewards were generous, I felt that now was not the time. Both of us were still students, and our studies were important. Once Suking became pregnant, her studies would essentially have to be abandoned. After careful consideration, I seriously advised, King, we are still students now. Let's have children later. This could be considered a gentle refusal. Although rejected, Suking didn't give up. Instead, she hugged my neck and pouted. Ani, let's have a child. This sweet and charming voice made me tremble, and the system's voice rang out again. Ding, host has activated the same mission again. Reward increased by 10 times. Oh my god, this time the cash reward increased by 10 times, directly to 1 billion cash. King, be good. Let's have children later. I made this decision after careful consideration. But my attitude was not as firm as the first time. Congratulations, host, for choosing. Reward, increase 1 point of intelligence. Suking saw that my attitude was no longer so firm, so she continued to act spoiled. Ani, let's have one. If I get pregnant, I can take a year off from school and it won't affect my studies. While acting spoiled, Suking even actively kissed me. Who could resist such playful and charming behavior? Just at this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, host has activated the same mission for the 3rd time. Reward increased by 100 times. Time limit, 10 seconds to choose. If overdue, this mission will no longer be activated. I saw the 100 billion cash reward, and my heart pounded. This was not a money problem, the key was that I liked children. Let's do it. King has already said so much, and you like children, so I'll risk everything to help you have one. As soon as I finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for choosing. Reward, 100 billion cash. The money will be immediately transferred to your account upon confirmation of Suking's pregnancy. Validity period, 3 months. I was a little startled. Looking at this situation, the 100 billion cash was not immediately received. I had to wait for confirmation of Suking's pregnancy before I could receive this 100 billion cash. This system was really tricking me. Suking heard me agree and immediately hugged me and kissed me, excitedly. Thank you, Ani. So, let's start preparing for pregnancy now. Preparing for pregnancy so quickly. We haven't prepared anything yet. Of course, we have to get pregnant before the winter break. Before winter break. So that's still 3 or 4 months away, right? Okay, but there's no need to rush too much. After all, there are still 3 months. I still have a lot of things to do. I couldn't prepare for pregnancy with Suking every day. But Suking seemed anxious. Why aren't you anxious? We have to start tonight. Tonight already. So where do we go? Where to go is indeed a problem. Suking frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly blushed and said, how about we go to the hotel opposite Tianhai University? I heard that many students go there to open rooms on weekends. I didn't expect Suking to even think of this. It seemed she was really anxious about this matter. Why are you so insistent on having a child with me? Are you hiding something from me? Suking saw my slight suspicion and quickly stammered an explanation. I just purely want to have a child. Moreover, we already had an engagement. I saw the stuttering in Suking's eyes and knew she wasn't telling the truth. Then I remembered that Suking had just gone to meet her mother before becoming so anxious to have a child. He seemed to realize something. It seemed that Suking had talked about me with her mother, and her mother might not agree, so Suking thought of this method. She didn't say it, but I knew everything. How can we do something as important as creating a human in a cheap hotel? At least it has to be at home, right? Are we going to sleep in a hotel every day from now on? Suking even asked back, at home. Then I'll buy a house nearby. That way we can be together every weekend. So we'll be living together. You could say that. We'll go buy a house this afternoon. Buy one this afternoon. But housing prices in Tianhai are very high. Suking seemed discouraged. Ani, I have money. We'll buy a large villa. But before we go buy a house, I have to go to Taeyi International Shopping Center to discuss a business matter. You can wait for me here. I'll come back to pick you up then. Can I go with you? But if I go to discuss business, it will be boring for you. It's okay. You discuss, I'll wait outside. Okay then, come with me. It's also a good time for you to get acquainted with the environment. You're about to experience life. Really? That's great, thank you, honey. Suking was full of joy and excitement. Around 100 them, Juking drove me and Suking to Taeyi International Shopping Center. Before we left, Juking had already agreed on the terms and prices with the general manager there, so this time I just needed to sign. In fact, this matter could have been entirely decided by Juking, as a general manager, but I had a store discount coupon that needed to be used, so I had to come and sign. Sister Zhao, where's the most expensive house in Tianhai City? The most expensive house in Tianhai 179. Alright, I'll take the contract. Would you like to pay by card or bank transfer? Manager Luo asked again. By card, I said, pulling out a standard, ordinary bank card. Usually, customers who came here to buy a house would present a black or gold card, indicating they were VIP clients of the bank. The card I took out, however, was a regular one, something they had never seen before. A standard card meant the holder was just an average customer, certainly not someone with immense wealth. Seeing my ordinary bank card, Anna couldn't help but scoff. Just a regular bank customer wants to buy a 500 million villa. He must be mentally ill. Anna wasn't the only one who thought so, the other sales staff shared her sentiment. It was the first time they had ever seen someone try to make such a large purchase with a standard card. Du King, who initially had some hope for me, sighed and immediately lost all of it when she saw the card. Suking Luo didn't quite understand the implications, and still held a sliver of hope for me. Manager Luo frowned slightly upon seeing Zhang Chen's regular bank card but quickly composed himself. Please wait a moment, sire. I'll process the payment for you right away. Luo took the card from Zhang Chen and walked over to the finance counter in the main hall. The other salespeople instinctively turned to watch, all of them waiting to see Zhang Chen make a fool of himself. How could a standard bank card possibly handle a 500 million transaction? They simply couldn't believe it. Luo handed the card to the finance clerk and told her to charge 500 million. The clerk was taken aback. 500 million was the largest single transaction they had ever processed. Seeing the ordinary card, she thought she must have misheard. Manager Luo, are you sure you want to charge 500 million to this card? Yes, 500 million, Luo confirmed. Although he also doubted the card could handle it, Zhang Chen's calm and natural demeanor made him feel the young man couldn't possibly be lying. Alright, I'll run it. Don't blame me if it fails, the finance clerk said. After a few moments of operating the terminal, she swiped the card. Just before she swiped, I had used the house purchase discount voucher given to me by the system. For the 500 million villa, Zhang Chen only needed to pay 50 million, and my bank card had over 70 million in it, which was more than enough. All the sales staff had gathered around, eager to witness Jung Chen's humiliation, especially Anna. However, a crisp sound suddenly came from the machine. Payment successful. The sound echoed through the hall, and everyone was stunned. It was like a slap in the face to all of them. A regular bank card had successfully paid 500 million. This was completely beyond their comprehension. It really went through. The finance clerk stammered, her face a mask of disbelief. That was 500 million. The other salespeople were even more shocked, especially Anna. How is that possible? He's dressed so plainly, and even his bank card is ordinary. How can he be so rich? Is this guy deliberately pretending to be poor to buy a house? At that thought, Anna was filled with immense regret. She never imagined that a glitch from a T-drama would happen in real life, and to her of all people. Perhaps the only person on site who was truly happy was Su King Luo. Could it be that my naughty disciple's family isn't bankrupt after all? How else could he have so much money? That's right, my mother must have been wrong. She just didn't want me to be with him. Seeing their shocked faces, I felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Manager Luo, can we proceed with the paperwork now? Of course. Luo snapped back to reality, his attitude becoming incredibly respectful. He returned the bank card to me with both hands. For the owner's name on the villa, I'd like to write someone else's. Mr. John, whose name would you like to use? Su King Luo. As I said her name, I looked at her, my eyes filled with affection and love. I wanted to give Su King Luo the best things in the world. When Su King Luo realized I wanted to put her name on this luxury villa, she was deeply moved. Everyone else looked on with admiration. The paperwork was completed quickly. Manager Luo personally drove me and Su King Luo to the mountaintop villa. The scenery along the way was beautiful. Soon, we arrived at the summit, where a palace-like villa with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters stood before us. Mr. John, Miss Su, we've arrived. Good, not bad. Let's go inside and have a look. It's so luxurious, even more lavish than my family's home, Su King Luo said, mesmerized. She had never seen such a magnificent house. It's quite good, I nodded. This 500 million was well spent. That's great to hear. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call me anytime. Soon, only Su King Luo and I were left in the vast villa. The second floor had many rooms, including an enormous bathroom. Chen glanced around. This bathtub is huge. We could bathe together. It is very big and luxurious, Su King Luo said. Chen, let's take a bath together first. Right now. Now. I was a bit surprised and noticed Su King Luo had already closed the bathroom door. We sweated a lot climbing up the mountain. Of course we need to wash up. Hubby, let's bathe together. Dang, system mission activated. Option 1, agree to Su King Luo's request. Reward, 1 dragon tiger pill. Option 2, refuse Su King Luo's request. Reward, overall length enhancement. Without hesitation, I chose. Alright. In that case, I'll take a bath with you. Hearing my agreement, Su King Luo's face lit up with joy. She walked over, wrapped her arms around me, and planted a kiss on my cheek. Hubby, let's get started then. No rush. It will probably take a while to fill the tub. You're right. I'll go fill it up. You get undressed. Without thinking much of it, I took off my clothes while she ran to start the water. She pressed a button on the control panel, and in just a few minutes, the large tub was full. The water temperature was also adjusted quickly. Jung Chen, hurry up. Okay, I'm coming. Soon we were both in the bathtub. My naughty disciple, why are you so far away from me? King Luo, if we do this, something might happen. It's not our first time. Tell me, do you think it's easier to get pregnant in warm water? Get pregnant here. Let's give it a try. King Luo, wait a moment. I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'll be right back. I quickly stepped out of the tub and took out the dragon tiger pill. For that 100 billion cash reward, I was willing to pull an all-nighter. The next morning, I was woken up by my alarm clock. It was Monday, and I had to go to Tianhai University for class. Hearing the alarm, I scrambled out of bed, but Su King Luo was still asleep. She had put in a lot of effort last night to get pregnant. King Luo, hurry up. It's Monday, we have to go to class. Su King Luo mumbled and slowly opened her eyes, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. It was only 6:30 am. My naughty disciple, it's too early. If we don't get enough sleep, our skin will get bad. We have to be at Tianhai University before 800, or we'll be late. Right, class, Su King Luo suddenly remembered but made no move to get up. Instead, she stretched her arms out towards Jung Chen, acting cute. Hubby, I want a hug. Okay, a hug it is. I smiled helplessly and wrapped my arms around her. Hubby, I want a kiss too. Shouldn't we be getting up now? Help me to the bathroom to wash my face. I was nearly defenseless against Su King Luo's cute attacks. I carried her soft body to the bathroom and set her down to wash up. My naughty disciple, do you think our efforts in the bathroom last night were successful? Did we get pregnant? I don't really know much about this. It's probably not possible to succeed on the first try. I hope it were. If not, we'll have to wait until next weekend, Su Qinglue whispered, praying silently. No rush. We still have 3 months. After a quick wash-up, we took a taxi to Tianhai University, luckily arriving before 800 am. The moment I appeared in the classroom, my 3 roommates swarmed me. Jungchen, where were you this weekend? Why didn't you come back to the dorm at night? Didn't I tell you guys last time? I was working part-time. Still working part-time on the weekend. That must be tough on you, Ling Yang said, patting my shoulder. I saw that they didn't press further and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Monday morning classes were packed, not finishing until after 1100 am. But as soon as the bell rang, a sexy goddess in black stockings was waiting for me outside the classroom. It was Senior Wang Manly. The sexy goddess is here again. Is she looking for Zheng Cheng? I subconsciously looked over and saw that it was indeed Senior Wang Manly. I lowered my head, intending to walk around her, but she still spotted me. Junior Zheng Cheng, let's have lunch together. Wang Manly invited me directly. The surrounding students looked on with envy. I was just feeling helpless when another beauty emerged from the crowd. It was Su Qinglue. Su Qinglue had also come to ask Zheng Chen for lunch, only to run into Wang Manly. Senior Manly, Zheng Chen is my boyfriend. What do you mean by seeking him out time and again? I'm just asking him to lunch. Is that not allowed? Besides, are you two really a couple? He stepped forward. I felt it was time to make my relationship with Su Qinglue public. Senior Manly, Qinglue and I are together. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. With that, in front of all the students, I leaned in and kissed Su Qinglue on the lips. The students erupted. Damn, Zheng Chen just kissed Campus Belle Su. Oh my god, I am so jealous. Campus Belle Su isn't resisting. Are they really together? Isn't it obvious? Campus Belle Su and Zheng Chen are really a couple. My cold goddess is finally in a relationship. Oh god, I want to cry. So Campus Belle Su finally managed to win over Zheng Chen. Everyone looked at me with envy. The number 1 campus belle in the history of Tianhai University had been won over by Zheng Chen. No, wait. It seemed like Campus Belle Su had always been the one chasing Zheng Chen, and now she had finally succeeded. The male students wanted to cry, their goddess was gone. They wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Even Wang Manly was stunned by the scene. How is this possible? It's only been 1 weekend, and Zheng Chen is already with Su Qinglue. What kind of trick did this girl use to win him over? Wang Manly found it hard to believe, but the reality before her proved everything. Zheng Chen and Su Qinglue were truly in love, and they only had eyes for each other. Senior Manly, now you see that Qinglue and I are in love and very affectionate. In the future, please don't seek me out unless it's for something important. I wanted to draw a clear line with Wang Manly because I didn't want Su Qinglue to get jealous or unhappy. Once you've committed to someone, you must give them a sufficient sense of security. Hearing this, Su Qinglue was very moved. She held my hand and said to Wang Manly, Senior Manly, you see. We really are together. I successfully pursued Junior Zheng Chen. You're too late. As Su Qinglue spoke, she smugly waved our clasped hands in front of Wang Manly. Wang Manly's face turned ugly with anger. Su Qinglue, just you wait. Sooner or later, Zheng Chen will be mine. With a dark expression, Wang Manly turned and left, clearly unwilling to give up. In other words, she couldn't stand losing to a junior like Su Qinglue. Su Qinglue wasn't afraid of Wang Manly trying to steal her naughty disciple. How could the bond she shared with Zheng Chen compare to that of a stranger like Wang Manly? After Manly left, I took Su Qinglue's hand and quickly led her away from the crowd. I didn't want to be the subject of their gossip any longer. Once we were outside the teaching building, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped those classmates, I said, patting my chest. Publicly kissing Su Qinglue had taken a lot of courage, and my heart was still pounding. Zheng Chen, did we just make our relationship public? Su Qinglue asked happily. Recalling this scene, her face flushed slightly, and her heart raced. It was the first time she had kissed someone in front of so many people. Since we're together, we should be open about it, Zheng Chen said, squeezing Su Qinglue's smooth, soft hand, his eyes full of affection. Then let's go to lunch, we can finally have a sweet romance at university, Su Qinglue said, hugging my arm, her eyes filled with joy and happiness. The sweet love she had longed for was finally a reality. Now she could be with her naughty disciple every day. Let's go. We'll eat at the cafeteria this time, so everyone knows that the number 1 campus belle of Tianhai University is taken, I said with a slight smile. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Su Qinglue nodded cheerfully. While Su Qinglue and I were having lunch in the cafeteria, the news of our relationship spread like wildfire on the campus intranet. This time it truly exploded, even more so than previous rumors, because the number 1 campus belle was officially dating, and there were even photos of them kissing. This drove the male students to despair, and they flooded the intranet to vent their frustrations. After lunch, Su Qingluo and I reluctantly parted ways and returned to our dorms. The moment she entered her room, she was surrounded by Lin Beiwei, Ye Xiamen, and her third roommate. Qingluo, you've done it. You finally won over Zheng Chen. Spill, when did you two get together? Lin Beiwei and Ye Xiamen both had gossipy expressions. It's only been a few days, Su Qingluo said, pretending to be calm. I bet it was this weekend, right? You were gone for 2 days. You must have been out with Zheng Chen. How far have you two gone? Lin Beiwei said with a smirk. Was the thing he gave you useful? The thing Lin Beiwei was referring to was a condom. In her mind, Su Qingluo must have used her beauty to conquer Zheng Chen. What thing? Liu Yanyan and Ye Xiamen asked, looking puzzled. They weren't there when Lin Beiwei gave Su Qingluo the condom. Seeing that her secret was about to be exposed, Su Qingluo quickly tried to defend herself. What are you guys thinking? We've just started. We only kiss occasionally. Don't overthink it. I'm not that kind of casual person. Su Qingluo's beautiful face turned beet red. She didn't dare tell them they had already progressed to the baby, aching stage. The truth would scare them to death. That evening, when Su Qingluo went to the bathroom, she discovered her period had started. This left her a bit disappointed. My period is here. It seems like last night's efforts were in vain. How can I get pregnant? Su Qingluo sighed. An idea struck her, and she quickly took out her phone to search online. She even posted on it and a website, how to get pregnant quickly. Waiting online, urgent. After posting, she hid in the bathroom and waited. She was literally waiting online. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long before someone answered her question. The best way is to have intercourse every day after your period ends. That way, you don't have to calculate ovulation days or rely on luck, and you can still get pregnant. Su Qingluo was very satisfied with this method. Not bad. After my period ends, I'll battle with Zheng Chen every day. I refuse to believe I won't get pregnant. Su Qingluo quickly made up her mind. If Zheng Chen heard this, he would probably cough up blood. The mission of daily intercourse was truly a challenge. Late at night, I lay in bed, quietly reviewing the market investment analysis report provided by the system. With this report, I could accurately invest in various industries. The system had also given me 30 million in investment funds, which was perfect for practice. With a thought, the report appeared in my mind, and I began to study it seriously. After a quick look, I was shocked. If this market analysis report were to get out, it would probably be worth no less than several hundred billion. At the top of the list was a short video startup called Deyang TikTok, with an investment potential of 98 points out of a maximum of 100. This meant that the startup had limitless potential. Investing now would surely lead to huge profits later. My eyes lit up. With such high potential, it would be a crime not to invest. With this report, I could make precise investments in the future, and the speed of my wealth accumulation would increase significantly. Once Su Qingluo got pregnant, I would have 100 billion in cash. By then, I would invest a little in all the high potential companies in this report. I imagined a bright future, 100 billion in cash plus this accurate investment analysis report. I was confident my assets would reach 400 billion by the end of the year, a 400-fold increase from my initial goal of 1 billion. I continued to read the report, memorizing the high potential companies. For the next few days, I thoroughly studied the investment report. On the third day, after leaving a coffee shop, I received a message from Su Qingluo. She said she was waiting for me in the art studio at the art building and had something important to tell me. Without hesitation, I rushed over. When I arrived, Su Qingluo was already there. Zheng Chen, you're finally here, she said, her beautiful face beaming. She first closed the door to the studio before coming over to me. Qingluo, you said you had something important to tell me. What is it? Yes, there is something important. Last time at the Tianjin Villa, we didn't win the prize. Not winning is to be expected. It's not like you can succeed on the first try. That only happens in T-dramas. Hearing this, Su Qingluo's face suddenly turned red. In that case, Zheng Chen, let's do it every day from now on. That way, the chances of winning will be higher. I almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Do it every day. Isn't that going to kill me? However, at that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, host has triggered a new mission. Option 1, agree to Su Qingluo's request. Reward 50 million in investment funds, 10 dragon tiger pills. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward, random attribute increase. This damn system is giving out missions again. These life-threatening missions. If it were you, what would you choose? I already had an answer. Of course, I would choose option 2. Otherwise, doing it every day. Even an ox couldn't handle it. With that in mind, I composed myself and gently said to Su Qingluo, Qingluo, we have plenty of time to get pregnant. Besides, we don't have the conditions to be together every day at university. Seeing my refusal, Su Qingluo didn't give up and started to act cute again. Hubby, I looked it up online. To get pregnant, doing it every day has the highest success rate. Otherwise, it's easy to miss the ovulation period. Su Qingluo looked pitiful, her coquettish appearance heart-wrenching. Please, my dearest hubby. Su Qingluo opened her big, sparkling eyes, pleading pitifully. I felt a shiver run down my spine. This little vixen, Su Qingluo. If she were in ancient times, even an emperor would be mesmerized by her, surely leading to the neglect of the entire harem for one person. But doing it every day. I was afraid my kidneys would fail. So, for safety's sake, I couldn't agree. Besides, I wasn't in a hurry. There were still more than 2 months left in the time specified by the system. However, just as I was about to refuse again, the system's voice sounded in my head. Ding. Host as rec triggered the same mission. Option 1. Agree to Su Qingluo's request. Reward, 100 million in investment funds, 20 dragon tiger pills. Option 2. Refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward, random attribute increase. Hearing the system's voice, I inwardly cursed. Damn it, this system doubled the reward for me. It's trying to make me risk my life. The 50 million in investment funds was directly doubled to 100 million. This system really knew how to play. I suspected this damn system was Su Qingluo's accomplice. Otherwise, why did it always lean towards her choices? However, even with the doubled reward, I remained unmoved and refused Su Qingluo again. Be good and listen. We're not in a hurry to have a baby. As long as you're pregnant before the winter break, it's fine. Besides, we don't have a place at the university to have a baby. Seriously, doing it continuously for a month, even if I don't die, I'll be drained. You have to know, I have a lot of things to do during the day. I can't do them well without energy. Plus, I want to start an investment company soon and need to research potential companies. As the system's voice faded, my physical strength increased slightly again. I secretly felt my body's condition and felt that with my current stamina, I could probably participate in a marathon and win a medal. An idea flashed in my mind: if I kept refusing, my physical fitness would soar. By then, wouldn't an Olympic gold medal be mine for the taking? I felt this was a viable development path. However, for now, my goal was still to make money. Su Qingluo looked a little sad that I had refused her again, but she still didn't want to give up. Hubby, if not on weekdays, we can do it in this art studio. Only I, the club president, have the key. No one else does. No one will find out. Su Qingluo's words were bold. I was shocked. Damn, do it in the art studio. I suddenly realized that this beauty, Su Qingluo, was getting bolder and bolder, daring to do such things in the art studio. No, absolutely not. I was scared by Su Qingluo's words and shook my head repeatedly. Doing it in the art studio. If someone finds out, we'll be completely ruined. I wouldn't do that here even if it killed me. If we're discovered, it's really over. The consequences are very serious. Su Qingluo thought about it and realized she hadn't considered it carefully enough. She then said, then let's go to the 5-star hotel behind the university. Our relationship is public anyway, so it doesn't matter if Classmate CEOs. Besides, Beiwei has a VIP card there, so we can stay at half price. And on weekends, we'll go to the Tanshan Villa. What do you think? Su Qingluo felt she had thought it through more carefully this time, but I frowned. Beiwei, your roommate. She's my roommate. We're very close. Last time, she was the one who gave me the condom for the dorm. As for this VIP card, it was given to her by a rich ex-boyfriend. They've broken up now, but she still has the card. I was a little surprised. It seemed that university girls were quite open-minded. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Host as rec triggered the same mission. Reward increased tenfold, 10-second time limit for choice. After the time limit, the same mission will no longer be triggered. Option 1. Agree to Su Qingluo's request. Reward, 1 billion in investment funds, 200 dragon tiger pills. Option 2. Refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward, spontaneous combustion on the spot. The same mission was triggered 3 times, and the reward increased significantly each time. It seems this is a system setting. In the future, if I encounter a mission, I can try to hold out, and maybe the reward will increase multiple times. Su Qingluo looked at me pitifully, with a pleading expression. Hubby, please agree. I really want to have a baby. Please, just this once. Su Qingluo started acting cute again, her hands wrapped around my neck, and she kissed me directly. What man could resist this seductive vixen? Moreover, the system's countdown was almost over. Jianchen gritted his teeth and said, all right, since you want a baby so badly, I'll risk my life for you. Of course, it was also for the 1 billion in investment funds. As for the 200 dragon tiger pills, I felt there were more than enough. I could even sell them. If I used them all myself, would I ascend to heaven? Seeing that I had agreed, Su Qingluo was overjoyed and planted a heavy kiss on my cheek. Thank you, hubby. Su King Luo was ecstatic. She thought to herself that my birthday was coming up in a few days, and she must give me a big birthday gift. After I agreed, the system's voice immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully making a choice. Reward, 1 billion in investment funds, 200 dragon tiger pills. I was secretly delighted. Although this investment fund could only be used for investment, it was exactly what I needed right now. With this 1 billion, my investment company could invest in more high-potential companies. After returning to the dorm, I began to seriously screen potential companies from the investment analysis report. Meanwhile, Su King Luo went back to her dorm to borrow the 5-star hotel VIP card from Lin Beiwei. In addition, she had to seriously think about how to make money. Working at Yahello could support her, but it wasn't enough to buy a birthday gift for John Chen. After the National Day holiday was John Chen's birthday, on September 27th of the lunar calendar. John Chen had given her a 500 million luxury villa. How could Su King Luo give an ordinary birthday gift to the naughty disciple she loved? To hide the fact that she had no money from John Chen, she had to find a way to make a large sum of money. What should I give him? And I have no money right now. This is so difficult. Su King Luo lay on her bed, sighing. It was the first time she had tasted the feeling of being penniless. She couldn't even afford to buy a gift for her naughty disciple. Liu Yanyan heard Su King Luo's sigh and couldn't help asking, King Luo, what are you sighing about? You seem to have something on your mind. Did John Chen bully you? No, it's his birthday soon. I'm thinking about what to give him. Su King Luo sat up in bed, looking troubled. This was the first time she was giving a gift after getting into a relationship, so she had to think it through carefully. Liu Yanyan nodded. Lin Beiwei, hearing this, laughed and said, in my experience, the best gift for a boyfriend is your first time. What a wild thing to say. It had to be said that Lin Beiwei really understood men. An estimated 99 of boyfriends would love to receive their girlfriend's first time. However, Ye Xiamen, the pure girl, disagreed. King Luo, don't listen to Beiwei. A girl's first time must be saved until after marriage. Men these days are terrible. They'll play with you for a while, and then dump you. You can't just give your first time to a boyfriend so easily. It had to be said that Ye Xiamen, a girl from the mountains, still had quite conservative views. This view made Lin Beiwei, a sea queen, a little scornful. What error is this? Who still plays the virginity card? Lin Beiwei said, turning to Su King Luo. Listen to me, once you give this gift, I guarantee he will be completely devoted to you. But you must use protection. Liu Yanyan couldn't help but chime in. I think it's better to give a gift. After all, King Luo is so rich. A slightly more expensive gift, John Chen will definitely like it. How about you give him a high-end computer? Hearing this, Su King Luo sighed again. I have no money now. My bank cards have all been frozen by my mother. Huff. Why? Your mom froze your bank cards. Why? Then how are you going to eat? Liu Yanyan asked in surprise. Not only her, but Lin Beiwei and Ye Xiamen were also very surprised. What kind of mother would do that, freezing her daughter's bank cards? It's a long story. I'll explain it to you guys when I have the chance, Su King Luo said with a helpless expression. Ye Xiamen couldn't help but suggest, King Luo, how about you knit him a scarf or a sweater by hand? It won't cost much, and a handmade gift is more meaningful. 3 people, 3 different viewpoints, representing the personalities of the 3 girls. After hearing her roommate's suggestions, Su King Luo thought seriously for a while. As for her first time, she had already given it to John Chen long ago. Giving him that was meaningless now. To give him a valuable gift, Su King Luo had no money. As for knitting a sweater or scarf for John Chen, she had no idea how to knit. Thinking of this, Su King Luo suddenly felt a sense of despair. She never thought she would be so helpless that she couldn't even give a decent gift. However, Su King Luo was very smart. She quickly came up with an idea. Sisters, what do you think if I earn money to buy a gift for John Chen? Would that be good? Su King Luo suddenly turned to look at Liu Yanyan. That's a great idea. Using your own money to buy a gift for your boyfriend is quite meaningful. But is your dedication worth it? Does John Chen really deserve you to treat him so well? Liu Yanyan was afraid that Su King Luo had given her heart to the wrong person. Of course he's worth it. He's the man I want to marry, Su King Luo said seriously. I think this is a good idea too. King Luo, I support you. Ye Xiamen also felt this was a good idea. Since she had decided to earn money to buy a gift for John Chen, she had to find a way to make money quickly, at least a large sum in a short period of time. So, is there any way to make a lot of money in a short time? Preferably a way to make 1 million in 10 days. Su King Luo had never worked before and had no idea how hard it was to make money. She thought making 1 million was a very simple matter because she used to have tens of millions in her bank account, a true rich young lady. When Liu Yanyan, Lin Beiwei, and the others heard Su King Luo say she wanted to make 1 million in 10 days, they were all stunned. King Luo, you really don't understand how hard it is to make money. Making 1 million in 10 days. You couldn't even make that much by selling your body. Lin Beiwei shook her head. Miss, you've never worked before, so you don't know how hard it is to make money. Making 1 million in 10 days. There's no such good thing, Ye Xiaomin couldn't help but say. Ye Xiaomin often worked part-time in her spare time, and earning a little for living expenses was already very good. Making 1 million in 10 days was completely impossible. But Liu Yannian seemed to think of something. Speaking of making 1 million in 10 days, it's not entirely impossible. Hearing that, Su King Luo immediately looked over. Lin Beiwei and Ye Xiaomin also looked over. They all wanted to know how to make 1 million in 10 days. Yannian, hurry up and tell us what it is, Su King Luo asked impatiently. Live streaming. Recently, there's a very popular app called Douyin. Many people make a lot of money through live streaming. In our university, many people also make money by live streaming on Douyin. Celebrities like One Manly, the singing god Feng Jingfui. They all have a lot of fans on Douyin. Liu Yannian paused and continued, a beautiful girl like King Luo, if you just do a live stream, many people will surely give you gifts. Maybe you can really make 1 million in 10 days. Really? There's such a good way to make money. Su King Luo had been revolving around Zhang Chen recently, and was out of touch with trends. Douyin is very profitable right now. You can shoot some videos to accumulate fans, and then you can make a lot of money during live streaming. You might even become famous overnight, Liu Yannian explained. Lin Beiwei had also heard of Douyin. I think I've heard of it. Is it that popular now? I just post about my daily life on it, and I already have 10 or 20,000 followers, Liu Yannian said, opening the Douyin app to show Su King Luo. That's right. I have to download it and study it quickly. After seeing it, Su King Luo immediately went to download the Douyin app. She finally had a direction for Zhang Chen's gift. The remaining thing was to find Lin Beiwei to borrow the 5-star hotel VIP card. Late at night, Su King Luo waited until Liu Yannian and Ye Xiaomin were asleep, then quietly climbed into Lin Beiwei's bed. Lin Beiwei was currently replying to messages from more than a dozen pursuers. She had too many admirers and had to screen them carefully. But when she was halfway through replying, Su King Luo climbed in and startled her. King Luo, why are you in my blanket tonight? Lin Beiwei quickly turned off her phone. Beiwei, don't you have a VIP card for the Jinhao Hotel? Can you lend it to me for a month? Su King Luo whispered in Lin Beiwei's ear. A VIP card for the Jinhao Hotel. Lin Beiwei was very smart and quickly figured it out. You little girl, you're not planning to give your first time as a birthday gift to Zhang Chen, are you? I told you my method was the best. If Lin Beiwei knew that Su King Luo had already given her first time to Zhang Chen long ago, who knows what her expression would be. To be precise, she now wanted to give Zhang Chen's child as a gift. Hearing this, Su King Luo's face turned slightly red, but she continued to whisper, can you lend it to me or not? I need to use it for a month, and then I'll return it to you. Of course I can lend it to you. But when you do it, remember to use protection. It'll be troublesome if you get pregnant, Lin Beiwei whispered as a reminder. This reminder was actually unnecessary because Su King Luo wanted to get pregnant with Zhang Chen's child, which was why she was borrowing the VIP card. And no. Hurry up and give me the VIP card, Su King Luo said again. With this VIP card, she could create a child with Zhang Chen every day. Wait a moment, let me get it for you, Lin Beiwei said, rummaging through her bag. A moment later, she found a platinum-colored card and handed it to Su King Luo. Here, remember to use protection. And no. Su King Luo took the VIP card and suddenly thought of something. She leaned into Lin Beiwei's ear, a little embarrassed, and whispered, Beiwei, what should I do if my boyfriend is too strong? Su King Luo wasn't joking. Last time in the bathroom of the Tianjin villa, she had experienced Zhang Chen's strength. She could only last a short while before surrendering. She didn't want to disappoint her naughty disciple. You've asked the right person. Lin Beiwei suddenly became excited and whispered in Su King Luo's ear for a while. Su King Luo's face turned red as a beet, but she couldn't help but nod. Remember what I taught you. Just use what is said, and I guarantee it will be effective. In just 2 days, I had negotiated the investment in Douyin. I was in a great mood on the way back, heading straight for the dorm. But after a few steps, I ran into 2 of Su King Luo's roommates, Lin Beiwei and Ye Xiaomin. They were the ones who greeted me first. Junior Zhang Chen, what a coincidence, Ye Xiaomin greeted me weakly. Ever since Zhang Chen helped their dance club, Ye Xiaomin had a very good impression of him. She fully supported Zhang Chen and Su King Luo being together. Hello, seniors, I replied simply. Lin Beiwei looked me up and down, took the lollipop out of her mouth, and seriously reminded me, Junior Zhang Chen, since we've met, I need to remind you of something. I know you're with Su King Luo now, but if you dare to do anything to let her down, I'll smash your head. Lin Beiwei had never seen Su King Luo put so much effort into someone before, even planning to give her first time to Zhang Chen. Therefore, she didn't want to see her best friend get hurt. Don't worry, Senior Lin. I will protect King Luo with my life, I promised seriously. I hope you can keep your word. Oh, and King Luo has no money recently. As her boyfriend, you have to take good care of her. Don't let her suffer, you know. She has never suffered before. She has no money. He frowned. She's the young lady of the Su family. How could she have no money? I vaguely felt that Su King Luo was hiding something from me. Her bank cards have all been frozen by her parents. She's about to run out of money for food. Didn't you know? She thought Zhang Chen already knew, and was just reminding him. After all, it was such a big deal, she must have told her boyfriend, Jiang Cheng. Hearing this, my heart sank. Su King Luo really was hiding something from me, and it was something this big. But on the surface, I remained calm. I know now. But don't worry, seniors. I will take good care of her, and will absolutely not let her suffer in the slightest. Su King Luo was my fiancée, my future wife. How could I let her suffer? That's good. You know, for your sake, King Luo is preparing to live stream to earn money to buy you a birthday gift. This is the first time I've seen King Luo put so much effort into a guy. If you let her down, watch your head, Lin Beiwei warned again. She wants to do a live stream to earn money. I was surprised again. Su King Luo had not mentioned any of this to me. That's right. To buy you a gift, she's really putting in a lot of effort, Lin Beiwei nodded. Hearing this, I trembled slightly. I never expected that silly girl. We're going to go live stream to earn money for my gift. We have to go now. We still have high hopes for you, Jiang Chen, Lin Beiwei said while popping a lollipop into her mouth. Ye Shimen also waved goodbye to Jiang Cheng. After the two left, Jiang Chen, now alone, immediately took out his phone and quickly called Su King Luo. The phone had barely rung a few times before Su King Luo picked up. My wicked little disciple, did you miss me? Su King Luo's charming and sweet voice came through the receiver. King Luo, are you out of money? I asked tentatively. On the other end of the line, Su King Luo clearly hesitated for a moment but quickly laughed and replied, you fool. I'm the heiress of the Su Corporation. How could I be out of money? I didn't expect Su King Luo to still want to hide it from me, so I said, your roommates, Lin Beiwei and Ye Shimen, already told me everything. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your dormitory. After saying that, I hung up. From Su King Luo's hesitant tone just now, I was certain that Lin Beiwei and the others weren't lying. Su King Luo really was out of money. No wonder she said she wanted to work at Yahello during the National Day holiday. It turned out she genuinely needed the money, not just to experience life. I suddenly remembered that day. It was only after meeting her mother that Su King Luo mentioned working at Yahello. It was also the same day she said she wanted to have a child. Thinking about it, everything became clear. It seemed Su King Luo had been silently shouldering everything. I was truly a fool. I should have realized these things sooner. She was preparing to use a pregnancy to confront her parents. Her family would surely cut off her financial support. How could I let a girl who loves me so deeply lose? Hearing the dial tone, Su King Luo silently regretted telling Lin Beiwei and the others about her money troubles. That wretched Beiwei, Su King Luo grumbled to herself as she put on her shoes and ran downstairs. When she came out, I was already waiting there. Su King Luo approached me like a child who had done something wrong. King Luo, why didn't you tell me you were out of money? He said, a little angry. I took a bank card from my pocket and pressed it into her hand. There are 10 million in here. Buy whatever you want. Don't exhaust yourself by live streaming. Otherwise, it makes me, your boyfriend, look useless. Su King Luo was moved to tears by my sincere gesture, her eyes turning red. But I wanted to earn money myself to buy you a birthday present, Su King Luo said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You fool, you are the best gift heaven has given me. Now that I have you, what other birthday gift could I possibly need? He said, pulling Su King Luo into my arms. My words made Su King Luo break down completely. She was so moved that she let her tears flow freely. She felt that choosing Jiang Chen was the right decision. Even if the entire Su family objected, she would marry him. As night fell, I took Su King Luo to the Kim Hao Hotel. Luckily, it wasn't a weekend, so very few students were renting rooms, and we weren't recognized. Otherwise, the school's online forum would have exploded by morning. Still, Su King Luo kept her head down, afraid of being seen. Even though she had publicly been with Jiang Chen, a girl would still feel shy about something like booking a hotel room. Holding Su King Luo's hand, I quickly went to the reception desk of the Kim Hao Hotel and handed the staff my VIP card. Hello, I'd like a luxury double room. The receptionist looked at Jiang Chen and the bowed head of Su King Luo, immediately understanding the situation. They had seen this many times before. Would that be a romantic style double room or a standard double room? Hearing this, I silently clicked my tongue. Damn, they even have romantic style rooms here. This hotel really knows its business. I instinctively looked down at Su King Luo and asked, King Luo, which one should we choose? Whatever you want, she answered shyly. As a girl, how could she answer that directly? Then let's go with the standard double room. but it has to be a good one. Money is no object, I said. I didn't want Su King Luo to settle for less. If we were staying, it had to be in the best. Yes, I understand. It's 1200, but with the VIP card discount, it's 600, the receptionist said professionally. No problem. I was about to take out my money to pay when Su King Luo suddenly spoke up. How much to rent it for a whole month? Her question stunned the receptionist. Renting a double room for a whole month. That was incredibly extravagant. But it was a customer's private matter, so they didn't need to know the details. The staff member seriously calculated, if you rent for a month, the price is 18,000. We can give you a discount to 15,000. Okay, my wicked little disciple, let's just rent it for the month. From now on, we can come here directly, Su King Luo suggested. She figured since they would be coming here for the next month anyway, they might as well rent it for the entire duration. They could come anytime and avoid the hassle of checking in repeatedly. Alright, whatever you say. We'll rent it for the month, I said and paid the fee. Here is your room card. Room 601. The elevator is to the left of the exit, the receptionist said enthusiastically. Thank you, I replied politely, then took Su King Luo's hand and walked towards the elevator. After opening the door, I quickly stepped inside. Once inside, Su King Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. We're finally in the room. My wicked little disciple, did any of our classmates see us? Su King Luo asked, a little worried. Probably not. It's not the weekend. We're probably the only students renting a room today. The two of us lay on the bed, looking at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became charged. Su King Luo slowly moved closer to Jung Chen, and I naturally welcomed her. A great battle was about to erupt. Just as things were heating up, a sudden phone call interrupted them. Su King Luo quickly sat up from the bed. I think my phone is ringing. With a flushed face, Su King Luo found her phone. Seeing the caller ID was her mother, her expression changed. She hesitated for a moment before answering. Mum, why are you calling? Su King Luo tried to keep her voice calm. It's been 5 days. Have you thought it over? Life without money is hard, isn't it? As long as you come home for the blind date during the National Day holiday, I'll reactivate your bank card. Her mother assumed that her daughter, who had never suffered, would have changed her mind after 5 days without money, which is why she called. However, Su King Luo was extremely resolute. I'm not coming home for a blind date. You all should give up on that idea. In this life, I will only marry Jung Chen. After saying this, Su King Luo hung up the phone, her eyes red with a mix of grievance and heartache. Of course I heard everything. As I suspected, it was Su King Luo's mother pressuring her, which is why she was rebelling like this. Seeing Su King Luo on the verge of tears, my heart itched, and I pulled her into a hug. My wicked little disciple, I only have you now, Su King Luo sobbed, hugging me tightly as tears streamed down her face. Don't worry, King Luo. At the end of the year, I will go to your house to propose. By then, they'll be begging me to fulfill the engagement, I said, gently patting Su King Luo's back to comfort her. Really? Will they really agree to our engagement? Su King Luo said through her sobs. Yes. And then we can get married openly, I said, my heart itching as I wiped away her tears. Su King Luo nodded. She still had great faith in Jung Chen. After that, we resumed our battle with the dragon and tiger pill. After a night of passion, we were both exhausted and fell asleep together. Gentle sunlight streamed through the transparent window, falling on the large bed. The air was filled with a thick sense of love. Su King Luo was curled up in my arms, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing herself in my arms, Su King Luo couldn't help but close her eyes again, savoring the moment of happiness. The memory of last night's passion made her cheeks burn. I can't believe the method Beiwei taught me is quite effective, Su King Luo thought, her face full of shyness. Thinking of Jung Chen's strong physique and stamina, Su King Luo blushed again. It turned out that being a woman was quite blissful, especially being Jung Chen's woman. Soon I woke up as well. I immediately saw a naked Su King Luo lying on my chest, asleep. I couldn't help but smile. Last night was very satisfying for both of us. Although Jung Chen hadn't used the dragon and tiger pill, the physical attributes rewarded by the system had made him much stronger. You're awake, I said, a little surprised. My Prince Charming kissed me awake. Su King Luo smiled sweetly, her words full of affection. Since when did you become so sweet? I couldn't resist reaching out and gently flicking her nose. My mouth has always been sweet. If you don't believe me, you can have a taste. I remember you have class at 10 am on Thursday, right? Su King Luo had no intention of getting up and even sat directly on top of me. How did you know I have class at 10 am on Thursday? I've memorized your class schedule. How else would I find you? I sighed internally. I didn't expect Su King Luo to have memorized his schedule. It's true my class is at 10, but don't we need to wash up and have breakfast? I said, feeling that something was about to happen with Su King Luo sitting on me. Seeing that her coaxing wasn't working, Su King Luo had to agree. Besides, she was also worried about Jiang Qing's health. Alright, then we'll continue tonight, Su King Luo said, finally getting off me. That's more like it. Let's go wash up. The National Day holiday is the day after tomorrow. We'll have plenty of time then, I said, stroking Su King Luo's head lovingly. You're right, Su King Luo said dreamily, feeling that doing anything with me was a source of happiness. Meanwhile, at the Grand Su family villa, Su King Luo's parents were agonizing over their daughter's stubbornness. That child King Luo, I don't know what's gotten into her. She's willing to defy us even without money. It's infuriating, Su King Luo's mother, Jiang Li, said, slumping onto the sofa in anger. She had initially thought that cutting off her daughter's finances would make Su King Luo yield, but to her surprise, she still refused. The National Day holiday is the day after tomorrow. Young Master Chen specially flew back from abroad just to meet her, and is waiting. And what does she do? She won't even see him, Su Guozheng said with a worried expression. They had already made an appointment with the Chen family. If their daughter didn't show up, how would they explain it? Hearing this, Su King Luo's father, Su Guozhen, also frowned, feeling that this matter could no longer be left to his daughter's whims. He set aside the newspaper in his hand and looked seriously at butler Xiu, who was standing nearby. Old Xiu, take 2 of my bodyguards to Tianhai University, and invite the young miss back here. We can't let her do as she pleases anymore. Go. Yes, master, butler Xiu bowed and went out. If the soft approach doesn't work, they'd have to use force. At noon, before my class was over, Su King Luo was already waiting at the classroom door. She was waiting to have lunch with me. Seeing this, my classmates were all filled with envy. Campus Belle Su is here to wait for Jiang Qing to eat again. I wish I had a girlfriend like that. I don't know what good deeds Jiang Qing did in his past life to catch the campus belle's eye. Sigh, my goddess is no longer mine. They show off their love in front of our classroom every day. I can't take it anymore. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. I packed my things and quickly walked out. Jiang Chen, let's go have lunch together, Su King Luo said, unconcerned by the many eyes on us, and gently linked her arm with mine. Okay, but in the future, you don't have to wait for me right outside the classroom, Jiang Chen gently reminded her. He was worried about causing a disturbance for the other students, and wanted Su King Luo to be less public with their affection right at the classroom door. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go, Su King Luo nodded, her eyes only for Jiang Chen, her face full of happiness. Everyone watched as Su King Luo and I left, their eyes filled with so much envy they could practically spit fire. After leaving Tianhai University, this time I didn't take Su King Luo to the cafeteria but to the Yahello across the street. Eating at the cafeteria every day gets boring, so going to Yahello for a change of pace wasn't a bad idea. De King was there today. Seeing Su King Luo and me walk in hand in hand, she immediately greeted us warmly. Little brother John, Miss Su, it's only been a few days and your affection has grown even deeper. It seems the sea cucumbers and lamb I gave you last time worked their magic. To be honest, the food Jia King had given me last time really did have some effect. Sister Zhao, please arrange a table for us quickly. We're starving, I said, rubbing my stomach. As it happens, there's a private room available right now. Follow me. Su King Luo and I followed Jia King to the private room and casually ordered a few dishes. Jia King then gifted me a few more virality, boosting dishes. Sister Zhao, you're at it again, I said, a little embarrassed seeing the dishes. Aren't I doing this for Miss Su's sake? Hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, I have more, Jia King teased with a laugh, glancing at Su King Luo, whose face turned red. She now knew what these foods were for. Thank you, Sister Zhao. We won't be polite then. Su King Luo spoke up on my behalf to thank her. She also wanted me to build up my strength. After all, in the coming days, they would be active every day, which would certainly consume a lot of Jiang Cheng's stamina. Supplementing his health would be beneficial. See, Miss Su is the one who understands. Eat up. If it's not enough, I have plenty more, Jia King said before leaving. Jiang Cheng, eat the sea cucumber. Build up your strength. Su King Luo immediately served me a piece of sea cucumber and put it in my bowl. This lunch was very filling, and the two of us had a great time. However, just as we left Yahello, a well-dressed old man leading 2 bodyguards appeared in front of Su King Luo. Young miss, the master has summoned you home, Butler Xiu said seriously. Seeing Butler Xiu, Su King Luo's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected her parents to send old Butler Xiu to bring her back. I'm not going back. Tell them to give up, Su King Luo said. She knew why her parents wanted her back, so she absolutely would not go with Butler Xiu. But this time, old Butler Xiu couldn't return empty-handed. Young miss, if you won't come back, please forgive us. As old Butler Xiu spoke, he waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards in black suits immediately appeared from behind him. These 2 bodyguards had a cold aura, serious faces, and wore black sunglasses. One look and you could tell they weren't people to be trifled with. Seeing that old Butler Xiu had brought her father's 2 bodyguards, Su King Luo's face turned pale. These two were professional bodyguards. One could handle 3 or 4 people. Their presence meant her father was determined to bring her back. This made Su Qingluo feel hopeless. However, she wasn't willing to be taken back just like that. Without thinking, she grabbed my hand and tried to run. But one of the bodyguards reacted very quickly. The moment Su Qingluo tried to run, he directly blocked their path. "Young miss, you can't run. The master sent 2 of us, he's determined. Be good and come back with me," old butler Shu advised again. "I said I'm not going back. Get out of my way," Su Qingluo said, a little angry. "Young miss, if you don't cooperate, then don't blame us for being impolite." Old butler Shu waved his hand again, and the 2 bodyguards prepared to grab Su Qingluo. But I, who had been silent until now, pushed her behind me. "If you want to take Qingluo, you'll have to get through me first," I said with a cold expression. How could I watch Su Qingluo be taken away, even if they were her father's bodyguards? Besides, I also wanted to test how much the strength attribute gifted by the system had improved me. "Who do you think you are to interfere in the Su family's affairs?" Old butler Shu said angrily. "I am her future husband. Do you think I have the right to interfere?" I retorted loudly. "Future husband?" Old butler Shu frowned. Looking at the situation, it seemed this was the young Mrs. Boyfriend. He turned to the 2 bodyguards and ordered, "First, deal with this arrogant brat." Old butler Shu was furious. Since this kid dared to obstruct his work, he had to be dealt with first. The 2 bodyguards, receiving the order from butler Shu, rolled up their sleeves, preparing to teach Zhang Chen a lesson. Seeing this, Su Qingluo's face went pale with fear. She immediately grabbed my arm. "My wicked little disciple, you should go. You can't beat these 2 bodyguards." "Let me handle this," Su Qingluo said anxiously. She had witnessed how skilled her father's 2 bodyguards were. One could easily fight 4 people. Their boxing techniques were flawless, and now there were 2 of them. Zhang Chen was no match for them. So, to prevent Zhang Chen from getting beaten up, Su Qingluo was about to compromise. It was her only option. But I was extremely firm, with no intention of backing down. "I won't let anyone take you away from me, unless I'm dead," I said, looking at Su Qingluo with an incredibly resolute gaze. Receiving my determined look, Su Qingluo was once again moved. But reality was a bit cruel. "Zhang Chen, you can't defeat these 2 bodyguards. They're too good. You'll get hurt." Su Qingluo still tried to persuade me. However, at this point I had already walked towards the 2 bodyguards. "If you want to take Qingluo, you have to defeat me first," I said to the 2 bodyguards in a firm voice. "Sorry, but we must take the young miss. If you insist on obstructing us, then we have no choice," one of the bodyguards said, cracking his knuckles with a very serious expression. He then threw a punch directly at Zhang Chen. The punch was fast, accurate, and vicious, with immense force. An ordinary person would have no chance of blocking it. Seeing this, Su Qingluo was so scared she didn't dare to open her eyes, because she had seen this same punch knock down many people before. However, I easily caught the punch, firmly gripping the bodyguard's fist in my palm. "Your strength is just average," I said, squeezing his fist. My leg slightly lifted. I felt a sense of relief inside. It seemed the strength attribute from the system was very useful. "You brat, you're looking for death." The bodyguard was also very surprised that Zhang Chen could so easily catch his fist. But not willing to lose like this, he tried to pull his fist out of Zhang Chen's palm, only to find that no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break free. Moreover, I squeezed tighter and tighter, making his fist itch dully. How is this possible? How is this kid's strength so great? My punch can reach a force of 200 kilograms, yet in his hand, it's completely controlled. A drop of sweat suddenly appeared on the bodyguard's forehead as the pain in his fist grew. Seeing that his fist was in my grasp, I didn't hesitate. I lifted my leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. The immense force sent him flying several meters, rolling on the ground a few times before he lay there, defeated. "It hurts so much." The bodyguard cried out in pain on the ground, unable to get up and fight anymore. All of this happened in a flash. By the time Butler Shu, Su Qingluo, and the remaining bodyguard reacted, it was already over. When they came to their senses, they were all stunned by the scene before them. How is this possible? This kid sent one of the master's bodyguards flying with a single kick. Butler Shu's eyes were wide with shock. These were professional bodyguards, excellent in both strength and fighting skills, yet in front of Zhang Chen, they couldn't even last one round. How could this not shock him? Similarly, Su Qingluo was frozen by the scene. My wicked little disciple is so amazing. Her jaw dropped. Her wicked little disciple was too good. With just one kick, he sent her father's bodyguard flying. Su Qingluo had seen with her own eyes how formidable this bodyguard was, but in front of Zhang Chen, they seemed completely outmatched. With just this much strength, you call yourself a bodyguard? Zhang Chen dusted off his hands with a relaxed expression, then turned his gaze to the remaining bodyguard. Now, it's your turn. My provocation completely enraged the other bodyguard. He assumed his colleague had been careless, which was why Zhang Chen managed to kick him away. So, he prepared to go all out, giving his opponent no chance. Hid, you're looking for death, the remaining bodyguard shouted coldly and rushed towards Zhang Chen, following up with a short-range elbow strike. The attack was fast, accurate, and vicious, giving Zhang Chen no time to react. My strength was enhanced, but my agility and martial arts skills were not. However, my mind was very calm. Competing in boxing techniques with a bodyguard, I had absolutely no chance of winning. So I also rushed towards the oncoming bodyguard and forcefully tackled him. At the same time, the bodyguard's elbow strike hit my stomach, causing pain so intense I almost fell. But I gritted my teeth, held the bodyguard tightly, and slammed him to the ground. After we both fell, I once again relied on my strength to grab both of his hands. At that moment, if our strengths were equal, we would be in a stalemate, and the bodyguard might even use his rich combat experience to turn the tables on Zhang Chen. But my strength was far greater than the bodyguard's. I used both hands to twist the bodyguard's wrist. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. While his wrist was incapacitated, I delivered another kick to his stomach, sending him flying far away. In just a few minutes, I had taken down both of them. Seeing this, old Butler Shu's jaw dropped, and he was utterly astonished. Who on earth is this kid? In just a moment, he took down two of the master's professional bodyguards. This level of strength is too powerful. Old Butler Shu couldn't help but swallow, a flicker of fear in his eyes, feeling that this mission was going to fail. As for Su Qingluo, seeing how capable her wicked little disciple was, she was both surprised and delighted. My wicked little disciple, you're amazing. Well done. Su Qingluo suddenly clapped, a new level of admiration for Zhang Chen in her eyes. Seeing the two bodyguards lying on the ground groaning in pain, I let out a sigh of relief. Just now, although I appeared formidable, I had actually won by a fluke, relying only on my great strength. If they had attacked me together from the start, I estimated I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Moreover, the fighting techniques of these two bodyguards were very polished. If I hadn't risked taking that elbow strike, I really wouldn't have beaten the second bodyguard. Even now, my stomach still itched a little, but I didn't let it show on my face. After dealing with the two bodyguards, I walked up to old Butler Shu. Are you still planning to take King Lu away now? I asked lightly, yet my tone carried an undeniable authority. After witnessing Zhang Chen's prowess, old Butler Shu had long lost his earlier stern demeanor. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even the two bodyguards were no match for him. How could an old man with no fighting skills be a match for the handsome young man before him? A single sentence from Zhang Chen terrified Butler Shu. Two professional bodyguards were no match for Zhang Chen. How could an old man like him possibly stand against the young man in front of him? What are your intentions in stopping me from taking the young miss back? Butler Shu asked nervously, cold sweat drenching his back, afraid that Zhang Chen would knock him down with a single punch. But he still wanted to clarify Zhang Chen's intentions to report back. King Lu doesn't want to go back, so no one can force her. It's as simple as that. I originally wanted to teach this old butler a lesson, but seeing that he was over 60, I was afraid one punch might break his bones, so I gave up the idea. However, I still warned him before leaving. This time, I'm letting you go because of your age. If there's a next time, you won't be able to stand up for the rest of your life. After saying these words, I took Su Qingluo's hand in front of him and walked towards Tianhai University. It wasn't until I was far away that old Butler Shu truly breathed a sigh of relief, his back soaked with cold sweat from Zhang Chen's threat. That kid dared to hold the young Mrs. hand. It seems he's her boyfriend. I must report this to the master. Butler Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly left. After returning to the university, Su Qingluo began to admire Zhang Chen. My wicked little disciple, you're so amazing. You even beat my dad's two professional bodyguards. When did you become so strong? Su Qingluo said, her eyes filled with excitement and a hint of adoration. Naturally, she was happy that her man was so capable. They were careless, so I got lucky, I said with a modest smile. This was somewhat true. If they hadn't been careless, or if they had attacked together, Zhang Chen might not have won. Anyway, my husband is the best. Oh, were you hurt just now? Su Qingluo asked with concern after calming down. No, how could they hurt me? I said, pretending to be calm. In reality, my stomach was still itching from the bodyguard's elbow strike. I don't believe you. I saw that bodyguard hit you in the stomach. Let me see. Su Qingluo suddenly became serious. He was a professional bodyguard. One elbow strike was enough to cause injury. I'm really fine, I said, not wanting Su Qingluo to worry. Let me see, Su Qingluo said firmly. We're on campus. Many students will see. I tried to find another excuse. But Su Qingluo seemed determined to check. She even reached out and lifted my shirt. There on my stomach was a bruise. Seeing the bruise, Su Qingluo's heart itched, and her eyes immediately turned red. Those wicked bodyguards, I'll definitely have my dad fire them later. And Butler Shu, too. How dare they hit my husband, Su Qingluo said as she pulled me towards the infirmary. King Luo, where are we going? I asked, confused. To the infirmary to get some medicine, Su King Luo said without turning back. While I was at the infirmary getting medicine, old butler Shu, leading the 2 injured bodyguards, returned to the Su family villa. Master, the young miss refuses to come back, old butler Shu reported with an uneasy expression. She refuses to come back. Su Gozem's face changed with anger. Seeing the 2 injured bodyguards, he frowned and asked, what happened? How did the 2 professional bodyguards I sent with you end up like this? Not only was Father Su curious, but Mother Su was also very curious. These were 2 professional bodyguards, how did they get beaten up like this? The young miss seems to have a boyfriend. It was her boyfriend who beat the 2 bodyguards, old butler Shu said honestly. This news shocked Su King Luo's parents. What? My daughter has a boyfriend. Her mother knew her daughter's personality was extremely cold. In her freshman year of university, she had rejected dozens of pursuers. How could she have a boyfriend less than a month into her sophomore year? Yes, and that young man is extremely arrogant. He said he is the young Mrs. future husband, and that no one has the right to take her away. Old butler Shu recounted everything he knew. Hearing this, Su Gozem snorted coldly, clearly very displeased with this statement. That kid is so arrogant. He dares to dream of being my daughter's husband. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think I, Su Gozem, am a pushover. Su Gozem stood up angrily, exuding the aura of a person in power. In Tianhai City, Su Gozem was a prominent figure. Dealing with a university student would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, John Li, afraid of making things too big, quickly intervened. Gozem, why don't I go to our daughter's place and investigate first? Let's not blow this out of proportion if we can avoid it. After all, the Chen family wouldn't want to hear that our daughter has a boyfriend. Su Gozem thought this made sense. If this matter got out, and the Chen family found out his daughter had a boyfriend, it would be detrimental to the marriage alliance. He agreed to John Li's suggestion. Alright, then you should find some time to look into it. Handle this quietly, and cleanly. Don't let the Chen family know. Young Master Chen will arrive in Tianhai City on the afternoon of the 2nd, and will arrange for them to meet on the 3rd at the earliest. Su Gozem had planned everything meticulously. No one could stop him. Okay, I'll go see our daughter myself tomorrow to find out what's going on, John Li said. In the infirmary of Tianhai University, Su King Luo was seriously applying medicine for Zheng Chen, her beautiful face full of heartache. When I get back, I'm definitely going to make Dad fire those 2 bodyguards. And Butler Shu, too. How dare they hit my husband, Su King Luo muttered as she carefully applied the medicine. Seeing how worried this girl was for me, I felt a little thrilled. What if you can't go back? I suddenly asked. Hearing this, Su King Luo trembled slightly and immediately said, if I can't go back, then I won't. Wherever you go, I'll go. Her words expressed her heart's desire. She was willing to run away with me. I was very moved but didn't want to let Su King Luo resort to that. I wanted to marry her openly, not elope secretly. Ah, King Luo, tomorrow is the National Day holiday. Let's go back to the Tianshan Villa tonight. Are you still going to work at Yahello tomorrow? I suddenly asked. Of course, it's my husband's business. How can the lady boss not go and help? Su King Luo smiled sweetly. Then let's go together. Sister Ju just messaged me saying the new store is short staffed and asked me to help out too, I said honestly. That's even better. We can help at the store during the day and go back to Tianshan Villa at night to make a baby, Su King Luo thought happily. What a wonderful and fulfilling day. That night, Su King Luo and I called a car and, bringing some daily necessities and food, once again stayed at Tianshan Villa. This was their 2nd time at Tianshan Villa. This time, because of the National Day holiday, they would be staying for 7 days. Zheng Chen, you're injured. Sit down and rest. I'll cook dinner. Su King Luo pushed Zheng Chen onto the sofa, and then carried a large bag of groceries into the kitchen herself. You, a pampered young lady, know how to cook? I asked worriedly. What's so hard about cooking? I've seen our housekeeper cook before. It can't be that difficult, Su King Luo said, rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight. Hearing this, I secretly found it amusing. Seeing someone cook doesn't mean you know how to cook yourself. Sure enough, a moment later, a scream came from the kitchen. I heard it and rushed in, only to see a half-cooked fish flopping around on the floor. Smoke was rising from the oil pan. Clearly, the fish had jumped out of the pan. Su King Luo was screaming, trying to catch the fish, looking very flustered. Seeing this, I shook my head silently. King Luo, how about you let me do it? You go rest. I said, then casually picked up the fish from the floor. A quick glance showed its belly hadn't even been gutted. How could you fry a whole live fish like that? Jiang Cheng, I can do it. You go rest. Su King Luo still insisted. Jiang Chen was injured. She wanted to cook something delicious for him. I was amused. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for triggering a new mission. Option 1. Let Su King Luo continue cooking. Reward, randomly increase 1 attribute. Option 2. let Su King Luo rest. Reward, God tier cooking skill, 1 million cash back for cooking. I heard the system's voice and was secretly surprised because this time, the reward for option 1 was an attribute increase, so I chose option 1. It seemed that even the system couldn't stand Su King Luo's cooking, and wanted her to rest. I was about to agree but then had an idea to encourage Su King Luo. King Luo, if you want to do it, go ahead and try again. As soon as I finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Dang, congratulations, host, for choosing the reward. Strength attribute increased by 1. With 1 more point in strength, my power increased again. Seeing me allow her to try again, Su King Luo's confidence was renewed. My wicked little disciple, go rest on the sofa. Dinner will be ready soon. Su King Luo pushed Jung Chen out of the kitchen again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of my mouth as I took the fish and went out. A few minutes later, a burning smell suddenly came from the kitchen, along with rising smoke. Seeing this, I grew worried and rushed in again. King Luo, what's wrong? I asked with great concern. My fried egg is burnt, Su King Luo said with a sad face. King Luo, how about you let me do it? I advised again. No, I can do it. You go sit outside, Su King Luo said with a stubborn expression. As soon as she finished, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, host has triggered the mission for the second time. Reward increased by 10 times. Option 1, let Su King Luo continue cooking. Reward, randomly increase 1 attribute. Option 2, let Su King Luo rest. Reward, God tier cooking skill, 10 million cash back for cooking. Hearing the system's voice, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of my mouth again. I continued to say to Su King Luo, then you continue. I'll wait for you outside. As soon as I finished, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations, host, for choosing the reward. Agility attribute increased by 1. I was very satisfied with the system's attribute reward and obediently sat back down on the sofa in the living room. Just a few minutes later, the kitchen suddenly burst into flames, followed by Su King Luo's scream. Fire! I had been paying attention to the movements in the kitchen. Hearing this, he immediately ran over. King Luo, what's wrong? I asked caringly. The pan is on fire. Su King Luo, her face covered in soot, pointed at the flames blazing in the pan, her face pale with fear. At this moment, she had lost all semblance of a goddess. I quickly grabbed the pan lid and covered the burning pan. The fire was quickly extinguished. This time, before I could say anything, the system's voice hastily appeared. Ding. Host has triggered the mission for the 3rd time. Reward increased by 10 times, with an additional bonus. If rejected again, this mission will no longer be triggered. Option 1, let Su King Luo continue cooking. Reward, randomly increase 1 attribute. Option 2, let Su King Luo rest. Reward, God tier cooking skill, 100 million cash back for cooking. Randomly increase attribute by 10. Seeing the system's reward, my heart was overjoyed. Even the random attribute was rewarded, and it was 10 points. This was clearly much more than the attribute from option 1. Sure enough, the system couldn't take it anymore and didn't want Su King Luo to cook. Even a fool would know what to choose now. Seeing this, I quickly said, King Luo, how about you let me cook? You go sit outside and wait for me. Okay. Su King Luo had wanted to persist, but thinking about almost burning the pan, she had to give up. If she kept going, she might burn down the entire kitchen. With the god tier cooking skill, I quickly made a sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and boiled greens, plus a bowl of egg drop soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, all perfect in color, aroma, and taste. As soon as the dishes were done, the 100 million in cash from the cooking cashback was instantly deposited into my account. Done. King Luo, have a taste, I said with anticipation after placing the dishes on the table. Seeing how beautiful the dishes I made were, Su King Luo's pretty face was full of surprise. Whoa, my wicked little disciple, the food you made is so beautiful, and it smells so good. Su King Luo couldn't help but drool. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted the braised pork. It's delicious, even better than our housekeeper's cooking. And this sweet and sour carp, the flavor is amazing. Su King Luo ate until her mouth was full. My wicked little disciple, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Looks like I really struck gold. I'm going to cling to you for the rest of my life, and never let go. Early the next morning, I looked at Su King Luo sleeping soundly in my arms, and I couldn't help but smile. Thinking about last night, I didn't have the heart to wake her. Jiang Chen slowly pulled his arm out from under Su King Luo's head, which had been used as a pillow all night. My arm was a bit numb and sore, but compared to Su King Luo's tenderness, it was nothing. Just as I was about to get up, I discovered that Su King Luo was tightly gripping my pajamas. Seeing this, I could only smile wryly. Jiang Chen carefully prayed Su King Luo's hand off his pajamas. However, as soon as he did, she seemed to wake up. My wicked little disciple, are you getting up? Su King Luo squinted, looking drowsy, and stretched on the bed. You sleep a little longer. I'll go make you breakfast, I said gently. Ani, give me a kiss, Su Kinglua whined. I really don't know what to do with you, I chuckled, leaning down to gently kiss Su Kinglua's forehead. But Su Kinglua was clearly not satisfied. Kiss my lips, Su Kinglua pouted again. Alright, I laughed helplessly, and kissed Su Kinglua on the lips. Then I stood up straight, and said dotingly, okay, I'm going to make you breakfast. What do you want to eat? As long as my husband makes it, I'll love it, Su Kinglua said with a happy expression. Alright, then you sleep a little longer. I'll call you when it's ready, I said lovingly. After that, I went straight downstairs to the kitchen. Soon, I finished making breakfast. I was about to call Su Kinglua. Waking up unexpectedly, Su Kinglua came downstairs wearing a pink pajama set. It smells so good. You naughty disciple, what are you doing? Su Kinglua sniffed the air. It was clear that Su Kinglua had been drawn downstairs by the aroma of the food I was making. She was even drooling a little, looking like a greedy little kitten. I made the meat and vegetable congee you like, and also some egg pancakes. Come and eat quickly, I said, bringing the finished breakfast to the table. Thank you, my dear husband. Seeing that Zhang Chen had made her favorite breakfast, Su Kinglua was overjoyed. She happily ran over to me, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. This is your reward. He smiled, my own smile filled with sweetness. Hurry and eat. After we finish, we'll go to Yahello's new store to help out, I said honestly. Okay, Su Kinglua nodded and began to enjoy the breakfast Zhang Chen had made. After just one bite, she realized how delicious the meat and vegetable congee was. This meat and vegetable congee is amazing. And these egg pancakes too. You naughty disciple, how did you make this? It's even better than the breakfast shop outside of school. Just a whim. As long as you like it, that's all that matters, I said with a smile. I also felt that the food I was making now was incredibly delicious. The God-level cooking skill was truly no simple thing. With cooking skills like these, opening a restaurant would surely be a huge success. However, Zhang Chen was currently more passionate about investing, as it was a faster way to make money. After breakfast, I took Su Kinglua to the Yahello branch. Today was the first day of the National Day holiday, and the Tae International Shopping Center was incredibly crowded. The newly opened Yahello restaurant had been packed since early morning. Du King, as the general manager, had to personally step in. They were really short-staffed. Su Kinglua and I arrived just in time to help Du King in her moment of need. Sister Zhao, we're here to help, Su Kinglua said cheerfully. Miss Su, it's great that you could come and help. You and young brother Jun can be in charge of serving customers in the waiting area, Du King said hurriedly. Both Su Kinglua and I were very good looking, so assigning us to greet customers in the waiting area was a perfect fit. It might even attract quite a few people. No problem, Sister Zhao. Leave the waiting area to us, I said seriously. Then I'll have to trouble you too. In an instant, Su Kinglua and I became the faces of Yahello. Many passers-by saw such a handsome and beautiful pair and immediately entered the Yahello waiting area. It was a large space with tables and chairs for waiting customers, as well as game consoles, chess sets, paper for folding cranes, and other forms of entertainment. There were even baby rockers and cribs, making it very professional. They even provided free snacks. Because of this, customers waiting there didn't feel impatient at all. My and Su Kinglu's job was to serve tea and water to these waiting customers. It was a rather simple task, but our good looks caused the number of customers in the waiting area to grow and grow. Many customers came just for our looks, and some even started shipping the two of us. Others posted videos of us online. However, as they were working hard, Su Kinglu's phone suddenly rang. She saw it was a call from her mother and initially intended to hang up immediately, but after a moment's hesitation, she answered. Mom, what do you need? Su Kinglu said calmly. My dear daughter, where are you? It's the holiday, why didn't you come home? I miss you and want to see you. I brought some things for you. Zhang Li's voice was no longer as harsh as before, but had a touch of family affection. Su Kinglu's heart immediately softened. After all, it was her mother. After hesitating for a moment, she told her mother her current location. I'm at Yahello in the Tae International Shopping Center. I'll be right there. After Zhang Li hung up, her expression immediately changed. She told her driver to head straight for the Tae International Shopping Center. Su Kinglu didn't think much of it, assuming her mother had finally had a change of heart. She even planned to introduce Zhang Cheng to her. Half an hour later, the impeccably dressed Zhang Li arrived at the Yahello restaurant, carrying a designer handbag. However, as soon as she reached the entrance, she saw her beloved daughter serving tea and water to customers, doing this kind of menial work. She was instantly so furious that her face turned cold. But because there were many people around, she didn't lose her temper on the spot. She suppressed her anger and said, Kinglu, what are you doing? I'm helping out here, Su Kinglu replied honestly. Helping out? You mean working part-time? How can a daughter of the Su family do this kind of low-class job in a place like this? Come home with me right now, John Lee said, grabbing Su Qingluo's hand to pull her away. But Su Qingluo refused. Mom, I don't want to go. The restaurant is very busy right now. Su Qingluo didn't want to leave like that. It would be too irresponsible. Just as John Lee was about to get angry, a strange voice interrupted her. Auntie, if Qingluo doesn't want to go, don't force her. Hearing this voice, Jung Lai instinctively turned her head and saw an extremely handsome young man appear beside Su Qingluo. The way he looked at her daughter was very unusual. Who are you? What business do our daughter affairs have to do with you? Jun Li snapped angrily. I am Zheng Chen. Su Qingluo's fine, I stated directly and honestly. What? My daughter's fine. Jian Li was completely shocked by my words. What nonsense are you talking about? How could my daughter have a fine? If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart, Jun Li shouted furiously. There were so many people here, and this young man was brazenly claiming to be her daughter's fine. Wasn't he ruining her daughter's reputation? I'm not talking nonsense. I am indeed Su Qingluo's fine. We have a marriage contract as proof, I said decisively. Since we had met, I wanted to probe the Su family's attitude toward this engagement. Marriage contract. Mother Su, Jun Li, suddenly remembered something and asked, then what is your name? My name is Zheng Cheng. My father is Zheng Zihei, a descendant of the Zheng family from the capital. Does that ring a bell, auntie? Hearing this, Zhang Li was incredibly shocked. She never expected a descendant of the Zheng family would dare to openly approach her daughter. Anger welled up inside her, but with so many people around, she couldn't lose her temper. You remember now. So you're a descendant of the Zheng family. But I have something to discuss with my daughter first. I'll talk to you privately later. Jian Li suppressed her anger and turned to Su Qingluo. Qingluo, come with me. I have something to ask you. Su Qingluo was very anxious and didn't know what to do. She turned to look at me, and only after seeing me nod did she dare to agree to talk with her mother. They went to a coffee shop next to Yahello and found a private room, sitting opposite each other. The atmosphere between mother and daughter was a bit tense. Neither of them touched the coffee in front of them. Jian Li looked at Su Qingluo with a cold expression that grew worse by the second. When did you and Zheng Chen start? Jian Li asked coldly. Initially, she hadn't believed Butler Shu's words that her daughter had a boyfriend. Now it seemed it was true, and this boyfriend was her daughter's nominal fiancé. Just a few days ago. We only recognized each other last week, Su Qingluo said weakly. Hearing it had only been a week, Jian Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In her mind, a week wasn't long enough for things to have developed to an irreversible point. Break up with him immediately. You two are not suitable for each other, Jian Li said harshly. When Su Qingluo heard her mother tell her to break up with Zheng Chen, she immediately became emotional. I won't break up with him. Zheng Chen and I already have a marriage contract. I am going to marry him, Su Qingluo said stubbornly, her eyes suddenly turning red. Marry him. What can he give you? Following him will only lead to suffering. When you run out of money, he can only take you to work part-time at Yahello, doing the lowest kind of job. Jian Li was truly furious. Seeing her daughter working part-time at Yahello, serving others, made her want to slap Zheng Chen a few times. This kind of useless man would only make her daughter suffer. Who says I'll suffer with Zheng Chen? I came here because this Yahello branch was invested in by Zheng Chen. It's the grand opening today and they're short-staffed, so we came to help. Besides, he gives me a lot of spending money. He even bought a 5 billion villa for me. Su Qingluo tried hard to persuade her mother, hoping she would approve of her relationship with Zheng Chen. But how could Zhang Li believe these words? A 5 billion villa. Zhang Li scoffed. In all of Tianhai City, the only 5 billion villa is the one on top of Tianshan Mountain. Even your father can't afford that villa. How could a poor student buy it? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Why not just say he bought you the moon? Jian Li was so angry she had to laugh. A poor university student investing in Yahello and buying a 5 billion villa. She wouldn't believe it even if you beat her to death. Zheng Chen is really rich. He's also very good at painting. One painting is worth hundreds of millions. He sings well and cooks well too. Mom, you have to believe me, Su Qingluo pleaded desperately. However, Jian Li didn't believe any of this. She only believed what she saw with her own eyes. Her daughter was following Zheng Chen to work a menial part-time job at Yahello. What kind of money can you make from such a low-class job? I've investigated the Zheng family's situation thoroughly. The family went bankrupt, his mother is hiding from creditors, and they're drowning in debt. I advise you to leave him quickly. The sweet words he's using now are just to trick you, to get your money to spend, Jian Li said emotionally. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Zheng Chen is really rich. Su Qingluo was also very anxious. Why wouldn't her mother believe her when she was telling the truth? Enough, don't say any more. I only believe what I see with my own eyes, which is you following Zheng Chen to work a menial job here. A daughter of our Su family can absolutely not do such a disgraceful thing. John Lee's tone softened a little as she continued to persuade, you only have one choice now, and that is to break up with him immediately. There are no other options. Hearing her mother still forcing her, Su Qingluo's tears immediately streamed down. Su Qingluo, will only marry Zheng Cheng in this life. If you want me to break up with him, you can dream on. After saying that, Su Qingluo ran out of the coffee shop, wiping her tears. At that moment, Zheng Chen was waiting outside the coffee shop door. He was very worried about Su Qingluo, so he had been pacing back and forth waiting for her. When he saw her run out crying, he knew she had argued with her mother again. Zheng Chen, let's go. Su Qingluo took Zheng Chen's hand, intending to leave, but was stopped by Zheng Li who had followed them out. Zheng Chen, you can't go. Now it's my turn to talk to you. Zheng Li had come out to speak privately with Zheng Chen. Since she couldn't persuade her daughter, her only option was to persuade Zheng Chen to leave. Qingluo, be good and wait for me outside. I'll be right back. Zheng Chen comforted her before following Zheng Li back inside. They went back to the same private room. After they sat down opposite each other, the atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. Zheng Chen, I know that our Su family and your Zhang family had a marriage contract back then, but that's all in the past. Besides, your father has passed away. Our Su family will not acknowledge this marriage, Zhang Li said directly after some thought. She didn't want to beat around the bush. In that case, I'll be direct with you too, auntie. Even without the marriage contract, I still want to marry Su Qingluo, I replied Hetwan. Since you're being so direct, I'll be direct as well. This response infuriated Zhang Li, but she quickly calmed down. Name your price. How much money will it take for you to leave my daughter? Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Zhang Li prepared to use money. In her mind, Zheng Chen was clinging to her daughter to trick her out of money. Therefore, asking him to name a price for her to pay him off and tell him to get lost was the most direct method she could think of. Go on. How much money do you want to leave my daughter? Zhang Li said coldly. I heard this, and secretly shook my head. Auntie, do you think I am with King Luo for money? I asked lightly. Isn't that so? Everyone knows that after your Zheng family went bankrupt, you're drowning in debt. You and your mother are hiding at your maternal grandparents' house, too afraid to show your faces. Zhang Li felt she understood Zheng Chen very well. Stop beating around the bush. Name a price. I don't want to waste time with you, Zhang Li urged, a bit impatiently. I looked at Zhang Li's cold and arrogant expression. It seemed she was convinced that I was approaching her daughter to scam her for money. Zheng Chen smirked. Auntie, I am not short of money right now. To be honest with you, my current assets are at least several hundred billion. Hearing this, Zhang Li couldn't help but sneer. Who are you trying to fool? If you have assets of several hundred billion, I'll crawl out of here, Zhang Li said with a cold laugh. Zhang Chen, annoyed, took a checkbook from his bag, wrote a series of numbers on it, tore it out, and coldly threw it in front of her. Here's 1 million. To you, that's an astronomical sum. Take this money and get away from my daughter. Otherwise, don't blame our Su family for being impolite, Zhang Li said harshly. I looked at the 1 billion yuan check on the table and almost laughed out of anger. Auntie, are you shooing away a beggar? 1 million. I can earn 100 million just by cooking a single meal now. Why would I care about your 1 million? Auntie, King Luo and I are truly in love. I will not accept this 1 million, I said, pushing the check back toward Zhang Li. So you think it's too little? Bringing up true love again, Zhang Li's face turned pale with anger. Thinking Zheng Chen found the amount too small, she wrote another 1 million yuan check and threw it toward me. 2 million. Is that enough? Take this money and get lost. I don't want to see you again. Faced with Zhang Li's humiliation, my temper flared up. Auntie, I'm only tolerating this out of respect for you. I've already told you, I'm not short on money. I currently have assets worth several hundred billion, why would I need your 2 million? I paused, then changed the subject, my gaze extremely firm. King Luo and I are truly in love. Whether you agree or not, I will marry her. Seeing that I wouldn't be swayed by either soft or hard tactics, Zhang Li slammed the table and stood up in anger. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, I will absolutely not let my daughter marry a poor guy like you, Zhang Li said emotionally, pointing at my nose and scolding me. Hearing this, my emotions were also triggered. I suddenly stood up, my expression cold, and said to Zhang Li, word by word, Ante, the tables can turn in 30 years, don't look down on a young man's poverty. One day, I will be someone you can't even reach. I will definitely marry King Luo. After speaking, Zheng Chen turned to leave, but then remembered something and turned back to remind Zhang Li, oh, and Ante, I advise your Su family to transition quickly. Focusing all your assets in real estate will lead to collapse sooner or later. Don't come begging me when you go bankrupt. Beg you. That's the biggest joke in the world. Zhang Li was furious. He dared to curse the Su family to collapse. Whether there's a marriage contract or not, my daughter, Su King Luo, will absolutely not marry you. Then we'll just wait and see. The results will be clear by the end of the year. Jiang Chen finished and walked straight out of the room. My earlier statement that the Su family was at risk of bankruptcy wasn't just a random comment. I truly wanted to warn them. Before, when I was looking at the investment analysis report gifted by the system, I had looked into the investment potential of the Su Group. I initially thought that a real estate conglomerate with a market value of over 400 billion would have very high investment potential. However, to my surprise, the investment potential of the Su Group was only 38 points, not even reaching the standard 60 points. In other words, the Su Group was not worth investing in. And from the detailed information from the system, I discovered that over the past 10 years, the Su Group had focused solely on the real estate industry, with very little investment in other sectors. A single business model increases the risk for a conglomerate, especially in the current domestic situation. The golden age of real estate has basically passed, and the entire industry is suffering from overcapacity. The market supply is greater than demand, and profit margins are constantly shrinking. Furthermore, the real estate market is becoming more regulated. The era of making profits with no capital is over. Most importantly, to protect the rights of homebuyers, higher authorities have restricted the capital flow policies for developers. Finally, I also found from the investment analysis report that the Su Group's debt amounted to 350 billion. This was an extremely dangerous signal. Assets of 400 billion, but debt of 350 billion. Once a certain business segment fails to recover its capital in time, it could very likely lead to a collapse of the financial chain, ultimately resulting in bankruptcy. Su Qingluo said her father couldn't afford a 5 billion villa, and that was absolutely true. Although the total market value of the Su Group was over 400 billion, its debt was also high, so Su Guozhen really couldn't afford a 5 billion villa because he didn't have that much cash flow. And if the Su Group wanted to overcome this crucial period, it had to undergo a transformation. If it persisted without transforming, it was essentially waiting to die. By the end of the year, it would be clear whether the Su Group would survive or perish. My words were meant as a kind reminder, but to Zhang Li's ears, they were a curse that the Su Group wouldn't last long, making her hate Jiang Chen even more. Su Qingluo was anxiously waiting outside the coffee shop. When she finally saw me come out, she hurriedly ran over and asked, "Jiang Chen, what did my mom say to you?" There was deep concern in Su Qingluo's eyes. She understood her mother well. Calling Jiang Chen away privately definitely wasn't for anything good. "Your aunt and I had a pleasant exchange. Don't worry, we won't break up. We'll hold the wedding at the end of the year according to the marriage contract," I said, tightly holding Su Qingluo's hand, which was cold from worry. "Really? Did my mom agree to our engagement?" Su Qingluo asked anxiously. "Not for now, but soon. In a little while, they'll be begging to agree to our engagement," I said, affectionately stroking Su Qingluo's head, then took her hand and left. Zhang Li was fuming because of me and her daughter. Her trip had been in vain, and she returned to the Su family villa full of anger. Zhang Li slumped onto the sofa with a cold face, in a terrible mood. Su Guozhen saw his wife return with an unhappy expression and frowned. "How did it go? Did you find out what's going on with our daughter?" "I did. Our daughter is indeed in a relationship," Zhang Li replied with a sullen face. "What? She's really in a relationship?" Su Guozhen's expression immediately changed. If his daughter had a boyfriend, how could he introduce her to young Master Chen? "Have you found out who her boyfriend is?" "His name is Jiang Cheng. He's the descendant of the Jiang family, the one with the marriage contract with our daughter. In other words, her nominal fine." "I don't know how they met," Zhang Li said coldly. "A descendant of the Jiang family." Su Guozhen immediately remembered something, and his expression became serious. "So it's the one with the marriage contract with our daughter. This is tricky." Initially, Su Guozhen thought that if his daughter had a boyfriend, he could use his power and connections to force him to leave. But now it was a bit difficult, because Su Guozhen's mother, Su Qingluo's grandmother, only supported the Su family honoring the marriage contract. Forcing Jiang Chen to leave might displease the old lady. It really is tricky. I spoke with Jiang Chen privately, using both soft and hard tactics, but he still insists that he will marry our daughter. A penniless and powerless kid wants to marry my daughter. He clearly wants to leech off our Su family, Zhang Li said angrily. "Did you try to buy him off with money?" Su Guozhen suddenly turned and asked. The best way was to make Jiang Chen withdraw voluntarily, so the old lady couldn't say anything. "I tried. I gave him a check for 2 million. Not only did he not take it, but he also claimed to have assets of 200 billion and didn't need that small amount. It really made me mad." Zhang Li's anger flared up again as she spoke. 200 billion. This kid really knows how to brag. The Jiang family has gone bankrupt. How could a university student earn 200 billion? That's the biggest joke in the world. Su Guozhen sneered, completely disbelieving that Jiang Chen had so much money. "Exactly, my daughter even said Jiang Chen bought a 5 billion villa for her. Isn't that just lying to my face? Following him has made my daughter corrupted too," Zhang Li said with a worried expression, very concerned that her daughter would be spoiled by following Jumcheng. In her eyes, Jumcheng was full of lies, not a single true word. If her daughter stayed with this kind of person, she would be ruined sooner or later, so she was very worried. A 5 billion villa for our daughter. It seems our daughter has really been fooled by Jumcheng's sweet talk. We must bring her back soon. Su Gozhen also became very anxious upon hearing this. A university student, let alone buying a 5 billion villa, probably couldn't even come up with 50,000. That's right. This kid is completely unreliable in my opinion. Not a single true word, all just bragging. And what I saw with my own eyes was him taking our daughter to work part-time at Yahello, serving tea to people. Isn't that infuriating? Jianli's heart itched at the thought of her daughter serving tea to others. What? My daughter is out there doing such a menial job. Su Gozhen, as a father, immediately felt heartbroken for his beloved daughter. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. In the future, our daughter absolutely cannot marry that kid Jumcheng. Otherwise, she'll be working part-time for the rest of her life, Jianli said with great sorrow, then remembered something and continued, oh, and that kid not only talks big, he even cursed our Su family, saying the real estate industry won't last long and if we don't transform, we'll go bankrupt by the end of the year. He even said we'd be begging him for help then. Isn't that outrageous? He really said that. Su Gozhen raised an eyebrow, not angry but rather surprised. Only he knew that the Su family was currently just a glamorous facade, actually on the brink of life and death. The reason he wanted his daughter to marry into the Chen family was to rely on them to invest in the Su group, which could help them avoid bankruptcy. The Chen family was the #1 financial group in Tianhai City, a family with plenty of money, so marrying into the Chen family was definitely very beneficial for the Su family. However, Su Gozhen hadn't told his family about the Su group's difficult situation, because he didn't want everyone to worry. Jianli, unaware of the inside story, still thought Jumcheng was talking nonsense. Yes, he really said that. His own family has gone bankrupt, and he's cursing ours. It seems we have to find a way to make him voluntarily leave our daughter, or she'll be ruined in his hands sooner or later. Su Gozhen secretly nodded. He also felt that it was most beneficial for the Su family for his daughter to be with young Master Chen right now. But how to make Jumcheng voluntarily leave his daughter was a headache. In the evening, Su Qingluo and I returned to the villa on top of Tianshan Mountain. After working all day, they were exhausted. Jumcheng, it turns out working part-time is this tiring. My legs are about to break after just one day. Su Qingluo collapsed onto the sofa, not wanting to move. Let me get some hot water for you to soak your feet. Jumcheng felt very sorry for Su Qingluo. It was hard for such a delicate and beautiful girl to help out all day. Let's soak together, Su Qingluo said expectantly. Okay, I nodded and quickly brought a large basin of hot water. Alright, test the temperature. Su Qingluo slowly took off her white socks and tested the water temperature with her delicate white foot. It's a bit hot. Su Qingluo instinctively pulled her foot back. Still hot. Let me get some cold water, I said with concern. No need, you're supposed to soak your feet in hot water. Su Qingluo bit her lip and slowly put her foot back into the basin. When both her feet were submerged in the hot water, she let out a sigh of relief. So comfortable. Jumcheng, you put your feet in too. Let's soak together. Su Qingluo was also very concerned about me. Okay, Jumcheng said, taking off his shoes and socks and soaking both his feet in the hot water. Although I wasn't as tired as Su Qingluo after working all day, my feet were also a bit sore. Soaking them in hot water indeed made them feel much better. Su Qingluo playfully placed her delicate white foot on top of Jumcheng's, a smug look on her face. I was secretly speechless but didn't stop this cute action, letting Su Qingluo's foot rest on mine. The scene was very warm. However, Jumcheng was very worried about Su Qingluo. Qingluo, let's not go to Yahello tomorrow. Your parents might send someone over again. I'm worried you'll get tired. Plus, her parents already knew, so they would face trouble. Okay, Su Qingluo thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. She also didn't want to argue with her parents again tomorrow. Then she thought of something else and asked, You naughty disciple, what should we do for the remaining 6 days of the holiday? How about I take you out to have some fun? Where do you want to go? Jumcheng wanted to take Su Qingluo out, but she gently refused. I don't want to go out. How about for the remaining 6 days of the holiday, we just stay in the villa and make a baby? The matter of her mother forcing her to go on a blind date had stimulated her, so Su Qingluo was determined to get pregnant with Jumcheng's child as soon as possible. Then let's see how they could still force her. It must be said that Su Qingluo was extremely determined about being with Jumcheng. Hearing this, I pretended to hesitate. Seeing me waver, Su Qingluo immediately used her ultimate move, pouting. My love, just once. I checked the weather forecast, and it's going to rain for the remaining 6 days of the holiday. There's nothing to do if we go out. Please. Su Qingluo took my hand and shook it, acting cute. When a goddess acts cute, I really can't resist. I didn't expect this girl would try so hard just to have a baby with me. It was actually a bit touching. After washing their feet, Su Qingluo crawled into my arms, wrapped her arms around my neck, and continued to act cute. My love, can we do it now? Please agree to it, Su Qingluo said, leaning in and planting a firm kiss on my cheek, her eyes full of desire. That pitiful look would make any man unable to refuse. Alright, since you've begged me like this, I guess I'll have to risk my life to oblige you once, I said, kissing Su Qingluo's soft lips. Seeing that I finally agreed, Su Qingluo was overjoyed. Thank you, my love. Tomorrow, let's go buy some groceries so we don't have to go out for 6 days. Okay, I'll listen to you, I readily agreed, gently pinching Su Qingluo's cheek. In the evening, Su Qingluo took a bath and specially changed into a sexy pink lace nightgown, then sat in front of the mirror. That naughty disciple definitely won't be able to resist my charm. Su Qingluo secretly fantasized about the wonderful things she was about to do with her naughty disciple. She even sprayed some perfume on herself, said to be able to arouse bodily instincts. Su Qingluo was very serious about having a baby. Just as she finished spraying the perfume, I finished my shower and came back. Su Qingluo eagerly stood up and came to me. Naughty disciple, is my new nightgown pretty? After speaking, Su Qingluo deliberately twirled around. The nightgown was already very short, just enough to cover her bottom. This twirl revealed everything underneath. Fortunately, it was in the room, and only Jiang Chen saw it. It had to be said that besides her beautiful face, Su Qingluo's figure was also stunningly beautiful. Curvy where she needed to be, with flesh in all the right places. Especially her long, slender, and fair legs, which were very eye-catching. I couldn't help but stare. If Su Qingluo were in ancient times, she would definitely be a femme fatale. It's beautiful, but isn't it a bit short? He said with some embarrassment. Su Qingluo giggled, walked up to my ear, and whispered with her red lips, Naughty disciple, I'm wearing it for you to see. Isn't it good that it's a bit short? That warm question made me gulp. I didn't expect this girl to know how to tease. How could I hold back any longer? I immediately picked Su Qingluo up and carried her to the bed. The next day, it was past 9 when I woke up from my dream. Last night, I was truly exhausted by Su Qingluo. Opening my eyes, I saw Su Qingluo curled up in my arms like a little kitten, sleeping soundly. As usual, she was using my arm as a pillow. To this, I could only smile wryly. Seeing Su Qingluo still asleep, I didn't wake her. I gently pulled my arm out from under her head, lifted the blanket, and slipped out of bed. Then I carefully tucked her back in. Recalling last night's frenzy, I secretly sighed. One good thing about being at home was that for the next 6 days, I could earn money every day by cooking. That way, I could earn 100 million a day. Very quickly, I finished making breakfast, wonton noodles and egg pancakes, both of which were Su Qingluo's favorites. Just as I finished breakfast, Su Qingluo came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. It smells so good. Naughty disciple, what delicious food did you make again? Su Qingluo, this greedy little cat, had smelled the aroma and come down without needing to be called. Today I made wonton noodles and egg pancakes, both your favorites. Come and try them, I waved at Su Qingluo. As soon as Su Qingluo heard her favorite dishes were ready, she excitedly ran over, just like a little gluttonous cat. The wonton noodles smell so good, they look delicious. Su Qingluo sniffed and immediately picked up her chopsticks to eat. After just one bite, she had a look of satisfaction. These wonton noodles are so delicious. Naughty disciple, how did you make them? They're even better than the wonton noodles I had at a 5-star hotel. Su Qingluo said while gobbling down her food, not caring about her image. The wonton noodles I made were truly that good. If you like them, eat more. There are also egg pancakes, I said with an indulgent look, pushing the egg pancakes in front of Su Qingluo. I'm only now realizing that not going out was really a wise choice. Getting to eat such delicious food at home every day, I am so happy, Su Qingluo said with a look of pure satisfaction. She thought to herself, I've really found a treasure of a husband. What a bargain. I watched Su Qingluo eat with gusto, feeling very satisfied myself. While Su Qingluo and I were having our meal, young Master Chen Jingyi, had also returned to Tianhai City from abroad. Furthermore, he immediately followed his father, Chen Kandong, to visit Su Qingluo's parents, bringing along many luxury gifts. A luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Su family villa. Hearing the noise, Su Qingluo's parents personally came out to greet them. Brother Chen, young Master Chen, you came without giving us a heads up so I could prepare a banquet to welcome you, Su Guozheng said with a smile on his face. No need for such trouble, Brother Su. My son came straight here after getting off the plane. He wanted to meet your precious daughter, Chen Kandong replied with a laugh. Hearing that young Master Chen wanted to meet their daughter, Su Guozheng and John Lei immediately looked awkward because their daughter was not at home. I'm so sorry, my daughter went on a trip for the holiday. Why don't you come inside and sit for a while? John Lee said with regret, then enthusiastically invited them into the house. A trip. That's fine. If it can't meet your daughter, meeting my future in-laws first is also good. Chen Kundum was very good with words. He then had his son, Chen Jing, greet Su Gozen and John Lai. Uncle, auntie, these are gifts especially brought back from abroad. See if you like them, Chen Jing, dressed smartly, said as he handed over several gifts. John Lee happily accepted the gifts and glanced at them, immediately beaming with joy. The gifts were all luxury items, Chanel perfume, Cartier gold bracelets, and so on. Just these few gifts were worth millions. It showed the sincerity of the Chen father and son. You really shouldn't have spent so much money. I don't know how to thank you, John Lee said with a very happy expression. This was the son-in-law John Lee wanted, handsome, from a good family, and casually giving gifts worth millions. He was so much better than that poor Zhang Cheng. It's what we should do, auntie. When will King Luo be back? Chen Jinny asked after some thought. This question made the Su couple unsure how to answer. That girl is wild when she plays. We don't know where she went either. John Lee could only continue to lie. That's fine. As it happens, after the National Day holiday ends, I will be a lecturer in the finance department at Tianhai University for a while. I can meet her at school then, Chen Jinny said, appearing very polite. Is that so? That would be wonderful. When you go to Tianhai University, please look after her for me. John Lee was suddenly delighted to hear this. They were worried about how to make Zhang Chen leave their daughter. Now that was sorted. With Chen Jinny there to look after their daughter, perhaps they could make Zhang Chen retreat in the face of difficulty. Jinny, when you get to Tianhai University, besides talking about investments, you must find a way to conquer that girl Su King Luo quickly. That way, when we negotiate with the Su family, we'll have another card in our hand, giving us more certainty in acquiring the Su family's assets at a low price. Shen Kundum reminded him with a serious expression. Don't worry, Dad. I'm very experienced in pursuing girls. No girl I've targeted has ever escaped my grasp. Shen Jinny had the nickname Love Saint. The girls he targeted truly never escaped, but their endings were all tragic. They were basically played with, and then dumped. But I heard that this Su King Luo has a rumored boyfriend at Tianhai University. It's all over the school's internal network. You need to be careful when you go there, Shen Kundung specially reminded him. I've already looked into that. He's a first-year male student named Zhang Chen. He's just a bit handsome, no money, no power. Dealing with him is too easy. Besides, I was also the president of the student union at Tianhai University before. I still have my underlings there now. A small fry like him is not even worthy of being my opponent, Chen Jinny said, a fierce glint in his eyes. He was not as gentle as he appeared. That's for the best. The real estate industry is about to undergo a major reshuffle. We must swallow the Su family's assets before the end of the year. Then, with a flip of a hand, we can make several $100 billion, Chen Kundum said while lighting a cigar, a smug look on his face. Dad, you're brilliant. The Su family wants us to invest at a high price, how naive. When the time comes, we'll swallow the Su family's assets at a low price, dump the debt on Su Gosen, and we'll make hundreds of billions, Chen Jing praised. It seems your years abroad were not wasted. The Su family wants to use our investment to extend their life. We'll take advantage of this mentality of theirs, and make a huge fortune. As for whether the Su family goes bankrupt or not, that's not our problem anymore. The Chen father and son looked at each other and laughed. Poor Su Gosen and his wife were still thinking of ways to get their daughter to quickly marry young Master Chen. During the National Day holiday, Su King Luo and I stayed in the villa. Apart from buying daily necessities and food, we basically stayed on the mountain top. That day I was sunbathing on the mountain top when Luo Wen rushed to find me. Chairman, the investment company you asked me to register has been registered. Luo Wen excitedly presented the documents of the registered investment company to me. Well done. From now on, you will be the CEO of this investment company. I glanced at the registration documents of the investment company and was very satisfied. The name of this company was a combination of one character from my name and one from Su King Luo's. The meaning was self-evident. I had personally instructed them to name the company this way. Thank you, Chairman. Luo Wen was secretly overjoyed to hear me directly promote him to CEO. By the way, how are the contacts with the 10 companies I asked you to invest in before? I suddenly remembered something, and asked. 2 of them have been negotiated, but the price is a bit high. Michuan is asking for a 300 million investment but will only give 15 of the shares. Dai is asking for 500 million for only 20 of the shares. It's a bit too much, so I haven't replied to them yet. In Luo Wen's opinion, these 2 companies were startups, yet they were asking for 300 million and 500 million right off the bat, while giving very few shares. It really wasn't worth it. Good. Agree to their terms. I'll transfer 3 billion in investment funds to the company account later. You go and sign the investment contracts quickly. Also, the remaining 8 companies must be settled quickly. Yes, Chairman. I'll get on it right away. Also, you should quickly start recruiting for our company's expansion. Before the end of the year, I want our investment company to reach a value of 1 trillion. It's definitely not something you can do alone. With the investment analysis report gifted by the system, I was very confident in reaching 1 trillion before the end of the year. But Luo Wen was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Chairman, you're exaggerating. There are only 4 months left until the end of the year. Luo Wen couldn't help but say. In such a short time, not even the stock god Buffett could create such a miracle. The sooner the better. You still have over 100 companies to invest in, with industries spanning the globe. Your immediate task is to help me recruit talent. Finances and investments are not a problem, Chairman. I will start building the team right away, Luo Wen said, preparing to turn and leave. But he called him back. Oh, right. It seems Tanhai University is looking for external funding recently. Go and look into it yourself. The investment analysis report provided by the system was updating in real time. As soon as a new potential organization intended to raise capital, it would immediately appear on the list. For the past few days, I had been reviewing the report and noticed that Tanhai University had appeared on it with significant investment potential. Seeing this, I decided to invest in the university. After investing in Tanhai University, my investment firm would never lack financial talent. No problem, Chairman. Leave it to me, Luo Wen said before turning to depart. Assigning so much work to Luo Wen was indeed a heavy burden, but the high compensation and the trust I had placed in him filled him with enthusiasm. After Luo Wen left, I stretched and returned to the villa. At that moment, Su Qingluo was sitting by the window, completely absorbed in her painting. She truly loved to draw. Whenever she had free time, she would often paint by herself. Intrigued, I walked up behind her. When I saw the content on the canvas, I was secretly astonished. The painting was of me, specifically a portrait of me sunbathing outside just moments earlier. It seemed Su Qingluo had been watching me from the window. You rascal, has my painting technique improved? Su Qingluo turned her head gracefully, her face expectant of praise. It's improved. It's just that you've made me look too ugly, I tease. You devil, I'm being serious. Help me see where I need to improve, Su Qingluo said with great earnestness. When it came to painting, she was truly dedicated. System activated. New mission option 1. Guide Su Qingluo in her painting. Reward, 100 million in investment capital. Option 2. Refuse to guide Su Qingluo in her painting. Reward, a random attribute increase. I never expected this would trigger a mission. It was practically free money. I immediately made my choice. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you some pointers, I said, beginning to offer serious guidance. Congratulations, host, for choosing the reward, 100 million in investment capital. Su Qingluo listened attentively, her admiration for her future husband growing with every word. Her eyes were fixed on my handsome face, completely unwilling to look away. After I finished my guidance, I subconsciously lowered my head and my gaze met Su Qingluo's watery eyes. As our eyes locked, the atmosphere suddenly became warm and ambiguous. Su Qingluo licked her soft lips and couldn't help but lean closer. I didn't refuse and responded skillfully. But just as we were halfway through the kiss, a sharp ringtone interrupted us. It was her phone. She quickly pulled away, took out her phone, and was slightly surprised to see who was calling. It's my mom, she said, quickly answering the call. Soon, her mother's voice came from the other end. Qingluo, it's the holidays. I want to come visit you. Okay, I'll pick you up when you arrive, she replied hurriedly. Now that I had money, it was indeed time to bring my mother over to enjoy a better life, rather than leaving her to endure scornful looks at my uncle's house. At the same time, it was a chance for my mother to meet her future daughter-in-law. After the call ended, Su Qingluo immediately became tense. She was about to meet her future mother-in-law. Will she like me? The thought made Su Qingluo nervous. Jiang Chen, what if your mom doesn't like me? She asked worriedly. Although they had met when she was a child, she didn't feel anything then. Now that she was grown up, she felt anxious. You're so beautiful and lovely, how could she not like you? Besides, we have a marriage agreement. She will definitely like you, I reassured her gently. Really? Then let's go shopping later. Su Qingluo immediately thought of buying gifts to win over her future mother-in-law and leave a good impression. Just as I was about to answer, the system's voice chimed in again. Host has activated a new mission option 1, accompany Su Qingluo shopping. Reward, 100x goddess consumption rebate. Option 2, refuse to accompany Su Qingluo shopping. Reward, a random attribute increase. I was already used to triggering missions at any time, but the 100x goddess consumption rebate was quite useful to me right now. Okay, I'll go shopping with you later, I replied instantly. As soon as I finished speaking, the system's reward was credited. The last time I received a consumption rebate, it was only 10x. This time, it was 100x. After receiving the reward, I immediately checked the details. 100x goddess consumption rebate. Duration, 24 hours. Maximum rebate, 1 billion. I was amazed by the description. Although the duration was much shorter, the rebate limit had increased many times over. With this reward, today was a day for spending. However, before that, I decided to buy a car first. I had to pick up my mom from the airport tomorrow, and I couldn't just take a taxi. Besides, with the rebate effect active, it would be a waste not to spend a large sum. Thinking of this, I turned to Su King Luo and said, "King Luo, let me buy you a car first." "A car for me? But I don't know how to drive," Su King Luo said, a little surprised, not understanding why Jiang Chen suddenly wanted to buy her a car. "I know how to drive. I got my license during the summer break," I said, pulling her out the door. This was a way to use her name to buy a car for myself. If I was buying a car, it had to be a good one, and it needed to be spacious. I quickly thought of a Maybach. This model was luxurious and classy, picking up my mom and it would definitely surprise her. Soon, Su King Luo and I took a taxi to the Maybach dealership in Tanhai City. Su King Luo didn't know much about cars, so she didn't know if a Maybach was expensive. She just knew that if I liked it, she would go along with it. People who came here to buy these high-end luxury cars were certainly wealthy. My attire was very casual, making me look like someone who couldn't afford a Maybach. However, the sales staff here showed no contempt and warmly approached us. "Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars? Do you need an introduction?" A beautiful saleswoman in a professional uniform and black stockings greeted us with a friendly attitude, without any hint of disdain. This made me nod inwardly, very satisfied with the service here. "King Luo, which car do you like? You pick one, and I'll buy it for you," I said, looking around the showroom. "You want me to choose?" Su King Luo was a bit surprised. "Yes, whichever one you like, we'll buy that one." Jiang Chen nodded seriously. "Then, I'll choose that red one," Su King Luo said after scanning the showroom, immediately picking a red Maybach. "Alright, we'll take that one." Just as I finished speaking, a young master suddenly appeared before us. "You must be the young lady of the Su family, Su King Luo, right?" Chen Jingshuo looked at Su King Luo with a delighted expression. He had originally come here to look at cars but hadn't expected to run into the Su family's daughter. Although Chen Jingshuo had never met Su King Luo in person, he had seen her photos. Moreover, Su King Luo was so beautiful that she had captured everyone's attention the moment she walked in, so he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" Su King Luo frowned. She didn't know this person. Worried, she instinctively linked her arm with mine. She only felt safe with Jiang Chen by her side. "I am Chen Jingshuo, the young master of the Chen Corporation. Your mother was supposed to arrange for us to meet during the National Day holiday. Unfortunately, she said you went traveling. Have you returned from your trip?" Chen Jingshuo said with a friendly smile. "I didn't go traveling, my parents were just tricking you." Su King Luo paused for a moment, and then said directly, "Since we've met, I'll be blunt with you. I already have a boyfriend, and we're getting married at the end of the year, so don't waste your time." Su King Luo felt it was necessary to be clear to avoid wasting everyone's time. However, Chen Jingshuo didn't seem to care much. "Is your boyfriend this poor kid next to you?" He smirked, looking me up and down. Seeing my ordinary clothes and average demeanor, he became even more certain that Su King Luo's notorious boyfriend was a poor young man. For him, the young master of the Chen Corporation, dealing with a penniless and powerless boy was all too easy. "Yes, he is my boyfriend. We will get married and have children in the future, so I advise you to give up," Su King Luo reiterated. She really disliked this young Master Chen that her mother had arranged for her. However, it was clear that Chen Jingshuo had no intention of giving up. Conquering Su King Luo would increase his family's bargaining power. "King Luo, you just said you like that red Maybach, right? Let me buy it for you," Chen Jingshuo said, taking out a bank card, intending to use money to win her over. As he spoke, he shot me a provocative glance, as if to say, "I'm stealing your girl right in front of you, what can you do about it?" Seeing this, I chuckled faintly and said lightly, "Sorry, we can buy our own car. We don't need you to worry about it. You'll buy it. This is a Maybach 400, it costs 1.5 million. Can a poor guy like you afford it?" Chen Jingshuo insulted me blatantly. "What does my buying a car have to do with you?" I gave him a cold look, then took out a bank card, and handed it to the salesperson. "Swipe the card. I'll take 5 of this model." This statement stunned everyone present, especially the salesperson, who stammered, "Sir. Are you sure you want to buy 5 Maybach 400s? "Yes, 5 of them." "Swipe the card. Register them all under King Luo's name," I said calmly. After all, with a 100x rebate, it didn't matter if he spent the money here or elsewhere. Buying 5 at once would save me the effort of spending it later. Meanwhile, Chen Jingshuo stared at my card. "Are you so poor you're hallucinating? If you can buy these 5 cars, I'll go to the Su family's house right now and cancel the engagement. I also promise to never interfere with or bother you and King Luo again. But if you can't, you have to break up with King Luo and leave this city immediately." Don't have foolish dreams when you're just a poor wretch. Chen Jingshuo was certain that Zhang Chen could absolutely not afford 5 Maybucks. He turned and urged the salesperson, "What are you standing there for?" He said to swipe the card, "So go do it." Chen Jingshuo even followed her, waiting to see Zhang Chen make a fool of himself. Unfortunately for him, when the salesperson took the card to the finance counter in the main hall, the transaction was approved. Payment successful. When this clear announcement sounded, Chen Jingshuo's face turned incredibly ugly. After the successful transaction, I immediately received a 750 million rebate from the system. This was the 100x rebate. I spent 7.5 million and got back 750 million. I had definitely made a huge profit. As for Chen Jingshuo, his expression was grim. He couldn't believe Zhang Chen could actually afford 5 Maybucks. That was a full 7.5 million. An ordinary person could never afford that. How is this possible? His family is clearly poor, so how could he have so much money? Chen Jingshuo's face was full of disbelief and unwillingness to lose to Zhang Chen in front of Su Qingluo. Ed on the other hand was very calm. I took back my bank card, glanced at Chen Jingshuo, and smiled faintly. "Young Master Chen, please stay away from Su Qingluo in the future. She is my wife." Hearing this, Chen Jingshuo clenched his fists. No one had ever provoked him like this before. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "A gentleman's word is his bond. I'll go to the Su family's house and cancel the engagement right now." After saying this, Chen Jingshuo turned and left in a huff. I chuckled lightly. "Let's go, let's test drive the new car," I said, pulling Su Qingluo towards the red Maybach. The salesperson immediately followed. "Sir, here are the car keys. The other 4 cars are currently out of stock at our dealership, and will take a few days to arrive." The salesperson's attitude was now much more respectful. "No problem. For the remaining 4 cars, it would be best if they are in different colors. If not, black will do," I considered for a moment, and then instructed. With so many cars, I certainly couldn't use them all. I decided to use them as rewards for high-performing employees in the future. It would boost their morale and make them grateful to their boss. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to complete the paperwork," the salesperson said enthusiastically. "Qingluo, you sign your name," I told Su Qingluo. "Really, in my name?" Su Qingluo was still a bit incredulous. The large villa was in her name, and now 5 luxury cars were also in her name. This future husband was just too good to her. The salesperson beside them looked on with an envious expression. She wished she had a husband like that. "Mem, go ahead. What's mine is yours, so it's the same if it's in your name," I said with a slight smile. The real reason was that the rebate required her name, only spending on her would trigger it. Otherwise, the system might retract the 750 million rebate. "Okay. I love you, you're too good to me," Su Qingluo said, deeply moved. Any girl would be touched by Zhang Chen's actions, putting both the house and the cars in the woman's name. Soon, the car purchase procedures were completed. I took the keys and drove the car onto the road. This is the first car of my life, and a luxury one at that. We finally have a car, so we won't need to take taxis to go out anymore. "So, are we going shopping now?" As I prepared to drive, I noticed Su Qingluo hadn't fastened her seatbelt. I couldn't help but lean over to help her. Seeing me lean towards her, Su Qingluo thought I was going to kiss her and closed her eyes, her heart pounding. To her surprise, I was only helping her with her seatbelt. "Qingluo, why are you closing your eyes?" Su Qingluo, full of expectation, was embarrassed by the misunderstanding. "It's nothing," she said, her face blushing as she tried to hide her embarrassment. Just as she finished speaking, I leaned in and kissed her, sealing her lips. Su Qingluo had no time to react and was kissed until she was breathless. Her eyes became slightly hazy, her heartbeat quickened, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. "This rascal. He's such a tease." After a long kiss, I sat up straight with a wicked smile. "You devil, you're so mean, always teasing me," Su Qingluo said, pouting with a red face. I didn't answer, just smiled and said, "I have to drive now." "Hold on tight, Qingluo." Half an hour later, the car was parked at the Akinhai shopping district near the Tanshan Villa. The remaining 250 million of the rebate limit would be spent here. "We're here. Let's start shopping." "Qingluo, whatever you want, just say it. Don't be polite, I'm paying." The remaining rebate limit was 250 million, which meant I had to spend 2.5 million here to use it up. Today we're buying things for my future mother-in-law, so I'll pay. "You gave me 10 million last time, and I haven't even used it yet," Su Qingluo said, taking out the bank card I had given her before. I rolled my eyes. "If you pay, what's the point of my card?" "I'll pay this time, you can pay next time," I said firmly. He still had 2.5 million to spend, how could I let Su Qingluo pay? But this time, Su Qingluo was particularly insistent. "No, this is for my future mother-in-law. I must pay for it." I was getting a little frustrated when the system's voice chimed in again. Host has activated a new mission. Option 1. Agree to Su King Luo's request. Reward, 100 million in cash, 1 tanks consumption rebate card. Option 2. Refuse Su King Luo's request. Reward, a random attribute increase. Another chance to make money. Seeing this, I immediately chose to agree. Alright, you can pay tonight. Although I agreed, I had a plan. Su King Luo would buy things for my mother, and I would secretly buy things for Su King Luo. That way, I would both agree to her request and spend the remaining limit. I felt I was brilliant. As soon as I finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for choosing the reward, 100 million in cash, 1 tanks consumption rebate card. Duration, 3 days. Maximum rebate, 1 billion. The system's rewards were getting better and better. Only then did Su King Luo happily take my arm and walk into the shopping mall. It was very late when Su King Luo and I finished shopping and left. During that time, I used the excuse of going to the restroom to secretly buy a full set of jewelry for Su King Luo, thus using up the remaining limit. When we got home, I finally took out the jewelry set. King Luo, I have a gift for you. What is it? Why did you buy me something again? Su King Luo sounded a bit reproachful, but her eyes held a hint of joy. A Cartier jewelry set. Do you like it? I said, opening the box. Instantly, a sparkling set of jewelry appeared before Su King Luo, a gold bracelet, a necklace, and earrings. A complete set. Whoa, a Cartier set. It's so beautiful. Su King Luo, like any girl, couldn't help but love such jewelry. Let me put it on for you, I said, taking out the necklace and putting it on her. It's beautiful. You look like a princess wearing it, I said admiringly. I had to admit, Su King Luo was a natural beauty. With just a little jewelry, she looked like a princess. Su King Luo also loved the Cartier set. My love, you are too good to me, she looked at me with eyes full of affection. Buying her a house, cars, and now Cartier jewelry, he was truly the best husband in the world. But she didn't know I was just spending money on her. Of course, my affection for her was also genuine. Silly girl, you are my everything. If I'm not good to you, who would I be good to? My sweet words moved Su King Luo to tears. You're awful, you made me cry. I'll reward you well tonight, Su King Luo said, her eyes red with emotion, as she pulled me into the bedroom. Meanwhile, at the Su family home, Chen Jingshuo, his face red with anger, was yelling at Zhang Li and Su Guosen. You two are such liars. Su King Luo never went on any trip. She has a boyfriend. How long were you planning to deceive me? Did you know he bought 5 luxury cars just to spite me? You have such a rich son-in-law, yet you still want me as one. Are you trying to make a fool of me? After his rant, he turned and stormed out, leaving an awkward atmosphere behind. At that moment, the Su couple still couldn't believe what they had just heard. Zhang Li sighed thoughtfully and said, I didn't expect Zhang Cheng to be a wealthy businessman. Perhaps we really misunderstood him. Tomorrow, we should go see Zhang Cheng and King Luo to apologize to them. Su Guosen pondered for a moment and then said, what about the engagement? Zhang Li nodded slightly. Of course we'll let them date freely. Whether they find happiness or sorrow is their own business. They must take responsibility for their own decisions. The next morning, at 1000 am, Su King Luo and I were already waiting at the airport to pick up my mother, Lin Leifen. Su King Luo had woken up very early and spent the whole morning on her makeup, afraid of leaving a bad impression on her future mother-in-law. You rascal, help me see, is my makeup too heavy today? Not too heavy, it's just right. Very beautiful. What about my dress? Is it too short? Will your mom not like it? King Luo, don't stress yourself out. My mom will like you. Really? Really? When you were little, my mom already liked you a lot. It's the same now that you're grown up. I hope so, Su King Luo said, trying to calm herself, but she couldn't help but feel nervous. Soon, a middle-aged woman dressed plainly walked out of the airport. She was pushing an old suitcase, her face weary from the long journey. When I saw her, I walked towards her. Su King Luo saw her too and hurried to follow. Mom, we're here. Lin Leifen also noticed her son, and a smile appeared on her tired face. Son, I finally get to see you. It's been a month. How have you been at Tianhai University? Lin Leifen immediately started asking questions caringly. I've been great. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Su King Luo, I said, holding Su King Luo's hand. Su King Luo calmed her nerves and greeted her sweetly. Hello, auntie. Hearing this, Lin Leifen's expression changed slightly. She pulled me aside and whispered, Son, you have a girlfriend. Yes, isn't she beautiful? And she also studies at Tianhai University, I said proudly. You brat, how can you have a girlfriend? You already have a fiancé. With a girlfriend, how will you face your fiancé? Find an excuse and break up with her, Lin Leifen said with a serious expression. Hearing this, I found it amusing. I'm not breaking up with her. I love her, and we're planning to get married at the end of the year. Lin Leffen was so angry she raised her hand as if to hit me. Seeing my mom about to strike, I laughed and explained, Mom, Su Qingluo is Su Jiao. She changed her name. What? This beautiful girl is Su Jiao. Lin Leffen turned her head to look at Su Qingluo standing not far away, her face full of surprise. She remembered Su Jiao as a chubby little girl. How did she become so beautiful? She is your future daughter-in-law, Su Jiao. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. He will ask. Don't you try to fool me, Lin Leffen said, walking towards Su Qingluo and asking kindly, Young lady, what is your name? My name is Su Qingluo, Auntie, Su Qingluo said, looking quite nervous. After all, the woman in front of her was her future mother-in-law. Miss Su, what was your name before? Lin Leffen persisted, not giving up. My previous name was Su Jiao, Auntie. When I was little, I used to eat the food you cooked, Su Qingluo said with a sweet expression. Are you really Su Jiao? Then do you remember what you drew on our wall on your 10th birthday? Lin Leffen wanted to confirm Su Jiao's identity. She would not accept her son dating another girl, nor would she be easily fooled by Jiang Cheng. Su Qingluo thought for a moment, then blushed and said, I think I drew two little birds and said one was the little rascal and the other was me. Hearing this, Lin Leffen was immediately delighted. Yes, you really are my Su Jiao. She then observed Su Qingluo carefully. Seeing how beautiful she was, her eyes filled with joy. She couldn't believe the chubby girl from back then had grown into such a beauty. It was true that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Her son was truly lucky. Lin Leffen was very fond of Su Qingluo, holding her hand tightly and not letting go. In her heart, she had already accepted Su Qingluo as her daughter-in-law. Auntie, let me carry the luggage for you, Su Qingluo said, wanting to help Lin Leffen with the suitcase to make a good impression. However, Lin Leffen refused. How can I let a pretty little girl like you do this work? Let my son carry it, she said, looking at me. I gave a wry smile and had no choice but to lift the suitcase. Alright, Sun Jiao, let's go. We haven't seen each other in years, let's have a good long chat, Lin Leffen said with a happy face. Okay, Auntie, Su Qingluo replied, linking her arm with Lin Leffen's as they walked out. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were a mother and daughter pair. I was left behind, pitifully carrying the suitcase. She's forgotten her son now that she has a daughter-in-law, I sighed, but I was happy to see them getting along so well. When Lin Leffen saw the brand new luxury car waiting for them, she was a little surprised. Su Jiao, is this your car? It's new, it must have been expensive. Lin Leffen knew her son had no money, so she instinctively thought Su Qingluo bought the car. After all, the Su family was wealthy, and the red color made it look like a girl's car. Auntie, Jiang Chen bought it for me, Su Qingluo said as she sat in the back with Lin Leffen. My son bought it for you. Where did he get so much money? Lin Leffen was surprised. Mom, I made some money playing the stock market. From now on, don't go back to the capital. Just stay in Tianhai City. You made money from stocks. Lin Leffen looked incredulous. Of course. I'm a finance major, after all. A little investment is all it takes. Really? Lin Leffen still had some doubts. It's true, Auntie. Jiang Cheng is very rich now. He has even invested in many companies, Su Qingluo explained honestly. Hearing Su Qingluo confirm it, Lin Leffen temporarily believed them, but she assumed he probably hadn't earned that much, just enough to buy a car. She had no idea her son had also bought a $50 million villa. Standing in front of the villa on top of Tianshan Mountain, Lin Leffen was stunned. Son, you earned this villa too. Yes, Mom. You can stay here from now on. From Monday to Friday, Qingluo and I have classes at Tianhai University, but we'll come back to stay with you on the weekends, I said, leading her into the massive villa. Auntie, please stay here. A villa this big is quite empty with just the two of us. It will be much livelier with you here, Su Qingluo also urged her. Seeing them both insist, Lin Leffen considered staying. After all, she no longer had a place in the capital, and had to endure condescending looks living with her relatives. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Qingluo immediately took out the things she had bought the previous night. Auntie, I bought a lot of things for you. See if you like them. She brought out a large bag of gifts for Lin Leffen, including jewelry, ginseng, bird's nest soup, and several sets of clothes worth thousands of yuan, all handpicked by Su Qingluo to please her future mother-in-law. As long as it's from you, I'll like it. Lin Leffen was naturally delighted to see Su Qingluo had prepared so many things for her. The thought was what mattered most. Coincidentally, I also have something for you. Lin Leffen took off a red jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it in Su Qingluo's hand. Su Jiao, this blood jade bracelet is a Zheng family heirloom and a betrothal gift. Today, I'm giving it to you, Lin Leffen explained. This gesture showed that she had fully accepted Su Qingluo as her daughter-in-law. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Su Qingluo tried to refuse, but Lin Leffen stopped her. This blood jade bracelet is only passed down to the daughters-in-law of the Zhang family. Or, Do you not want to be our daughter-in-law? Lin Lifen said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Qingluo blushed and silently accepted the bracelet, implicitly agreeing to become a daughter-in-law of the Zheng family. That's more like it. Tonight, I'll make dumplings for you both, Lin Lifen said, overjoyed. Su Qingluo's face immediately turned red with shyness as she replied, yes, mother-in-law. I will take good care of and love my husband very much. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. The previous conflicts were now just distant memories. Jiang Cheng and Su Qingluo held hands and stepped out the door, the gentle afternoon sun enveloping them like a new beginning for the young couple's happiness.